We now come to arrangements for the election of the Chair of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee. As Neil Parish has ceased to be the member of this House, I must declare that the Chair of the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs Committee vacant and announce the arrangements for the election of the new Chair. Nominations are now open and will close at 12 noon on Tuesday the 24th of May. Nomination forms are available from the Vote Office, the Table Office and the Public Bill Office. Following the House's decision of the 16th of January 2020, only members of the Conservative Party may be candidates. If there is more than one candidate, the ballot will take place on Wednesday the 25th of May from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. in the I Division lobby. Briefing notes with more information about each election will be made available in the Vote Office. We now come to the urgent question. Shall the Secretary of State, John Healey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Secretary of State for Defence to make a statement on UK military assistance to Ukraine.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The United Kingdom strongly condemns the appalling, unprovoked attack President Putin has launched on the people of Ukraine. We continue to stand with Ukraine and continue to support its right to be a sovereign, independent and democratic nation. The United Kingdom and our allies and partners are responding decisively to provide military and humanitarian assistance. This includes weapons that help Ukraine's heroic efforts to defend itself. We have sent over 6,900 new anti-tank missiles, known as NLAWs, a further consignment of Javelin anti-tank missiles, 8 air defence systems, including Starstreak anti-air missiles, 1,360 anti-structure munitions and 4.5 tonnes of plastic explosives. Mr. Speaker, as Ukraine steadies itself for the next attack, the United Kingdom is stepping up efforts to help its defence. As we announced on 26 April, we will be sending 300 more missiles, anti-tank systems, innovative loitering munitions, armoured fighting vehicles and anti-ship systems to stop shelling from Russian ships. The United Kingdom has confirmed £1.3 billion of new funding for military operations and aid to Ukraine. This includes the £300 million the PM announced on the 3rd of May for electronic warfare equipment, a counter-battery radar system, GPS jamming equipment and thousands of night vision devices. The Ministry of Defence retains the Humanitarian Assistance Task Force at readiness, with the headquarters at 48 hours readiness and the remainder of the force at 5 days notice to move should their assistance be requested. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom has pledged £220 million of humanitarian aid for Ukraine, including granting in kind to the Ukraine Armed Forces over 64,000 items of medical equipment from the MOD's own supplies. We are ensuring, Mr. Speaker, that the United Kingdom and our security interests are secured and supporting our many allies and partners, especially Ukraine.
John Healey.
The Secretary of State promised to keep the House updated on Ukraine, so I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, for your help in ensuring that he's done so today with this UQ, the 77th day of Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And the United Kingdom is united in condemnation of Russia and in solidarity with Ukraine. And from the outset, the government has had our full Labour support for military assistance into Ukraine. We do so again today. Mr. Speaker, there was no mass mobilisation from President Putin on Monday, but we must now expect this conflict to be long and slow. And the UK now needs to shift from crisis management of the current conflict to delivering the medium-term military support that Ukraine will need for Putin's next offensive. And this means new NATO weapons instead of Soviet-era equipment. So can I ask the Minister, has the UK begun supplying NATO stocks to Ukrainian fighters? Will this include artillery, training to form new brigades and air defence systems? How many Ukrainians have so far been trained by the UK on new NATO standard weapons? And Mr. Speaker, more than 2 weeks ago, the Defence Secretary promised to place in the library an update of the total number of weapons supplied into Ukraine by the UK and Western allies. This is not yet there. When will that be done? And would he spell out now the UK's and NATO's objectives in supplying this military assistance to Ukraine? Is, for instance, the government considering with allies maritime support to help trading again in and out of the port of Odessa? Who is leading the government's new inquiry into UK components that end up in Russian weaponry? And is it still the case, 11 weeks into this conflict, that contracts have not been signed for new UK supplies of NLAWs and Starstreak missiles, which have proved so vital in Ukraine? Finally, Mr. Speaker, the head of the British Army this week has said the Army is too small, despite Conservatives voting down Labour's motion in this House a year ago to halt further cuts. So will he accept there was a defence-shaped hole in the Queen's speech, and that the government must now rewrite the integrated review defence spending, reform military procurement, and rethink army cuts?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very grateful to be here answering the Shadow Secretary of State's questions. He will know, I think, that the Secretary of State regrets not being here. He's in the United States continuing discussions with our closest NATO ally about our collective defence. And he looks forward, I think, to further opportunities to update this House in person. And I should put on record, Mr. Speaker, we continue to appreciate Labour support over all issues attendant to Ukraine. He rightly reflects, Mr. Speaker, on the fact that the invasion of Ukraine is now moving to the long and slow medium-term phase, one of a war of attrition in the East, which still, of course, occurs at great cost of human life to the Ukrainians and the Russian armed forces. We will continue discussions with our Ukrainian allies with regard to the weapon systems and support that is provided. But I think fundamentally and overwhelmingly, Mr. Speaker, what's hugely important is that we meet the requests that come from the Ukrainians themselves. This needs to be a provision made in accordance with what the Ukrainians themselves are asking for. But I think we are now at this stage where we are seeing over the coming years the wholesale institutional reinvigoration of the Ukrainian armed forces. And I think the United Kingdom will have a very central and very proud role at the centre of that institutional rejuvenation of the Ukrainian armed forces. And in fact, we have been proud, Mr. Speaker, to be building on our legacy of training involvement, which started in 2014 with the hugely successful Operation Orbital, which trained some 25,000 Ukrainian armed forces. So there's a good legacy of joint working, which we will continue to take forward. He asked about the update to the library, Mr. Speaker. I will ensure, following this urgent question, that is provided with all due haste. He asked about the objectives with regard to security and trade, and I think he was hinting about the requirement of the Ukrainians to be able to export their hugely significant grain harvest out of Odessa and other ports. Of course, that is those trade questions are matters for my right honourable colleague, the Trade Secretary. But I think the economic component of our support and our defensive relationship with Ukraine is not lost. This will be a whole package of support that allows Ukraine to flourish as a sovereign territory. This is not just about the reinvestment in Ukrainian armed forces, it's about the rejuvenation of their economy and also about the rebuilding of the physical infrastructure of much of the country, which has been so heinously destroyed since the commencement of the war on February the 24th. He led then to make some comments about the size of the British Armed Forces. Well, I'm very happy to answer that very directly. Mr. Speaker, thanks to the £24 billion uplift in defence spending, we are in good shape and we are in good size. We've got what we need to deliver the effect we need. We are a threat-led organisation and we are agile, we're mobile and we're more lethal than ever before. And I think the integrated review, Mr. Speaker, was proven right by the invasion of Ukraine in the sense that we need a military that can project power around the globe, that can use loitering munitions, that can use drones and other forms of the delivery of munitions, which aren't so much about the close quarter fight. But I think the invasion of Ukraine does prove the integrated review right. We've got more money than we've had than ever before. We're in a good shape, but of course we keep all of these things under review, Mr. Speaker. And I would reiterate my expectation that the Secretary of State will be very pleased to have an opportunity in the near future to keep the House informed of the discussions that we have with our Ukrainian allies and the US in due course, Mr. Speaker.
Andrew Morrison.
Putin's war has displayed the woeful inadequacy of the Russian military. However, one thing they have that we don't are hypersonic missiles, which they've used against Mykolaiv and now Odessa. Does he regard that as a gap in our defence material? And if he does, what measures is he taking to stop up that gap, perhaps with reference to the AUKUS treaty and the possibility of a joint programme with our two great allies?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable gallant friend makes a very good point. We have seen the woeful inadequacy of the Russian military. In fact, I don't know if he was able to listen to the Defence Secretary's speech at the National Army Museum earlier this week, which laid out the operational failings that, at all levels across the Russian army, which have so painfully resulted in such significant casualties. He makes an interesting point about hypersonic missiles. I won't speculate about future capabilities from the dispatch box, but I would say that a lot of this sort of work is done in my own constituency of Farnborough by the defence industry there, and he can rest assured that at the very heart of our defence proposition, contained in the IR, is energetic and significant investment in cutting-edge defensive technologies.
SNP spokesperson Dave Dugan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister mentioned in his speech 300 additional missiles. I wonder what you can tell us in terms of the capability we're extending to the Ukrainians in terms of anti-ship missiles in particular. He deflected the grain exports issues to his colleague, the Secretary of State for International Trade. Of course, we're not talking about treaties or grain prices. We're talking about the safety of ships in and out to Ukraine. I wonder if you could expand on that a little bit more seriously. On the 3rd of May, the UK government pledged an additional £300 million in military aid to Ukraine, with the Secretary of State advising the House that the government had given £200 million to date. Can you confirm that apparent £500 million figure? And it also emerged that the Secretary of State for Defence has warned the Chancellor of the Exchequer that the UK risks falling short of its NATO commitment to spend 2% of GDP on defence, and that could happen as soon as 2025. And he warned that this was due to the compound effect of inflation and supplying goods, armaments to Ukraine. Could the Minister mention that, and could he mention the Ministry's ambition to redouble minimising waste as a way of controlling that also? And what discussions has he had with our NATO and other international allies on the worry that Putin and his regime will resort to the use of chemical weapons and worse on civilian targets within Ukraine? Thank you.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. He makes an interesting series of questions. I did refer to my additional remarks about the anti-ship systems, and I take that point on. And it's in public source that the brimstone capability has been deployed in that regard, and we regard that as a highly potent system. I think that will afford some security because, and he rightly makes the point that links into the ability of the Ukrainians to export their not inconsiderable grain supplies. And I would urge him to, I will engage with the Secretary of State for Trade, but I would say that that's firmly in our focus in terms of the matrix of military support we provide to the Ukrainians. I know that is the economic element of that, which of course is meeting the Ukrainians' own requests. We're not telling the Ukrainians what to do. It's their operation. But I know that the economic side of that, in terms of grain provision and security attendant to that, is something that we are seeking to support them over. He mentioned our commitment to NATO, the NATO standard of 2% in terms of our defence commitment, and of course that is being challenged by inflation. We keep that constantly under review, and I mean he's inviting me to comment or to lobby the Treasury from the dispatch box, which I will resist that temptation. But I think we can be reassured, Mr. Speaker, that our absolute commitment to putting our money where our mouth is in terms of defence investment and supporting our allies, whilst also maintaining our commitment to NATO, has been shown to be very considerable, and we've invested that £1.3 billion because of that, and we will keep that under review. He raised the question about whether or not President Putin might commit atrocities of a chemical nature. Again, I wouldn't speculate on what course of action the Russian president would choose, but what I would say is I think the resolve of the international community since the illegal invasion on February 24th has shown that he will be held to account, and there will be no tolerance for any kind of chemical atrocity. We would hope, Mr. Speaker, that subsequent to this phase of operations, in due course and with our support, the Ukrainians will allow the collection of evidence of all Russian atrocities so that Putin and his cronies can be held to account in the International Criminal Court.
Drummond.
Much, Mr. Speaker. As Ukrainians retake their territory, there's an urgent need for kit to help repair roads and bridges, to get the equipment and troops to the front line. Are we able to supply any temporary bridges and other hardware to help in this important area?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, my honourable friend makes a very, very good point. The rebuilding challenge that will have to be completed by our Ukrainian friends, supported by allies, will be hugely significant. It'll be an infrastructure rebuild of tens of millions of pounds, billions of dollars, and I would think that we will be supporting that effort from the government side, but also I'm sure there'll be many, many private sector opportunities there. And I think bridges will be one of the things that is involved in that infrastructure effort.
Sir Tony Lloyd.
Speaker, I wonder could the Minister comment on the following. We know that Russia has significant capacity in terms of cyber attack and cyber defence. Are we able to provide assistance to the Ukrainians so that they can defend themselves adequately against that kind of attack?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's an extremely pertinent question. The answer is yes. Of course, there are other centres of excellence around the world. The Estonians, for example, know a great deal about countering the Russian cyber threat. But he makes a very pertinent point. As we consider the collective Western response, we must understand and be aware of it, that it's not just about positioning large static forces of men and women in military units. It's also about ensuring that very, very robust cyber defence is afforded Ukraine and her allies at the same time.
Andy Carter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for his statement and thank him for the work that he's doing. We're very fortunate to have excellent ministers leading the Defence Department at this time. NATO continues to be the bedrock of our collective security, and I welcome the steps to deploy more troops to Eastern Europe. Does my honourable friend agree with me that we must step up cooperation with our friends in NATO, as well as other European allies? And I note the Prime Minister is today in Finland and Sweden. I wonder if he'd agree with me that in the face of Russian aggression, it's vital that we support these European allies.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely with that analysis, and that's why the Defence Secretary is in the US today with our hugely significant NATO ally. We have continued our work with the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is the amphibian beer-drinking nations of Northern Europe, and we are, of course, delighted that the Prime Minister will be going. And I think the position of Finland and Sweden, of course, they will choose their own path, and NATO is an alliance that waits for people to ask to become members. It doesn't go around proselytising. But I think the way we have worked closely with nations such as Finland and Sweden within the JEF and their possible interest in NATO shows the importance of and the resolve of the alliance of NATO. We are much stronger together, and that's why Russia is much weaker, because they have no allies and we have many, many friends.
Jarvis.
Decisions about military support to Ukraine are inevitably taken in the context of the state and the size of our armed forces. I'm sure the Minister is a regular reader of Soldier magazine, so he will have seen the comments by CGS expressing concern about the size of the army. He's right, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Speaker, we are a threat-led organisation. Because of the £24 billion uplift in defence spending, we are in good shape, and we are in good size, and we are more lethal, more mobile, and more agile than ever before. Of course, we keep the situation under review, but I think the invasion of Ukraine, in a nutshell, have proved the integrated review right.
Paul Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My gallant friend, the Minister, will know that weapons and military equipment can only be used if troops are trained effectively to use them. So can he outline what avenues he's exploring to continue to provide the military training necessary so that Ukrainian troops can counter Russian attacks as they've so admirably been doing?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes a very, very good point. Those discussions are ongoing. We will be guided by what the Ukrainians themselves want. But I think we are all encouraged by the legacy of close cooperation born out of Operation Orbital, which was running since 2014 and training some 25,000 Ukrainian troops. So I foresee a very bright future for very close operational and training working between ourselves and the magnificent and courageous Ukrainian armed forces.
Jamie Stone.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Can I associate myself and my party with the strong support for Ukraine that's been expressed by the Minister and the Shadow Secretary of State? Last month, I raised with the Secretary of State the issue of the deadly legacy being left by retreating Russian forces in parts of Ukraine, namely lethal landmines. Can I press the Minister, what equipment has been sent to Ukraine at this stage, and will advice be offered along with that equipment, please?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the honourable gentleman raising that issue. Those discussions are ongoing, and we will be guided by requests from our Ukrainian friends. But we do have a significant body of unique expertise in this country, primarily because of our two-decade involvement on operational soldiering in the Middle East. And some of the third sector organisations in this country, such as the Halo Trust and others, have, born of military experience often, have conducted hugely impressive demining operations in the Far East and the Middle East. So I do think this is a significant body of experience that we might be able to offer up to our Ukrainian friends. And I think the mines that have been used by Russian forces demonstrate, if anyone was in any doubt, of the casual disregard for civilian life that the Russians are so regrettably and so callously displaying in Ukraine.
Rob Butler.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I strongly welcome the Minister's update on the UK's continued support for Ukraine with the supply of more weapons today. Can my honourable friend confirm that the type of equipment that we provide will evolve as circumstances demand, because this situation is developing, unfortunately, into a war of attrition? And can you further confirm that our commitment will continue for as long as it takes for Putin to fail as he must?
Well, he makes a very good point, Mr. Speaker, and of course, I can confirm that the provision of equipment will evolve. I regard all of the provision we have made as defensive, because this is an absolutely defensive war. It's a sovereign state defending their sovereign territory, and very courageously. I should also point out that alongside the kit, it's about the provision of training and doctrine. Now, of course, I think the Ukrainians are experts themselves in how to fight, but it's the training and it's the doctrine and it's the ability to join up your operations in all of the domains, which actually the Ukrainians have displayed with remarkable facility, that are important. So I foresee a long and significant defence relationship in terms of equipment, but also a very, very important defence relationship in terms of shared training, doctrine and mobilisation together with our Ukrainian friends.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister says there's sufficiency within the armed forces. However, we're in peacekeeping operations and security operations. We're not in combat in Ukraine. And therefore, if there is an escalation of risk, whether in Ukraine or as a result of food shortage elsewhere around the globe, that's seriously going to challenge our capability, isn't it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have, I think we have an armed forces that are more mobile and deployable and agile than ever before, and that is what will meet the threats that we face. And I think that's really what the integrated review got right. Our support to Ukraine has been very, very small in terms of mass, but I think in terms of her question about the readiness or the capacity of our armed forces to be able to react to future threats globally, I think she should be reassured that thanks to the £24 billion uplift in defence spending, we are in good shape. We don't want large bodies of men and women sitting in barracks. We want them deployable, we want them ready, we want them lethal, and we want them agile.
Jameson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Could I please ask the Minister about policy resilience? We've heard from his previous answer, about the fact that the level of support to Ukraine will continue. But can I ask him, please, for how long it will continue, particularly if the conflict goes from months into years, it becomes a attritional campaign? And also, is that view and stance shared by all of our other allies? Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for my honourable friend's question. He pays close attention to these matters, and I think we have all been clear that our support to Ukraine is something that will, I expect, to last many years. We've had a very close defence relationship since 2014. I think we are moving to a phase of the campaign that is attritional and will be continued at tragic and significant cost to the Russian state. We can't speculate on how long it might last, but I think we must be prepared for it to last for a very, very long time. And I think we should be reassured by the fact that we and our allies across Western Europe have the resolve to see this through, because it's resolve, apart from kit and equipment, resolve is the key ingredient to a successful military campaign. We have all observed how the Russian armed forces are completely absent in terms of the moral element, and I would be reassured by the fact that throughout NATO and throughout our military and diplomatic alliances in Western Europe, that resolve is shared, and we are much stronger because we are part of an amazing alliance. And what's different from our position to that of Russia is that they have very few friends.
The humanitarian support that he mentioned includes how we welcome Ukrainian people who want a sanctuary from us. A constituent of mine is sponsoring a family of 5 people. The first visa was approved on the 13th of April. The 5th visa took until the 9th of May. Now, these delays are inexcusable and they are impossible to understand for those applying or for the public in this country. Will he raise again with his colleagues across government the importance of getting this right and offering that welcome in a timely and humanitarian way?
His question, and I thank his constituents for sharing that compassion. The response of the British public has been absolutely magnificent in this regard. I will raise that with the relevant Home Office Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister talks about the agility of the British Army, but don't we also need to see some agility in the thinking of defence ministers? Because it's clear that the integrated review was written with a very different world in mind. It almost entirely overlooked the threat of war in Europe, and we've seen the danger in our history of being complacent. I'm worried that the hubris of ministers defending that integrated review will prevent them showing the agility to actually change now that the threat has changed. So will the Minister just think again about the decision to cut 10,000 more of our troops that CGS is concerned about, and the decision on Challenger tanks, and really make sure we're able to deal with whatever threat faces us?
Well, Mr. Speaker, well, I contest his characterisation of the integrated review, and I mean, he will know from reading it that Russia as a threat is first and foremost containing in the analysis of the integrated review. So it was alive to threat on the European mainland. And of course we retain agility of thought across the ministerial team. We are a threat-led organisation. We will continue to keep our defence posture under review. But I would say, thanks to the £24 billion uplift, we are in good shape. We are in good shape.
Sir Mark Henry.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister, first of all, commend the Minister on the amount of humanitarian and military aid that are going to Ukraine. But can I ask the Minister what assessment he's made of the effectiveness and the capacity of the Ukrainians to be able to distribute that aid, humanitarian aid, effectively, and the ability of the Ukrainian army to be able to get that equipment into the theatre effectively and have the skills and the capacity to be able to use that equipment effectively?
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's an interesting pair of questions, and actually, when it comes to the robustness and the organisational ability of both the Ukrainian armed forces and their humanitarian forces, we have been reassured and amazed at their resilience and the extent to which they have maintained their integrity and their operational capability. So we should be confident that all support we provide, whether it be defensive, lethal aid or indeed humanitarian aid, is reaching its required destination.
Margaret Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The UN have said that the Ukrainian death toll is likely to be much higher than the 3,381 so far confirmed. What support is the UK offering in helping Ukraine retrieve and count their dead and help to ensure families are informed where possible?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will, of course, afford all help that we can following requests from Ukraine. And I think we should put on record that we are expectant that the Ukrainians will do, with our support if required, a very thorough job of gathering all relevant evidence of Russian atrocities, especially against innocent civilians, women and children, in order that Putin and his cronies are held to account very firmly and in good order in front of the International Criminal Court.
Jim Shah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last weekend and Saturday through until yesterday morning, I had the opportunity to be in Poland to see some of the things that the Polish nation were doing for Ukrainian refugees. For the record, Mr. Speaker, it's good whenever you speak to foreign ministers there, they tell us that the people of the United Kingdom and the government have been exceptionally helpful. So I want to put that on the record, since that came straight from the ministerial department. Can I ask the Minister this question? In light of US intelligence suggesting that Putin is betting in for the long haul, will the Minister make clear that our military aid, including the anti-tank missiles from Belfast and my constituency of Strangford, and that supplies will also be available for the long haul, along with the humanitarian aid, which is very important for the victims of Putin's oppression, aggression and violence?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I absolutely can give him that reassurance, and I'm grateful for the question. I think what's unique about the nation supporting Ukraine is their collective resolve and our absolute firm determination to see this through for the long term, however many years that may be.
That ends that urgent question. But before we come to the second urgent question, I'd like to point out to the House that the scope of the question is narrow, focusing on one particular case. Therefore, I'm not expecting members to raise broader, unrelated issues. I expect proceedings on this question to last roughly around 20 minutes. I hope members will bear this in mind when considering whether to seek to catch my eye. I now call Vera Hobhouse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to ask the Secretary of State for Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Affairs if she will make a statement on Jim Fitton.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Lady for raising this important case. And I recognise this is a very distressing time for Mr. Fitton and his family. I would also like to reassure honourable members that the consular officials continue to maintain contact with Mr. Fitton and his family. Indeed, they met with his family this morning, and we liaise with his lawyers to provide consular assistance. Since his arrest in March, consular officials have visited Mr. Fitton on 4 occasions. And we understand the urgency and concerns that Mr. Fitton and his family have. We cannot, of course, interfere or seek to interfere with the judicial process of another country, just as we would not expect interference in our own judicial process. That said, The British ambassador in Baghdad has raised and will continue to raise Mr. Fitton's case with the Iraqi government, and this includes raising with the authorities the UK's very strong opposition to the death penalty, both in terms of its potential application to Mr. Fitton and also our in principle opposition to the death penalty in all instances.
Where Hobart?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for granting this urgent question. May I say that I'm deeply concerned by the Foreign Office's engagement with my constituent's case. Jim is 66-year-old, he's a geologist. He's sitting in a cell in Iraq, he has missed his daughter's wedding, and he potentially faces a death penalty. His family are worried sick. Nearly 250,000 people have signed a petition urging the government to help Jim. Jim's lawyer believes that representations from the British government could make a huge difference in this case, but I'm afraid the government gives the impression that they're not particularly interested or worried. Ministerial engagement has been slow. It took 10 days for the Minister's private office to inform me that a meeting with Jim's family was not on the cards. Jim is now days away from a trial. We are told that the government won't be making the crucial representation to the Iraqi government. It is my understanding that the German government are making representations on behalf of one of their constituents detained with Jim. Why won't the Foreign Office do the same? So I hope the Minister will be able to answer these key questions. Jim's trial is fast approaching. Will the Minister meet with me and Jim's family before the trial and before it is too late? Will he commit to making representations to her Iraqi counterpart, as the German authorities are doing? Mr. Speaker, there are implications far beyond Jim's case. It fits into a concerning pattern of the UK government failing to do enough for its citizens abroad. Can the Minister clarify his view of the role of the Foreign Office in supporting British citizens that run afoul of legal injustices and draconian laws abroad, such as in Jim's case? Will he commit to a root and branch review of how the Foreign Office responds to situations like this? Mr. Speaker, British citizens deserve the help of the British government. Jim Fitton is potentially facing the death penalty. I urge the Minister to do everything they can do to stop this nightmare before it turns into a tragedy.
Mr. Speaker, I completely reject the Honourable Lady's assertions about the role of the British government in this case and other consular cases. Let me remind the House, and with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I do think it's worth going into this in detail. On the 23rd of March, shortly after his arrest, consular officials visited Mr. Fitton in detention. On the 4th of April, consular officials visited him again. On the 10th of April, the British ambassador raised his case with the Iraqi authorities. On the 25th of April, consular officials visited Mr. Fitton in detention again. On the 1st of May, the British Embassy sent a note verbale to the Iraqi government on Mr. Fitton's case. On the 1st of May, the British ambassador again raised the issue of Mr. Fitton's case with the Iraqi government. On the 8th of May, the British ambassador to Iraq again raised Mr. Fitton's case with the Iraqi government. On the 8th of May, consular officials visited Mr. Fitton in detention. On the 10th of May, the British ambassador to Iraq again raised Mr. Fitton's case with the Iraqi officials. On the 11th of May, just today, as I said, the family met with our expert consular officials on the FCDO. We do these things not because these cases are raised in the House. We do these things because they are the right thing to do. I am proud of the work that our officials do both in Iraq and the consular team here in the UK to support individuals and the families of those individuals who have been arrested. We will, of course, continue to raise this case with the Iraqi officials, and we will, of course, continue to liaise with Mr. Fitton and his family, and we will continue to support British nationals in incarceration around the globe.
Right.
Speaker, Mr. Fitton is not my constituent, but a large number of his family and friends live in the village of Box, just outside Bath. First of all, two caveats. First, I entirely accept your injunction that this is not a matter for the Minister's injunction, rather, this is not a matter for the British government. It must come under the Iraqi judicial system. That's perfectly correct. And secondly, that ancient relics are of extreme importance to the Iraqi government, particularly post Saddam Hussein. However, with this background, I also, incidentally, reject much of what the Honourable Lady from Bath had to say about the consular service in general, which, in my experience, is absolutely outstandingly good, and quite wrong to attack it in general because of this particular case. Having said which, we have here an elderly, well, a little bit younger than me, but nonetheless an elderly scientist who inadvertently picked up a couple of shards in Iraq, a very, very minor offence in our terms, albeit an important one with regard to Iraq. And he's facing potentially very long prison sentences or even possibly the death sentence. So I want to hear from the Minister that he absolutely commits himself to doing whatever we can through the consular service, particularly providing English-speaking lawyers and English-speaking support, one kind or another, to try and either get him off or, secondly, at least to mitigate the sentence that he will have to face.
I thank the honourable gentleman's kind remarks about the professionalism of the Foreign Office's consular team. They deal with incredibly difficult and sensitive issues regularly. I can assure him that we will continue to work tirelessly to bring this case to the attention of our opposite numbers in the Iraqi government. As I say, it would be wrong for us to attempt to distort their legal process, but we will, of course, help Mr Fitton's family secure legal representation, including English-speaking legal representation, to give him the proper ability to defend himself in this instance.
Now comes Shadow Minister Bambos Orlando.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Bath, for securing this urgent question today and for her tireless advocacy on behalf of her constituent, Jim Fitton. My thoughts are with Mr Fitton and his family, and I'd like to echo the concerns raised by colleagues across the House. In March, Mr Fitton, a British citizen and retired geologist, was arrested in Iraq on a charge that carries the death penalty, and he remains detained. As we've heard, he was part of a tour group visiting Iraq on an organised geology and archaeology trip during the tour. The group picked up some broken fragments of stone and pottery from the ground. The fragments were out in the open, unprotected, and without nearby signage warning against their removal. Members of the tour were told they could take the fragments home as a souvenir, as they held no economic or historical value. And as a retired geologist, Mr Fitton's family have made clear he would never in any way intend to disrespect or appropriate the rich and fascinating culture of the region, but rather to celebrate it. However, he awaits a trial date for sentencing, which is expected imminently, and the window for intervention from the Foreign Office is therefore narrowing. Urgent government action is needed, and the lack of engagement from the ministers is creating frustration from everyone who wishes to see this situation resolved. And the Foreign Office needs to do everything it can to protect British citizens wrongfully being detained abroad, and I hear what the Minister has said about the consular support that's been provided already. But I'd like to ask the Minister what efforts the FCDO is taking urgently on behalf of Mr Fitton in securing high-level meeting with judicial officials in Iraq, and this is in relation to legal representation, to resolve this case, and also in engaging with Mr Fitton's family. And does he also share my concern that by dragging its feet on a case such as this, the public trust in the government's commitment to protecting British citizens wrongfully detained abroad is profoundly impacted? Mr Speaker, as each day passes, this case becomes more serious, and I urge the government to take the necessary steps to allow Jim to be reunited with his family before it's too late. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, the FCDO visited Mr Fitton in detention on the 23rd of March. He was arrested on the 21st of March. The honourable gentleman, who knows I have a huge amount of respect for him, is frankly talking nonsense when he talks about dragging our feet. We visited Mr Fitton in detention within days of his arrest. We have visited him 3 times since that. We have had, as I said, on more than weekly occasions, interacted from the ambassador to the Iraqi government on this issue. I completely reject the assertion that he's made about the British government's engagement on this issue. We are deeply engaged with this issue. We will remain deeply engaged with this issue. As I said, it would be completely inappropriate for us to seek to distort the Iraqi legal process, but we will continue to support Mr Fitton in his legal case, in the defence of the case against him, and we will continue to support his family through what we completely understand is a deeply distressing time.
Andrew Morrison, Dr. Andrew Morrison.
I congratulate the Honourable Lady, the Member for Bath, and my near neighbour on raising the case of her constituent. Accepting that government can't interfere directly in matters of this sort, will he understand that the mechanics of the criminal justice systems of other jurisdictions isn't necessarily the same as we would expect in the United Kingdom? And will he contrast the approach to this problem by the UK government with that of Germany, which appears at ministerial level to be far more involved?
Mr. Speaker, having previously held the brief for the Middle East and North Africa, I can assure him, and indeed as a predecessor in that role, he will know that the UK enjoys a very close and strong relationship with the Iraqi government at both ministerial and official level. I completely understand the point that he makes about different judicial systems being dissimilar to our own, but we have to respect the judicial system in the countries that operate. We completely understand the concern that Mr. Fitton and his family have around this, and we will continue to engage as intensively as we have done already to ensure that the trial he receives is fair, that he has good legal representation, and that, and as I say, we do these things not because of questions in the House. We do these things because we believe it is absolutely the right thing for the UK government to do to support British nationals overseas.
SNP spokesperson, Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the reason it's been brought to this, and I welcome this question being brought by the Honourable Member for Bath to this House, is because precisely action on the ground isn't happening, albeit the reassurances we're already having. Mr. Speaker, this is an unimaginably anxious and distressing time for Jim Fitton and his family, and I'd like to send a message of support to all of them on behalf of the SNP today. Sadly, we know the SCDO do not have the strongest track record on ensuring the safe and swift release of UK nationals from foreign detention. The SCDO must intervene now using every diplomatic avenue to prevent Iraqi authorities from sentencing Mr. Fitton to death. It is wholly disproportionate that Mr. Fitton potentially faces the death penalty for the removal of protected fragments and artefacts, and his family have stated that SCDO ministers are yet to lobby their Iraqi counterparts against issuing a death sentence. First of all, is this true? And if so, why is urgent action not being taken to safeguard a UK national? And finally, what's the FC doing to urgently secure Mr. Fitton's release?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not just going to simply say I refer the honourable gentleman to the answers I've given, but I do think that when I have listed the intensive level of engagement that we have had at the most senior levels within the British Embassy in Iraq, directly with the Iraqi government, including the issue of a note verbal, that for members of this House to say that the UK government has not been engaged in this is a complete perversion of the situation. We completely understand both Mr. Fitton and his family's concern around the situation here. We absolutely will continue to support him and them through this incredibly difficult time, and we will continue to engage with the Iraqi government to ensure the right outcome for Mr. Fitton, as I say, but we cannot, we should not, and we would not accept it happening to us that we seek to distort their legal system.
Neil Hanby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all pay tribute and thank the Right Honourable Lady, or the Honourable Lady from Bath, for her work on this case, and I want to express my support and solidarity to Jim Fitton's family. Nothing can be more important than a function of consular services and to support those facing injustice abroad. Jim Fitton's sister, Ruth, approached me over the May Bank holiday. She's my constituent, and she set out the situation that the family and Jim are currently experiencing. I wrote immediately to the Foreign Secretary that afternoon, twice actually. I have yet to receive a response, so I would gently suggest to the Minister that his claims of urgency on this matter are certainly not reflected in the response or lack of that I have experienced from raising this case. Now, I wrote to the Foreign Secretary to implore her to take action. I have had no response, even though I made it very clear that we were in a perilous situation and that the trial date could be set for this week. It's now understood to be the 15th of May. I want to pick up on a particular point. I support all of the questions that have been raised by members across the House so far, but surely advocacy for a British citizen is not interference in a legal system. And the family's lawyers, they're responsible for the legal case. All they're asking the FCDO to do is to endorse that case. And what I would like to know is, will the Foreign Commonwealth Development Office please give us a single point of contact, somebody that we can liaise with and the family can liaise with, so that we are kept up to date on what's happening?
Mr. Speaker, the family have a point of contact within the consular system. The honourable gentleman says he wrote to the Foreign Secretary in May. Prior to his correspondence, we had already visited Mr. Finton in detention 3 times. We had raised his case with the Iraqi authorities and we had issued a note verbal.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his response, but can the Minister further outline what steps have been taken to assess the adequacy of food, exercise and light that Mr Filton has access to, and what steps are the United Kingdom Government taking, if possible, with the Iraq Government to secure his release back to the United Kingdom under some system where he can then access his family? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises a valid point. Part of our regular visits with Mr. Fitton is to ensure that his circumstances remain humane and appropriate. We give advice with regards to the remand system, what privileges he might expect, social and welfare services, and we also, of course, seek to ensure that he gets proper English language representation. These are the things that we will continue to do to support him through what, as a number of honourable and right honourable members have already mentioned, has not yet gone to trial.
Margaret Furry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for coming to the Chamber today to respond to this UK and ask him what constructive action can the Government take to put pressure on Iraq to secure Jim's safe release and, at the very least, to have the abhorrent threat of the death penalty taken off the table immediately.
Mr. Speaker, as I say, in all our interactions with not just Iraq, but in all countries that have the death penalty, we ensure, when we speak of this issue, we highlight the fact that we have an in-principle opposition to the death penalty. We will, of course, continue to make it clear to the Iraqis that we oppose the imposition of the death penalty, both in Mr. Fitton's case and more generally. With regards to support to his legal team, ultimately it would not be appropriate for the UK Government to take on a quasi role as legal representatives, but we will of course ensure that Mr. Fitton does have appropriate and a professional legal representation in a language that he can understand.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. May I congratulate my honourable friend from Bath for raising this. Mr. Speaker, there's a difference between consular support and ministerial support. And my question to the Minister is, what's the point in all these visits if then when there are opportunities to actually do something useful, it doesn't get done? So, for example, Jim's lawyer referred the case to the Court of Secession. Doing so would have, in effect, thrown the case out. That moment, a supportive letter from the Minister would have made all the difference. Absolutely. And yet that did not happen. Yep. Why?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable lady is fundamentally wrong in her assertion. Our consular staff are the experts in this field. It is absolutely right that whether it be the ambassadorial team in Baghdad or indeed the consular team here in the UK, that we apply the technical experts to problems such as this. That is exactly what we have done.
Jonathan Edwards.
He mentioned in an earlier answer that there was a direct line for the family to contact officials. Can you confirm that that actually is an open line for the family to contact whenever they seek reassurance, as opposed to a line of reporting back on the government's actions?
Mr. Speaker, our consular team, as I've highlighted, are in regular contact with the family. Had a meeting with them just today. I have no doubt that our team will continue to work with them. We recognise just how concerning, how fearful they will be because of these circumstances. Our consular team are expert in dealing with families in circumstances like this, and I have no doubt they will continue to liaise closely with Mr Fitton's family.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Fitton is clearly not my constituent, but his former colleague Mark Smith is, and Mr Smith is bereft at the plight of his former colleague. Can I ask the Minister to impress upon Iraqi authorities that Mr Fitton is far from some profiteering treasure hunter. He is instead a deeply respectful and accredited academic who would never disrespect Iraq or its artefacts. And can the Minister confirm that the government will use all channels to try and impress upon the Iraqi authorities the most expedient and increased leniency in this case?
Mr Speaker, I can assure the honourable gentleman that the UK government are, at every level, always seek to take the actions that we believe will best benefit British nationals overseas. I can assure him that the level of engagement that I have outlined already in my answers will set the pattern for our continued engagement. We will, of course, seek to ensure that the legal process is conducted absolutely properly, and that we support Mr Fitton through our consular services and his family throughout this incredibly concerning process.
We now come to presentation of bills. Presentation of Bill Secretary Nadeem Zahawi.
Higher Education Freedom of Speech Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 88 and the order of the 25th of April 2022, the bill is read a second time. Consideration what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of the bill. Secretary George Eustace.
Animal Welfare Kept Animals Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 88 and the order of the 25th of April 2022, the bill is read a second time. Consideration what day? Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of Bill. Secretary Nadeem Doris.
Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Bill, presentation and second reading.
In accordance with Standing Order number 88 and the order of the 26th of January 2022, the bill is now read a second time. Bill to be considered what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of Bill. Secretary Nadine Dorris.
Online Safety Bill, presentation, second reading and committal.
In accordance with Standing Order number 88 and the order of 19th of April 2022, the bill is read a second time and stands committed to the Public Bill Committee. We now come to presentation of the bill. Secretary Grant Sharps.
High Speed Rail Crewe Manchester Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of bill. Secretary Michael Gove.
Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of the bill. Secretary Priti Patel.
National Security Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. We now come to presentation of bill. Secretary Priti Patel. Sarah.
Public Order Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Right. Presentation of bill. Secretary Anne-Marie Trevelyan.
Trade Australia and New Zealand Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. My word. Right. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Queen's Speech, motion for an address, adjourned debate on question.
Now.
No. The question is that the humble address be presented to Her Majesty as on the order paper. I now call the Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to open the Queen's Speech debate today on behalf of Her Majesty's Government. Keeping citizens safe is the first duty of any government. And while it is not the only duty, meeting every other duty depends upon it. Wherever fear and crime flourish, people cannot, nor can our economy or our democracy. The Conservative Party is a party of law and order. And unlike some, we understand that freedom includes the freedom of the law-abiding majority to go about their business free from harm. Those on the benches opposite are eager to defend the murderers, paedophiles, rapists, thugs and people with no right to be here. They cheer on the selfish protesters who cause chaos and endanger life. They back people who thwart the removal of foreign national offenders from our country. And in the last session, Mr. Speaker, parties opposite voted against the police and crime bill and the measures to stop the likes of Insulate Britain ruin the lives, I will not give way, of ordinary working people on the rights of their daily business, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Lady will have the chance to speak shortly. They voted against tougher sentences for killer drivers, Mr. Speaker, greater powers to monitor terrorists, and an end to the automatic release of dangerous criminals. They're much less curious, Mr. Speaker, about the rights of everyone else to go about their everyday business free from molestation. It amazes me that the Labour Party dare to hold a debate on crime just after having voted against the PCSE bill. And if they really cared, Mr. Speaker, they would have backed the bill. Mr. Speaker, this government and this party backs the police, our intelligence and security services and the law-abiding majority. We have reformed the criminal justice system so that it better supports victims and ensures that criminals are not only caught but punished, Mr. Speaker. I'll give way shortly. And while the Right Honourable Lady opposite voted repeatedly against boosting police funding, we have given the police the investment they needed, an increase of £1.1 billion, taking the spending to nearly £17 billion a year. I will give way.
I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way, and I want to take her on to a subject. I don't want to engage in the toing and froing on that she started her contribution on. I want to engage in a subject where I think there is actually unity across the House, and that's in the fight against economic crime. And would she agree with me that if actually we are to be effective in fighting economic crime, we have to have measures which introduce better transparency, that we have to properly fund our enforcement agencies, and they are not at the moment fit for purpose, and that we also have to ensure that the enablers of economic crime are held to account for the actions they take.
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and I will come on to in my remarks about the forthcoming economic crime bill, which speaks very specifically about how we do not just better and more, but how we target our resources to stamp out fraud, but also go after the permissive environment, those individuals that occupy that space, to commit the most appalling crimes when it comes to economic crime. Since I became Home Secretary, I will in just a moment, I'll make some progress. Since I became Home Secretary, an additional 13,500 police officers have been recruited. We are well on the way, Mr. Speaker, to our target of 20,000 more police officers by next March. Following the incredible response to our public consultation, I will give way. Colleague here. And then
I'm extremely grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way. Can I just reinforce the cross-party nature of what the Right Honourable Lady for Barking has just said? She will know that the Right Honourable Lady and I have done quite a lot in the House to support the points that she has just made. And I very much hope that when the right moment comes in the economic crime bill, she will perhaps listen carefully to the work that has already been done to try and reinforce the very point she's just made.
Well, if I may, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend is absolutely correct on this, and I know actually for many years he's been a champion of many of the reforms, some of which have been put in place. We've had Economic Crime Bill Part 1 through sanctions, but actually this bill, the next legislation, the bill that comes forward, will also tackle Companies House and many of the wider issues that obviously have been raised. I will give praise to my colleague.
I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary. She talked about the extra 13,000 officers recruited across the UK. It perhaps helps to break it down. In Cheshire, 189 new officers. But we're seeing results from those additional recruits. A striking improvement in the number of arrests in relation to child abuse cases. Officers increased from 10 to 46. and last month 28 extra arrests in Cheshire. Does she agree with me that that sort of increase makes a significant difference? And it's not just about having fluorescent jackets on the street, it's about the work of investigators tackling terrible crimes like child abuse.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker, and there are a number of points to make, actually, and I know that the Policing Minister recently visited that team as well. So first and foremost, when it comes to the most appalling crimes of child abuse and sex or sexual exploitation, I'll come on to some of this as well shortly. There are a number of significant measures, Mr. Speaker, that were passed through Parliament in the PCSE bill, as well in toughening sentences, which, again, if I may, Mr. Speaker, make the point that the party opposite voted against. But following, let me make a bit more progress. Following the incredible response to our public consultation, we published the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. The government has passed the Domestic Abuse Act and launched the multi-year Enough campaign to challenge and change misogynistic attitudes. These are terrible crimes which disproportionately affect women and girls, such as domestic abuse, sexual violence, stalking and female genital mutilation. Addressing these is our priority and responsibility. Just a second. The government's rape review found a steep decline in the number of cases reaching court since 2016. One of the key reasons for this was the number of victims withdrawing from the criminal justice process. And in too many instances, the criminal justice system has simply not been good enough and has failed victims. Across government, my colleagues and I intend to transform support for victims by ensuring that cases are investigated fully and pursued vigorously through the courts. I will give way, yeah.
To the Home Secretary for giving way, but would she explain, she wants to talk about victims, can she explain why crime is up 18%? But prosecutions are down 18%.
Hey, Mr. Speaker, to come on to this as well, plus through the Rape Action Plan. First and foremost, if I may, I just want to speak about the Rape Action Plan. We will increase the number of cases reaching court back to 2016 levels, and that also means reducing the number of victims who withdraw from the process and put more rapists behind bars. Now, in terms of how the government will do this, of course, investment is absolutely crucial to this. Investment, not just money, but in capabilities, but also into the court system. The government is investing over £80 million in the Crown Prosecution Service, and this will be invested to tackle backlogs, to recruit more prosecutors across the entire country, because we need to start tackling this inequality. It is a fact that there is a significant inequality, and some of that comes down to the way charges have been made, prosecutions, etc. But there are other challenges as well. And this money, no, I won't give way. The Honourable Lady will have the chance to speak. There'll be an opportunity for you to speak shortly. But also, if I may finish my point, and then I may come to her. But also, the other factor in terms of policing is the increase in volume of digital evidence. And there is a vast amount of work taking place across policing and the CPS now to look at how we can have an end-to-end approach across the criminal justice system to assess digital evidence. And for the first time, the criminal justice system is now going to be held to account through performance scorecards, through the Crime and Justice Task Force, but also through the MOJ as well as the Home Office. I will give way.
To her for giving way. On this point, is she aware, among student victims of sexual assault, of the use of gagging clauses and NDAs in university non-contact agreements? I am in touch with various victims, particularly from Oxford University. One college, Lady Margaret Hall, has now signed a pledge saying it will no longer use these, but none of the other colleges had. Would she join me and the Universities Minister in asking other colleges to do the same? And would she consider meeting with me so I can relay to her the thoughts of victims in these cases?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and I hear calls for more legislation from the party opposite, but quite frankly, if I may, Mr. Speaker, they also vote against all the government's legislation as well. This is a very serious point, and through the Crime and Justice Task Force in particular, which is a cross-government endeavour, the Education Secretary and other parts of government as well, working with the MOJ, work together to address and tackle these particular issues. And of course, the CPS has a very important important role to play here as well. I'd be delighted to meet with her and also speak to the Universities Minister about this, because it is simply not right. Quite frankly, it's immoral, some of the practices that are being used, because effectively they are denying victims their right to have a voice. And Mr. Speaker, no, I won't give way, because she'll have the chance to speak. Mr. Speaker, if I may, the Honourable Lady will have the chance to speak shortly, and I'm very conscious, I think there are 32 speakers in this debate, Mr. Speaker, so I will make way. Yes, I will give way to the Chair of the Select Committee.
I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary. And on the particular issue of convictions for rape and serious sexual assault, one of the recommendations from the Home Affairs Select Committee was to have RASO units in all police forces. I wondered if the Home Secretary could say something about whether she will ensure that all police forces now have those specialist units, because we know it's more likely the investigations will be more thorough, that victims will be treated better, and that convictions will follow.
Well, the Honourable Lady is absolutely right, and she will also be aware of Operation Soteria, which effectively is that, and I'm going to come on to the wider support through the court system and IDFAs as well. But effectively, the way in which the system is working now in a much more joined-up way, which I'm sure the Honourable Lady on the front bench would also welcome. If I may just make a bit of progress and finish my comments to the Chair of the Select Committee. These are measures that have to be integrated with policing, but also with the CPS as well, so that we do have that end-to-end approach in terms of prosecution. I will give way.
Could I thank the Home Secretary for giving way? She did talk about passports. Now, constituents are telling me that there are long delays at the passport office, and this could badly affect both the travel industry and ruin family holidays. So we need action now. Will the Home Secretary deal with this and ensure the backlog is dealt with in the coming weeks?
So I'm very happy if the Honourable Gentleman has a particular case, and in fact I've been speaking to other members. No, please send that to me. There has been a problem with Teleperformance, which is the company that runs the helpline on this, but I'd be very, very happy to address his points. And if I may, there's a great deal of work taking place operationally with HMPO in dealing with passports applications, and we are about to have yet another record month of passport delivery. Mr. Speaker, the fourth round of the Proven Safer Streets Fund is worth £50 million and also will help to reclaim spaces so people across our communities and streets are safe. Now, Mr. Speaker, alongside Safer Streets, the government obviously has been working assiduously to combat issues such as drugs and county lines. And while we know that members of the party opposite are weak on combating drugs, this government has overseen the arrest of 7,400 people as part of the County Lines drug programme, and 1,500 lines have been closed. Drug seizures by police officers and border force in England and Wales in 2020-21 increased by 21% on the previous year. The 10-year drug strategy is underpinned by £30 million of new investment to tackle this scourge. The Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act backs the police with improved powers and more support for officers and their families in recognition of the unique and enormous sacrifices that they make. It means tougher sentences for the worst offenders and modernises the criminal justice system with an overhaul of the courts and tribunals processes. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my friend for giving way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, with regards to the Police Crime Sentencing Courts Bill, because when I brought to this House the Desecration of War Memorials Bill, it was this Home Secretary who immediately picked it up and ran with it and included it in this bill, despite the mocking from the party opposite, including the Leader of the Opposition, saying that we were trying to protect statues rather than war memorials and war graves to our glorious dead. Thank you, Home Secretary.
I would like to thank my honourable friend actually for his contribution and support in making the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts an Act of Parliament, because effectively it is through that work we are now able to protect our officers, stand with them and back the police, but also have tougher sentences for the worst offenders and modernise the criminal justice system. The most serious sexual and violent offenders will spend longer in prison, Mr. Speaker. The maximum sentence for assaulting an emergency worker through the Act has doubled, and whole-life orders for those who commit premeditated murder of a child will be extended. Mr. Speaker, all key features in the Act. This government is also investing £4 billion to create 20,000 additional prison places by the mid-2020s, and the GPS tagging of 10,000 burglars, robbers and thieves over the next 3 years will deter further offending and support the police in pinning down criminals to the scene of their crime. Which is why this government, Mr. Speaker, will not stop. The Beating Crime Plan is exactly the plan to cut rates of serious violence, homicide and neighbourhood crime. And it includes, I will give way.
Would allow me. I co-chair with my honourable friend on her benches this Miscarriages of Justice group. We're currently looking at the real problems of forensic science since it's been privatised. Yeah. If we're going to catch more criminals, if we're going to be more effective in the criminal justice system, will she put that as a priority, that the forensic science in every part of the country should be as good as it could be?
I'd just like to pay tribute, actually, to the honourable gentleman and the work of the group. Forensic science and the investment that goes into forensic science is absolutely crucial to making sure that justice is served, but also that the victims receive the justice that they deserve. I'd be very happy, actually, perhaps with ministers to organise a meeting on this, because there is a great deal of investment and work that's taken place around forensic science, primarily because crime evolves, crime types evolves, and plus, in the same way in which sexual violence cases take place, rape, digital evidence actually needs to be treated in a very, very different way. So digital downloads, the time that it takes, the implications for forensic use. So we'd be very, very happy to meet and have further discussion and perhaps, share any information or any good practice as well that we are experiencing from this evolving area. But Mr. Speaker, the Beating Crime Plan includes £130 million to tackle serious violence and knife crime. This complements the improved stop and search powers we have given to the police so that they can do what is necessary to keep people safe. This Law and Order Conservative government is introducing several bills in this parliamentary session that will further help to prevent crime and deliver justice, Mr. Speaker. The Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act was a major step forward, but elements, Mr. Speaker, were frustrated by the unelected other place urged on by members opposite. We will not be deterred from our duty to protect the law-abiding majority from the mob rule and the thuggery that we have seen. And the Public Order Bill combats the guerrilla tactics that will bring such misery to the hard-working public, that disrupts businesses, interferes with emergency services, costs taxpayers millions and puts lives at risk. Yes, I will.
Thank the Home Secretary for giving way. It's very generous with the time. Now, the Public Order Bill, as she knows, will be music to the ears of many residents in Ashfield. We've seen these eco, whatever they are, with their little hammers smashing petrol stations up. Does she think it's a good idea that we should give them bigger hammers, some tools, and put them to work 7 days a week like the rest of us?
Well, my humble friend, like me, believes in work. And that is effectively what we're doing in this government. We're cracking on with the job, basically, and delivering for the British people on the people's priorities. I think it's important, Mr. Speaker, just to reflect on this point, though. The dangerous nature of these protests should not be lost on anyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, particularly when we saw the recent Just Stop Oil protests. There were particular sites and oil refineries where these protesters imposed themselves. And it is really just a miracle, Mr. Speaker, that somebody was not killed or injured through the tactics that were being used. And if I may, Mr. Speaker, just to give one example, in the county of Essex, £3.5 million was spent just in police and overtime, draining the resources of Essex Police so that they could not protect citizens across the county to deal with these protesters, while at the same time calling upon mutual aid from Scotland, Wales and Devon and Cornwall. So despite Labour and the Lib Dems ganging up to prevent those measures being introduced in the Police and Crime Bill, we will act to support working people because we are on their side, Mr. Speaker. This bill will prevent our major transport projects and infrastructure from being targeted by protesters and introduce a new criminal offence of locking on and going equipped to lock on, criminalising the act of attaching yourself to other people, objects or buildings to cause serious disruption and harm. The bill also extends stop and search powers for the police to search for and seize articles related to protest-related offences and introduces serious disruption prevention orders, a new preventative court order targeting protesters who are determined to repeatedly inflict disruption on the public. The breach of these orders, Mr. Speaker, will be a criminal offence. Mr. Speaker, modern slavery is something that rightly exercises this House. It is a damning indictment of humanity that this ancient evil has not gone away. This government will follow previous Conservative governments in doing everything that we can to identify it and stamp it out. The new modern slavery bill will strengthen the protection and support for victims of human trafficking and modern slavery. It will place greater demands on companies and other organisations to keep modern slavery out of their supply chains. The bill will enshrine in domestic law the government's international obligations to victims of modern slavery, especially regarding their rights to assistance and support. And it will provide greater legal certainty for victims assessing needs-based support. Law enforcement agencies will have stronger tools to prevent modern slavery, to protect victims and bring those engaged in this obscene trade to justice. In response to Putin's appalling and barbaric war on Ukraine, this House passed an economic crime bill, Mr. Speaker, within a day, so that we could sanction those with ties with Putin. The UK is an outstanding country to do business in no small part because dirty money is not welcome here. An additional economic crime and corporate transparency bill will mean we can crack down even harder on kleptocrats, criminals and terrorists who abuse our open economy. There will be greater protections for customers, consumers and businesses from economic crimes such as fraud and money laundering. Companies House will be supported in delivering a better service for over 4 million UK companies with improved collection of data to inform business transactions and lending decisions throughout our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Online Safety Bill will tackle fraud and scams by requiring large social media platforms and search engines to prevent publication of fraudulent paid-for advertising. It will address the most serious legal content, including child sexual exploitation and abuse, much of which, Mr. Speaker, it just beggars belief and is utterly sickening. Public trust will be restored by making companies responsible for their users' safety online. And communication offences will reflect the modern world with updated laws on threatening communication online, as well as criminalising cyber flashing. I will.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. Now, she has expressed her outrage and disgust at the crime and abuse which is to be found online. Couldn't she explain to us why her party has done nothing about it for the last 12 years?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, first of all, she and her party spend a great deal of time voting against the measures that we do bring forward to this House. And the second point is, of course, the Online Safety Bill. The Online Safety Bill will give the lady opposite and the party opposite every opportunity to support keeping the public safe through some of these new offences that will be brought in. Mr. Speaker, this government was elected on a manifesto commitment to update the Human Rights Act so that we enjoy the right balance between the rights of individuals, national security and effective government. The UK is a global leader with ancient and proud traditions of freedom and human rights. Our Bill of Rights will reinforce freedom of speech and recognise trial by jury. It will strengthen our common law traditions and reduce our reliance on Strasbourg case law. Crucially, the Bill of Rights will restore public confidence and curb the abuse of the human rights framework by criminals. This is a welcome and much-needed update 20 years after the Human Rights Act came into force, and it will apply to the whole of the United Kingdom. Human rights are not something that should only be extended to criminals, Mr. Speaker. In what has to be the most twisted logic I have seen as Home Secretary, I've lost count of the number of representations I've received from immigration lawyers and Labour members opposite, begging me not to deport dangerous foreign criminals. The Conservative Party stands firmly with the law-abiding majority. The most vulnerable amongst us are not murderers, sex offenders and violent thugs, but they're victims. Our Victims Bill will mean that victims are at the heart of the criminal justice system, that they will get the right support at the right time, and when they report a crime, the system will deliver a fair and speedy outcome. The Victims Code will be placed into law, setting a clear signal of what they have the right to expect. There will be more transparent and better oversight on how criminal justice agencies support victims so that we can identify problems, drive up standards and give the public confidence. We are increasing the funding for victim support services to £185 million by 2024-25, and that will mean more independent sexual and domestic violence advisors and new key services such as the crisis helpline. I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend, and I very much welcome the measures to make the Victims Code on a statutory footing, because they're very basic rights that need to be upheld for anyone who is a victim of crime. But one of the other consequences of being a victim of crime is very often the mental health fallout from being involved in that crime and what follows afterwards, the trial or other matters. And during what is Mental Health Awareness Week, what is it that can be done to add to the Victims Code to ensure that those who do find themselves in that unenviable position get the support they need so they can get their mental health back as well as the rest of their life?
Well, my right honourable friend makes, I think, probably one of the most important points around support for victims, but also how we can help victims rebuild their lives. And live their lives with confidence going forward. Now, within this work and the framework, of course, there is how do we integrate many of our mental health service supports and the NHS more widely. So the funding for victims, particularly in the areas of domestic violence advisors and independent sectional and domestic violence advisors, is just one part of this. And legislation is only part of the solution. This is about how we deliver integrated services within our communities, and also how much of the triaging takes place, whether it's through police and crime commissioners, through the victims commissioner, or even through local policing, as well as mental health in the community as well. I will. One last time, I'll give way.
Thank the Secretary of State for giving way. The Secretary of State mentioned there £187 million, I think, was for victim support. Can I ask, Minister, Secretary of State, will some of that money come to Northern Ireland? Will it be new money? Will it be part of the Barnett consequential, or how will it feature through?
So, Mr. Speaker, many of these issues are devolved matters, but what I would like to do with the honourable gentleman, this is such important work, and there is a lot of good work taking place now through the integrated end-to-end approach, but also through the scorecards that we are now setting up. So I'd be very happy for him to speak to our ministers about what the best practice, the learnings, and how the work can actually come to Northern Ireland. There is, I think it's fair to say, a great deal more that we do need to do in Northern Ireland, and I know these are conversations we've had many times. Mr. Speaker, the Data Reform Bill will modernise the Information Commissioner's Office so that it can take stronger action against organisations that breach data rules. We now have more than 490 more Crown Court courtroom places available for use, which is comparable to pre-pandemic levels. More than 700 courtrooms that can safely hold face-to-face hearings are open across the civil and family justice system. An additional 250 rooms are available for virtual hearings. In March, we announced the extension of 30 Nightingale courtrooms, and we have opened 2 new super courtrooms in Manchester and Loughborough. Furthermore, we are ensuring that sufficient judicial capacity by expanding our plans for judicial recruitment will take place. Mr. Speaker, the Nationality and Borders Act will mean we can focus our support on those who need it the most, not those who can afford to pay the evil people smuggling gangs to come into our country. The Act increases the sentences for those coming here illegally and means that people smugglers face a life behind bars. It also makes it easier to remove dangerous foreign criminals, as demanded by the British public, but not by the benches opposite or those lawyers who are working to undermine the will of the public. The British public's priorities are those of this government, and we're on their side and will continue to do everything that we can through making this Act viable, workable and delivering for the British people. Mr. Speaker, we are hospitable and charitable as a country, but our capacity to support over 80 million people worldwide who are on the move is not limitless, and many others on the party opposite and the opposite benches do not seem to understand that. Well, we do. That is why we have developed our world-leading migration and economic development partnership with Rwanda to deter illegal entry. We are providing solutions to the global migration challenges countries across the world are facing. But of course, as ever, we hear very little from the party opposite, who seem to support the same old broken system and uncontrolled migration to our country. Mr. Speaker, 2 terrorist incidents highlight how we can never be complacent. The attack outside Liverpool's Women's Hospital last year would have been a disaster had it not been for the incredible quick thinking and the courage of the taxi driver who was involved on the scene. The terrible murder of our dear friend Sir David Amis was shocking, but not without precedent. We have worked closely together, Mr. Speaker, clearly to tighten the security for our members, and we will continue to do so. But this government will also continue to work with our Five Eyes partners to keep the United Kingdom and our allies safe. The National Cyber Strategy outlines my approach to tackling cybercrime, but with that, of course, also terrorist activity that is committed online, but also information that is circulated by terrorist individuals and organisations. But going further, Mr. Speaker, the G7 Forum on Ransomware launched new programmes like our work on economic crime to counter illicit finance and commodities. Improving our international partners' ability to disrupt organised crime, but also terrorist activity, is a priority that this government is absolutely committed to. In the last 12 months, we've also completed a review of police firearms licensing procedures in response to the terrible and tragic shootings in Plymouth last August. New statutory guidance came into force in November. It improves firearms licensing, safety standards, and will ensure greater consistency in decision-making. The measures in the National Security Bill will further protect our national security, the British public, and our vital interests from those who seek to harm the UK. It delivers on our manifesto commitment to ensure that the security services have the powers they need. The bill presents the biggest overhaul of state threats legislation for a generation. We have world-class law enforcement and intelligence agencies, Mr. Speaker, but they face an ever-present and increasingly sophisticated threat. The bill gives them an enhanced range of tools, powers and protections to tackle the full range of state threats that have evolved since we last legislated in this area. It will also prevent the exploitation of civil legal aid and civil damage payments by convicted terrorists. It enhances our ability to deter, detect and disrupt state actors who target the UK, preventing spies from harming our strategic interests and stealing our innovations and inventions. The bill also repeals and replaces existing espionage laws, many of which were primarily designed to counter the threat from German spies around the time of the First World War. It will introduce new offences to address state-backed sabotage, foreign interference, the theft of trade secrets, and assisting a foreign intelligence service. The bill will, for the first time, make it an offence to be a covert spy on our soil. A foreign influence registration scheme will require individuals to register certain arrangements with foreign governments to help prevent damaging or hostile influence being exerted on them here. Crucially, the national security...
I'm grateful to the Home Secretary for giving way. I wonder if she can confirm if the National Security Bill will clarify, would it have been inappropriate or unlawful for a Foreign Secretary to have met with a former KGB officer, as we understand the Prime Minister did back in April of 2018?
Well, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to comment on a specific example that has been given. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I think actually the focus should be on the legislation that is coming forward in this House. Well, there'll be plenty of debates to be discussed on this, rather than making a point like that. Crucially, the National Security Bill, I think this actually, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the way in which the party opposite actually treat matters of national security and the disdain that they're showing to the significance of the threats that are posed. The National Security Bill, I won't give way. I do need to make progress so that others can come in. The National Security Bill provides us powers to tackle state threats at an earlier stage by criminalising conduct in preparation for state threats. It will also mean that other offences committed by those acting for a foreign state can be labelled as state threats and those responsible sentenced accordingly. When sentences for offences outside of the bill, judges will be required to consider any connection to state threat activity and reflect the seriousness of when they are handing down the sentence. There is also a new range of measures to manage those who pose a threat, but whom it has not been possible to prosecute. The use of these measures will, of course, be subject to rigorous checks and balances, including from the courts. But we cannot be passive, sitting around until someone does something that is awful. The Manchester bombing tore into the fabric of our freedom, Mr. Speaker. It was a truly evil act that targeted people. Many of them were young and children who were doing something that should have been a simple pleasure, attending a concert. The Protect Bill will keep people safe by introducing new security requirements for certain public locations and venues to ensure preparedness for protection from terrorist attacks. It will provide clarity on protective security and preparedness responsibilities for organisations as part of the Protect duty. And it will bring an inspection and enforcement regime that will seek to educate, advise and ensure compliance with that duty. Now, Mr Speaker, we've worked closely across government with the partners of victim groups, and in particular I'd like to pay tribute to Figan Murray and the Martin North campaign team for developing the proposals and working with us. Mr Speaker, these bills further establish the Conservative Party as a party of law and order, as do all the actions I have taken since I've become Home Secretary. The people's priorities are our priorities. The benches opposite have only two responses. They alternate between them. Whether we hear the splenetic outrage of total silence, their warped worldview means that they have plenty to say about the rights of lawbreakers but nothing to offer the law-abiding majority. We await their plans for a fair and firm immigration system that rewards those in need, not the evil people smugglers. And of course, I will not give way now, I'm wrapping up. We await their plan to beat crime. We await their plan for a criminal justice system that protects victims and punishes the guilty. Mr Speaker, we'll just wait in vain while the government gets on and does the job of delivering on the people's priorities.
Senator Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have to say that was an astonishing refusal by the Home Secretary to take interventions and questions from the Shadow Home Secretary, from the Shadow Cabinet Minister. I've been taking part in Queen's Speech debates for 25 years, and I have never seen a government minister at the dispatch box afraid to take questions from her opposite number. I've never seen it anywhere. And you know, she's taken questions from a few other people. Her predecessors always took questions from me. Her predecessors always took questions from me. I wonder what it is she's so frightened of. All my questions would have been really factual. Maybe that is what she was frightened of. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister opened the Queen's Speech debate yesterday, he did not once mention crime. Not once. For those of us out on the streets talking to residents in different communities across the country, an experience that was probably rather better on our side of the House than on theirs this time, we know that crime and antisocial behaviour were raised a lot. But the Prime Minister didn't mention it once. Cost of living, soaring bills, rising prices, those were top of people's list. But they were followed by crime and antisocial behaviour and a real persistent concern that when crimes are being committed, too often nothing is done. And there's nothing in the Queen's Speech to tackle rising bills and rising prices, but also no serious plan in the Queen's Speech to tackle rising crime or falling prosecutions. So nothing from the Prime Minister yesterday about the basic issues bothering people across the country. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I thank you very much for giving way. It was a shame that the Home Secretary did not want to give way to me, because I wanted to ask her that plus 30 minutes into her speech why there was no mention of a public health approach to tackling serious violence, which has a long-term plan, addresses the root causes and is joined up, but maybe they just want to be tough on crime and not tough on the causes of crime.
Well, my honourable friend is right to talk about the public health approach, but also to talk about the need to prevent crime and the need to work across communities as well to do so. But I have to say that across the country, in the last few weeks alone, I've heard from residents and victims talking often about there being no action when things go wrong, about repeated vandalism not being tackled even though there is CCTV evidence on who is responsible, about the victim of an appalling violent domestic attack who was told that it wouldn't come to court for 2 years, about repeated shoplifting where the police are so overstretched they've stopped coming, about burglaries
where all the victim got was a crime number. And about scamming, where action fraud is just such a nightmare to engage with, pensioners have given up trying to report serious crimes. About persistent drug dealing outside of school, where nothing had been done even months later. And about a horrendous rape case, where the brave victim was strung out for so long, where the court case was delayed so many times that she gave up because she cannot bear it anymore. And about police officers tearing their hair out, maybe over CPS delays because they know the victim will drop out if they can't charge quickly, or other officers working long hours to pick up the pieces when local mental health services fail, but knowing that that means they can't be there to deal with the antisocial behaviour on the street corner. And about women who no longer expect the police to help if they face threats of violence on the streets or in their homes. Case after case after case where crimes are being committed but no one is being charged or cautioned or given a community penalty, and no action is being taken, and it is getting worse. Since 2019, since the general election, in fact since the Home Secretary was appointed to her job, crime is up by 18% and prosecutions are down by 18%. The charge rate, in fact, is now at a record low. It is 5.8% compared to 15.5% in 2015. Cautions are down too. Community penalties are down too, notwithstanding the Prime Minister and his Downing Street staff's attempt to make valiant personal efforts to get those numbers back up again. Overall, the Home Secretary just said, she made an astonishing claim. She said, "We have reformed the criminal justice system so that it better supports victims and ensures that criminals are not only caught but punished." Well, where are those criminal justice reforms that are pushing the prosecution rates up? Because the prosecution rates have plummeted on the Conservatives' watch, and what that means is that under this Home Secretary and under the Conservatives, hundreds of thousands, that's hundreds of thousands more criminals are getting off and hundreds of thousands more victims are being let down. Let me give way. I will give way to the Policing Minister. I have to say I will also give way to the Home Secretary as many times as she wants to intervene and to actually explain why it is that the prosecution rates have plummeted, why cautions have collapsed and community penalties too.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. I understand the picture she's trying to paint, but I know she'll want to give a balanced picture to the House overall. So I'm sure she'll want to acknowledge that in the latest publication of crime statistics by the ONS, that violence was down 8%, knife crime down 4%, theft down 15%, burglary, which you mentioned, down 14%, car crime down 6%, and robbery down 9%. And while we acknowledge that the fight against crime is never a linear one, we should celebrate our successes, should we not?
So I would say to the Policing Minister, I'm hugely relieved and glad that while during lockdown, while everybody was at home, there were fewer burglaries of homes. I'm also hugely relieved that during lockdowns, while there were fewer people on the streets, there were also fewer thefts on the street as well. But I would just quote to him from the Office of National Statistics in April, who said, "Police, since restrictions were lifted following the third national lockdown in early 2021, police recorded crime data show indications that certain offence types are returning to or exceeding the levels seen before the pandemic, while violence and sexual offences recorded by the police have exceeded pre-pandemic levels." And on overall crime, I am sure that the Policing Minister would not want to make the mistake that his Business Secretary did of somehow dismissing fraud that is responsible for some of the huge increases in crime and say that that is somehow not a crime that affects people's daily lives, when what we know is that it is causing huge problems and huge harms, particularly for vulnerable people across the country. And of course, I will give way.
Mr. Speaker, can I just push my honourable friend? She's coming up with some telling statistics. But does she realise that my constituents, when I talk to them, are the side of the police say morale has never been lower, their numbers have never been so small, and on the other side, we have a government that's been there since 2010 and has diminished the resources to the justice system harder than any other department. So if you get the balance totally out, the morale of the police and the confidence of my constituents has plummeted.
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, and I want to pay tribute to police officers right across the country who are working incredibly hard in our communities, working hard to try and crack down on crime, to prevent crime, walking towards danger when the rest of us walk away, and who are valiantly trying to hold things together, but too often are being let down by this government. And this is particularly the case when it comes to dealing with violence against women and rape. On rape, the prosecution rate, the charge rate, has gone down from 8.5% in 2015 to a truly shocking 1.3%. That means that today in England and Wales, it's estimated that around 300 women will be raped. Around 170 cases will be reported to the police. But only around just three, are likely to make it to a court of law, never mind a jail cell. So just think what that means. It's not just on rape, it's on so many other cases as well. No charges within a year of an offence on 93% of reported robberies, 95% of violent offences, 96% of thefts, 97% of sexual offences, over 98% of reported rapes, and over 99% of fraud. This is a total disgrace. So one police officer said to me, this is awful. He said, it feels like once serious offences are effectively being decriminalised because there is no consequences. I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and she's making a very, very powerful contribution. I wanted to move on beyond the police to the issues she raised around fraud. Fraud is now the biggest crime facing us, and the cost to the economy is coming on something like 190 billion pounds a year. Does she agree with me that as well as funding the police, it's absolutely imperative that we fund all the enforcement agencies that are fighting this sort of economic crime? And whilst the Americans are raising the money, we here are lowering the investment that we're putting into the enforcement agencies.
I think my honourable friend makes a really important point, and we pay the price if economic crime is not enforced. The current system just isn't working. Everybody will know the nightmare it is if you try to report fraud, maybe getting passed from pillar to post between action fraud and between your local police force. But then she is right too on some of the more serious issues where this is also about the relationship between the police, the serious fraud office, between other enforcement agencies that need to take action. I hope this will be debated as part of the discussions on economic crime. But this is a really damning picture of crime rising, but this shocking drop in prosecutions, shocking drop in action. But what is the Home Secretary's response to this? Well, soon after she took up the job, she said, let the message go out to the British people, we hear you, and to the criminals, I simply say this, we are coming after you. Well, to the Home Secretary, I simply say this, you better start running faster because they're all getting away. And to be fair to the Prime Minister yesterday, his main Home Office focus was anger at the Passport Office. That is probably something all of us can agree on. For the newlyweds having to cancel their honeymoons, or the hard-pressed families who are now facing losing thousands of pounds on long-saved money to go on a well-deserved holiday, ministers told us this is being sorted out, but most of us will say from our constituency casework, this is getting worse. And they are being badly let down. So the Prime Minister was right to be angry yesterday, although who does the Prime Minister think has been in charge of the Passport Office for the last 12 years? The Prime Minister now says he wants to privatise it if it isn't sorted out. The Immigration Minister, however, told us the private sector is already being used in the vast majority of the processes in the Passport Office. The bit that's not is the decision itself. So that just leaves us back with the Home Office failing to get a grip on those private sector contracts and failing to take basic decisions. And it's part of a pattern of Home Office failure while the Prime Minister casts around to get someone else to step in. We have Ukrainians who are fleeing war, who have been waiting weeks on end for visas because the Home Office added long bureaucratic delays, so that many desperate families have now given up. They could not afford to wait and have found somewhere else to live, somewhere else to give them sanctuary instead. Of the 80,000 applications, only 19,000 applications to the Homes for Ukraine have arrived. I will give way to the honourable member and then I'll give way to the member.
Well, and for giving way, she's very generous for the time. I'd like to personally thank the Home Secretary. She makes a point about Ukrainian refugees. There was a family moved next door to me 2 weeks ago. The family got in touch with me. Within minutes, the Home Secretary and her team had got back to me. They're now in our village, in Kirkby and Ashfield. They thank the Home Secretary, they thank the Prime Minister, and they thank the people of Great Britain.
Well, I would just say to him, I think that people of Great Britain have shown that they want to help desperate families who are fleeing Ukraine. I think, however, the facts are really clear. There have been 80,000 applications, but there's only 19,000 people here. And the Home Secretary says, oh, it's because they're staying where they are. Yeah, a lot of them are, because they have now given up, because it's become so difficult. I give way to them.
Does she agree with me about the really troubling reports that I've had, particularly in cases that I've dealt with, but in the media, that the Home Office will issue a number of visas for Ukrainians, but not all of the Ukrainians in that family, and therefore the family quite rightly doesn't want to leave someone behind, and they then don't come here, and that's classed as a Ukrainians not taking up the visa rather than Home Office failure. And at the same time, the Home Office lines are bogged up, we can't get through, and when you do get through, you're told, I don't even have a computer in front of me, I'm just on a phone line, I don't know what to say. It's failure at the Home Office that she's presided over.
Well, the honourable member is right. I have also heard of cases where one family member does not get their visa. And of course, the whole family has to wait. They're not going to be separated at time of crisis. And really, for Home Office ministers to think that it's somehow a triumph to take 4 weeks to issue basic visas to people who are fleeing war in Europe is totally shameful. It now takes more than a year to get a basic initial asylum decision, because Home Office is now taking just 14,000 initial decisions a year, half the level it was taking in 2015. A basic incompetence that means the backlog has soared, and so too has the bill for the taxpayer. It takes nearly 2 years to get a modern slavery referral, which means that victims don't get support and prosecutions just don't happen. So no wonder even the Prime Minister, who is not known for his laser-like focus on delivering policies, has lost confidence in the Home Secretary and is getting other people to do the jobs instead. Looking to privatise the Passport Office, Channel Crossings delivery handed over to the MOD, Homes for Ukraine scheme handed over to DLUP, the visas handed over to the new Refugees Minister, and the asylum processing decision-making now so slow they really are in the ludicrous and unworkable situation of paying Rwanda over £100 million to take decisions for us. This Home Secretary, all at this rate, crime will be given to the Justice Department, will have the Fire Service given to DEFRA, because the Home Office under this Home Secretary has effectively been put into special measures because it cannot get the basics right. And if the Home Secretary can't get the basics done on any of those core decisions, she should get out of the way and let someone else sort it out. Because, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is an alternative to this shambles. On crime and prosecutions, it was obvious a decade ago that this was where we were heading as a result of government policies. I warned in 2013 about the risk of falling charge rates. I warned about the failure of the Home Office to help the police tackle increasingly complex crimes and fast-changing crimes. And I warned then about the risks that if there was no proper urgent plan to modernise policing, none of which has happened, about the dangers if police were ripped out of the heart of our communities, of what it would be. And now our towns and our cities and our rural communities are all paying the price. They're all feeling like the criminal justice system isn't there for them when they need it. So where is the action now to turn this around in the Queen's speech? Where's the action to help the police modernise, to keep up with fast-changing crimes? Where's the action on reform and raising police standards that we need to improve confidence? And where's the action to get justice and improve safety for women and girls? There's nothing to establish the specialist rape investigation units in every police force, nothing to establish specialist rape courts to speed the cases up and make sure they've got the expertise, nothing to set up the domestic abuse and stalking perpetrators register that we have been calling for years, nothing to establish a mandatory minimum sentence for rape, all the things that Labour has been calling for. Nothing to tackle antisocial behaviour where the powers are just not being used, or to sort out community penalties which have too often dropped, and nothing to prevent crime and antisocial behaviour in the first place. Nothing to make sure that neighbourhood police are restored to our streets or to set up neighbourhood prevention teams, something we have repeatedly called for. The Home Secretary wants to boast that she's delivering the biggest increase in police funding in 10 years. Well, who's been in power for the last 10 years? She still hasn't even restored the police that her party cut, and she isn't getting them out onto the streets. There are still 7,000 fewer police in our neighbourhoods compared to 2015. 7,000 fewer. Instead, the police are weighed down by more bureaucracy, stuck back at their desks doing paperwork, the only way to improve their visibility, moving the desk to nearer the window. And Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, to be fair, they have proposed a victims' bill, and we will support that, but it's only in draft. And it was first promised in 2015, then again in 2016, then again in 2017, and again in 2019, and yes, again in 2021. This year it didn't even get a proper mention in the humble address, and certainly nothing from the Prime Minister yesterday. The Home Secretary herself rightly made a personal commitment to strengthen victims' rights back in 2014 when she first said she backed a new victims' law. And she was right to do so because at that time 9% of cases were dropping because victims were dropping out of the criminal justice system because they'd lost confidence. But since then, those figures have almost trebled. 1.3 million cases were dropped last year because victims gave up and dropped out. And yet she's seriously telling us she does not have time in this Parliament for victims again? Instead, their top priority is a rehashed public order bill, even though they've just done one public order bill, because they're again failing to work with the police to sort out swift injunctions against serious disruptive protests or to help the police sensibly use the powers they've got. There are bills that should command cross-party support. We support a protect duty that could keep people safer from potential terror attacks, and we remember with sadness all those victims of the Manchester attack. And I would ask the government to listen to the calls from other bereaved families, from other major incidents, and I would ask her again to look at calls for a Hillsborough law, which she will know have been made by members across the House and by families who lost so much. We also welcome, Mr Deputy Speaker, the long overdue economic crime bill. We've called for years for action to strengthen Companies House, and we will be pressing for stronger action on money laundering, including illicit finance used for terrorist activity. And on terrorism and national security, we always stand ready to work with the government in the national interest. We agree with the need for a register of foreign agents, again promised for years, and we need much greater vigilance and action against hostile state activity. But my honourable friend did raise a significant issue that the Home Secretary did not answer, and I would ask her to consider it and be ready to answer it again in future, because I do think there should be some transparency on the issues around contact with foreign agents, and it would be very helpful if she could confirm whether or not the Prime Minister, while he was Foreign Secretary, met with the ex-KGB agent Alexander Lebedev in Italy in April 2018, and whether any civil servants were present. It would be very helpful to know that information. We support stronger action on modern slavery. We hope that this bill will be an opportunity to go further, but the Home Secretary does need to reverse some of the damaging provisions from the Borders Bill, which will make it harder to prosecute trafficking and slaving gangs, as the retiring Modern Slavery Commissioner has warned. And we have to say, where is the Employment Bill with the long-promised single enforcement body to crack down on forced labour and abuse? Because without these measures, this is still not a serious plan to tackle modern slavery. In the absence of any serious action, then, on the cost of living in the Queen's speech, or any serious action to push prosecutions up, the government did talk instead about levelling up and community pride. The trouble is, I just don't think they get it. Because there is no levelling up if people can't afford to eat, can't afford to pay their bills, or can't afford to go to the local shops. And there is no community pride if town centres don't have police officers or see no action when there is vandalism, or when there is street drinking or shoplifting or litter, or if too often the windows are broken and nothing is done. So how can people have that local pride if there is no neighbourhood police to help prevent crimes, solve problems, or nip them in the bud, or if people feel there are no consequences for criminals? And the very communities to whom they keep making false promises about levelling up are our towns that are being hardest hit by antisocial behaviour or persistent unsolved crimes. And trust within our communities depends on us having trust in the laws and trust in there being consequences. That's why Labour's called for the police to be getting back on the street, to have the neighbourhood prevention teams in place, and to have partnerships in place that work both to prevent crime but also to tackle the criminals and to bring them to justice. Because if people stop believing that a fair and valiant criminal justice system will come to their aid if they are hurt or wronged, that is corrosive for our democracy too. And that's why it is so damaging to feel like we have a government that shrugs its shoulders as victims of crime are let down, a Conservative government that is not a party of law and order anymore, that too often is a party of crime and disorder, a party that is weak on crime, that is weak on the causes of crime, that is letting more criminals off and letting our communities down. Britain deserves better than this.
Order, if everybody could resume their seats. Just to remind everybody that if you're participating in the debate, you would be expected to be here for the wind-ups. At the end of the debate, there are wind-ups today and in subsequent days, unlike yesterday. And secondly, I'm not putting a time limit on at the moment, but I would urge people to be at least aware of the length of their speeches. Robert Sims.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the Queen's speech and the programme unveiled by the government. I think that one can see politics getting back to normal, and I'm sure the contest in the House today will be one of those watched in the next 2 years as we glide into the likely date of a general election, both sides are quite feisty performers, and I'm sure many of us appreciate that. The programme set out is setting out to help grow the economy, for safer streets, and indeed support the recovery of the National Health Service. I think in terms of the economy, we're in a lot better shape than one might have thought when we had the prolonged period of lockdown. We have a growing economy. This year will be the fastest growing economy of many in the G7. And we have a budget which is moving towards balance. We have falling national debt. And there are challenges with cost of living and inflation, but the government have so far put £22 billion worth of support in and is monitoring the situation. And I'm sure as things unfold, there will be further support as and when needed. This is a government that you could never argue hasn't given support to the British people over the past 2 or 3 years. And I think what we have to do is to wait and see how things unfold in terms of energy. Gas prices have fallen over recent months, and let's all hope that that continues and that the inflation rate is lower than some predict. That's not to say there aren't challenges out there, but I think this government has proven it can rise to challenges. I think that some of the measures within the Queen's speech I think are useful to help and support the growing economy, particularly starting to deregulate some of the EU regulations that we put into British law when we left, but logically we need to review now to see if we can get ourselves as a more efficient, more competitive economy. So I welcome those bills that are looking at that particular area. We have a major challenge, of course, with energy. And it's my great pleasure to commend the Right Honourable Member for Chelsea and Fulham, who I think is doing an excellent job with his energy brief. And the fact that this government is grappling with issues like nuclear power and with oil and gas and with renewables in order to increase our capacity, I think is much to be commended. Indeed, it is sensible, even if we're heading for net zero at some point in the future, that we use the resources that God has given us, and the British economy has proved able to get out of the ground. And we are going to need oil and gas for a long time. And I think this government is proving that it wants to make use of these resources to make us a richer and more competitive country. And nuclear power is very important. We can see the mistake the Germans made in announcing a closure of their nuclear power stations and their dependency on Russian gas. And we ourselves need to replace many of those magnet stations that are going to go offline. And I think it's an exciting time because I hope soon we get a decision on Sizewell. But I'm particularly pleased that Rolls-Royce has come up with its partners with a scheme for smaller nuclear power stations, which I think is going to be a game changer. Not only a game changer for the United Kingdom, but could well be a game changer for exports that this country could undertake to many countries that wish to avail themselves of safe nuclear power. So I think that's good. There's one area I'm still a bit concerned about, and that is agriculture. I still think we seem to spend a little too much time talking about trimming hedges and less about producing food. And I think one of the things that the pandemic has proven and the current world of shortages has proven is that resilience and local production is quite important. And I would be very disappointed if the food that we were producing reduced below 50%, and if anything, we ought to be producing more. And I therefore think that there does need to be a particular rethink in this area. I'm not a great fan, I have to say, of Bank of England independence. I've always been a little sceptical about it. And some of the problems we face, of course.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend. Just on his first two subjects, I wondered if he would reflect on the fact that both in terms of nuclear power and now agriculture, we have freedom and flexibility that comes from his and my vote to leave the European Union. And in particular on nuclear power, he will recall the blood-curdling predictions that were made about our failure in that particular industry by departing from Euratom all those years ago. And would he agree that along with the French now, we can position ourselves as really the only two serious nuclear powers in Europe?
That's absolutely so. The original design teams for British nuclear power were taken apart. And in order to have a productive nuclear power industry, you need continued investment in new plants. And the good thing about what's happened at Hinkley C, and indeed with Sizewell and with Rolls-Royce, is that we are getting the design teams together, we're collaborating with other partners, and that will be a major game changer in terms of Britain being able to produce the power that we need in the future. Going back to the Bank of England, I'm a little concerned that they've merrily gone on printing money. I'm old enough to still be a monetarist in its broadest sense, and one of the reasons that we have higher inflation is that we've allowed for it because of monetary growth. And I think if we'd stopped printing money sooner and had put interest rates up sooner, the consequences of the current spike in inflation would have been less severe. Nevertheless, we are where we are, and I think at least it's only the ECB printing money at the moment, and Britain can get back to more sensible policy. And we have very low levels of unemployment and high levels of employment. And I think there are many other measures in the loyal speech in which we're trying to improve education and outputs in that area. We really do have to educate our population so they become more productive, we can get productivity up. And if we get the investment right and we get education right, then there's nothing that we can't do in the future. In terms of the Home Office, I'd like to thank them for the hard work they put in the last session. My constituents are very appreciative that we now have powers to deal with travellers, which tend to cause problems every summer in Dorset. They're also pleased that we're starting to deal with illegal immigration. Immigration has to be fair. And if people follow the system, pay the fees, fill out the forms and wait in the queue, it is fundamentally unfair that people arrive in boats and try and jump the queue. And the government, therefore, I think is taking action, and I think a lot of the action will put some of those people off coming in an illegal way, which I think is good. I'm also particularly pleased with the public order measures announced today. My constituents look at people trying to wreck petrol stations, getting on tankers, taking action which is dangerous. I have to say my sympathy was with the woman in the Range Rover who was trying to nudge protesters. I actually think that when people disrupt people's lives, a lot of people work hard. They try and get their kids to school, keep them in school uniform, and they take people to hospital. And protesters who aren't demonstrators but are disrupting other people's livelihoods, I think need to be curtailed. And I think these measures, therefore, I think are welcome. And I'm glad that the government is on the front foot when it comes to dealing with these things. It is vitally important. I think part of the problem, the reason we have to legislate, is that we've seen examples of city banks where people outside of hip buildings have smashed windows with hammers, where, unfortunately, the judicial system has let people off. And I think sometimes, those people who are making decisions in the judicial system do not understand the seriousness of where this leads. If you let some degree of anarchy, then it can easily overspill and break out. So I think these measures, are welcome. Of course, 13,500 police officers, I think, are welcome. I still think the police need some reform. I think it's the one area that Mrs. Thatcher didn't reform, and I think that sometimes the productivity that we get out of the police force isn't all that we need, and I think there are some specialists that we need in the police forces. So just the headcount of police officers I don't think is not important, but I think it's important sometimes, particularly if we're dealing with fraud, to deal with people that are experts in it rather than people who just happen to be officers. And my final points, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are that we put a lot of money into the National Health Service. It's important we get the productivity, and it's also important it doesn't disappear and we can't deal with care. We've made a number of commitments. People are paying higher taxes, at least in the short term, because of dealing with the backlog and dealing with care. And I think it's so important that we live up to the pledges that we've made. I welcome the loyal speech. I welcome what the government is doing. There are one or two concerns I have, but broadly speaking, I'm supportive.
Stuart C. MacDonald.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The debate today is about preventing crime and delivering justice. And we heard the Home Secretary's claim of belonging to the party of law and order, delivered without any sense of irony. But this government's record is one of seeking out every opportunity it can to put itself beyond justice and above the rule of law.
Hear, hear.
We have had a decade of successive Tory governments obsessed with chipping away at any institutions or activities that constrain or hold them to account. Trade unions, charities, the Electoral Commission, our courts, our EU membership obviously, now it's human rights and protesters yet again in the firing line. To this government, even international law is almost inconsequential, broken quite readily, whether in a specific and limited way or a complete trashing of the Refugee Convention.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a government too often pursuing pet obsessions and short-term headlines instead of dealing with the basics. While people struggle to heat their homes and put food on the table because of the cost of living crisis, instead of the action we need, the government imagines up a Brexit freedoms bill, still trying to scapegoat Brussels 6 torturous years on after the Brexit referendum. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there were newspaper reports of a cabinet rebellion, but a cabinet rebellion to stop imports of foie gras being outlawed. How about, Mr Deputy Speaker, a rebellion to protect workers' rights or human rights, or to help our constituents heat their homes and put food on the table? This is a government that is out of touch. And these skewed priorities are just as evident in the sphere of justice and home affairs. Two departments cut to the bone by a decade of austerity, pursuing obsessions, pet projects and ridiculous headlines, instead of taking the action and making the investment that is required to deliver the decent public services that we need them to deliver. This government is just not getting on with the job. People just want their passports delivered on time.
Hear, hear.
Because despite all the fuss made by the Brexiteers, it doesn't matter what colour those passports are if they arrive too late. And the Home Secretary very generously agreed to take away individual cases, but I think she'll find that her inbox is absolutely overflowing with thousands of emails if we take her up on that. And if the government is to insist on Ukrainians applying for visas, something that we continue to argue that they should not, those visas need to be delivered speedily and efficiently, because leaving those fleeing war in limbo is unforgivable. The Home Secretary would seem to talk up the fact that 19,000 had arrived here, and I salute the generosity of British people opening their homes. But there are 27,000 in Ireland already, a country that's something like 1/13 the size of this country. This country is not being allowed to step up to the plate by the bureaucracy put in place by this Home Secretary. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, the whole asylum and immigration system needs sped up, decision-making improved, and the hostile environment ditched. And for those who are victims of that hostile environment, we need an overhaul of the Windrush compensation scheme, because it is appalling that people continue to die without seeing a penny of what they are due. And if the government is serious about the lessons learned from that disaster, we need a more serious set of actions to implement Wendy Williams' recommendations, including a Migrants Commissioner. All of these very basic issues need addressed, but that is not what we get in this Queen's speech. Instead, we have further attacks on our rights. But before I turn to the main offenders in the legislative programme, let me highlight the bills for which we will offer some support and bring some light to the Home Secretary's afternoon. Mr Deputy Speaker, an overhaul of espionage laws is badly overdue, as we know from the Russia report and from the Law Commission and various other sources. We need a more resilient state with espionage laws fit for the 21st century and able to keep pace with the ever-changing threats that we face. However, we will always watch out for proper oversight and mechanisms to ensure that these powers are not abused by government, and we will press the case for a public interest defence.
Hear, hear.
Mr Deputy Speaker, we welcome the Economic Crime Bill, again long overdue with my honourable friends such as the Member for Glasgow Central among the voices that have been calling for action for years on end. We have previously welcomed the Online Safety Bill, and we recognise that it is truer now than ever that feeling safe requires regulation of the online as much as the offline. And we do also support the ideas mentioned in relation to the Modern Slavery Bill, particularly around action on supply chains. But any modern slavery bill worthy of the name should be repealing some of the provisions of the odious Borders Act, passed just last month, that will undoubtedly make life worse, not better, for victims of trafficking, including those who face being sent to Rwanda.
Hear, hear.
And we will engage positively, though cautiously, with discussion around the Protect Duty and that draft bill. But these are not the dangerous obsessions or pet projects I was referring to earlier, Mr Deputy Speaker. Those are, of course, coming in to us in the form of legislation to meddle with the Human Rights Act and to undermine, yet again, the right to protest. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Human Rights Act works well and has benefited many. The government knows this because it was told so by its own independent review body, which noted that many so-called problems with the Act are more to do with perception than reality, perceptions that require to be remedied through a focus on human rights education, not a radical overhaul. The Joint Committee on Human Rights has also done excellent work highlighting the enormously positive impact of the Act on the protection of human rights in the UK, concluding firmly that no case for reform had been established. This is about people being able to have a practical means of enforcing our human rights, challenging unlawful government policies and securing justice.
Hear, hear.
It is about ensuring people interacting with the state, whether it's the police or in care homes or hospitals, are treated with dignity and respect. Our public services are better, not worse, for being fully accountable to our constituents in the courts here, instead of having to travel to Strasbourg to vindicate their rights. And this is what the government risks undermining and damaging. And as I say, not delivering justice, but seeking to protect itself from it. So we will oppose these proposals every step of the way.
You're here.
But these proposals, Mr Deputy Speaker, tell us something much more fundamental about the British Constitution, because the Human Rights Act is, after all, a piece of legislation absolutely crucial to the devolution settlement, something that hasn't been recognised at all in the debate today. Along with the Scotland Act, it is absolutely fundamental in setting out what the Scottish Parliament and Government can and cannot do. It's the same for Wales, and of course pivotal too for Northern Ireland. Not for the first time, here is a Tory government fixing up the balance of powers in the United Kingdom, not through negotiation, agreement and endorsement, but unilaterally, without consent and absolutely without cause. In most states, in most countries, such fundamental changes would require agreement, approval in all the impacted legislators, sometimes even double majorities, sometimes endorsement through referenda. But here in the UK, the Tories can rewrite the constitutional settlement to suit themselves in the blink of an eye. Such is a lack of checks and constraints upon this government. Mr Deputy Speaker, a Home Office focused on Scotland would be tearing up the immigration system that has served us so badly, left us without the people we desperately need for our economy and public services, and undermined the rights and security of so many of the people that we have already welcomed. It would utterly reject an asylum system that is expressly and increasingly designed to make people suffer. And if we really want to prevent crime and deliver justice, we would be overhauling the out-of-date Misuse of Drugs Act that exacerbates one of the most persistent and difficult public health challenges we face today. This is a scourge that is inextricably linked with so much crime: overcrowded prisons, serious and organised crime groups, county lines, modern slavery, drugs, deaths, ruined lives. The Misuse of Drugs Act is not working, and in too many respects it is now undermining efforts to tackle all of these fundamental problems. Even very obvious evidence-based policies such as overdose prevention facilities remain hugely difficult because of that act. Now, there were some very welcome steps in the government's drugs strategy, but for real progress to be made, we continue to make the case for that act to receive a radical review and overhaul. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are just some of the things that we desperately need from this Home Secretary and this government, but they will never be delivered. It is a department and a government that delivers nothing of substance for the people of Scotland, instead undermining our rights and undermining the Scottish Parliament. This government will not deliver. Mr Deputy Speaker, more than anything, this Queen's speech shows us that we in Scotland need to get on with delivering for ourselves.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Preventing crime and delivering justice. Surely if we get the first bit right, we don't need the second. Wishful thinking, I know, but nevertheless true. Sadly, we don't live in a perfect world, so justice is needed, and the best justice is swift justice. Justice delayed is justice denied. The legacy of COVID lives in so many ways. I know that in the last session we did much to alleviate the pressures on the justice system, but we will have to see. We have made new laws to protect our borders. To me, it never made sense to spend huge amounts of money on a justice system and continue to let people come in illegally. Am I saying these people are all criminals? Not necessarily, but it doesn't look good on anyone's CV. How did you arrive in this country? Well, I gave a people smuggler all my cash and I hope to beat the system. Unacceptable. No, it had to be dealt with, and I hope with what we have put in place, it will do just that. We have given toughened sentences for many crimes, and even though I'm not a believer necessarily that a 25-year sentence will deter some of the devastating crimes that happen, it will at least keep these people off the street for a much longer period and help the poor victim move on. As for the victims, I welcome the Victims Bill too. This is the right thing to do, and I hope it will make a huge difference in how victims are treated and hopefully encourage more to come forward. But today I want to talk about prevention. You see, my position as chair of the APPG on issues affecting men and boys, I am fully aware of the statistics about men and crime. 95% of the prison population are men. Just let me run that by you again. 95% of the prison population are men. If this was a statistic for any other demographic, there would be a public outcry. So why isn't there? I'll tell you the House why not. It's because that's what we've become to expect of a large number of our population. Men are bad. But I say to this House, no, no, no. That's not true. Far too many men and boys are being forgotten, left behind, ignored, and now they are being increasingly vilified. Toxic masculinity. Impose a curfew on all men. Yes, that was seriously suggested. All men are bad. We cannot let this constant vilification happen. I say here and now, this has to stop. We need to deal with this head on and ask ourselves this simple question: why? Why are men committing so much crime? Why are so many women being murdered, attacked and abused? Why are so many men being murdered, attacked and abused? Why? Do I have the answers to these questions? No, not yet. It's not simple, but we need to get there, and I believe we could get there a lot quicker. We need help with this. A minister for men and boys, a minister for their health and well-being, a national men's health strategy. If we are serious about fighting crime, then let's tackle the cause as well as the symptoms. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe if we really start to ask these questions, we will protect our women and girls so much more. We will also protect our men and boys too, but we must start asking the questions. Now, I have spoken with many people in my position as an MP and as chair of the APPG, and they agree with me that we can't arrest ourselves out of all crime. More police are great, and we are getting many. But if there was every police officer was to go out on the beat, there would still be some streets without a police officer. It's great that we are lighting roads, but I'm afraid attacks will still happen on some of those roads and also behind closed doors. What we have to do is ask why. Why is this the case? Is it drugs, alcohol, mental health, or a bad childhood experience? What drove them to drugs, alcohol, depression, and why aren't they talking about their dreadful past? Is it being the victim of a sexual abuse or pornography? Is it the internet? Is it being brought up in a dysfunctional family or a community that does not bring hope? Is it peer pressure or gangs? Why do young people join a gang? Lots of questions, but there are answers. And if we really want to protect one another, surely that's what we should be doing, finding those answers. I wrote an article last week in the Yorkshire Post with an analogy that if we had 3 faulty cars out of 1,000, would we ban all cars? Would we build 100 more hospitals or wrap the pedestrians in bubble wrap? No, we would try and find out what had gone wrong with those cars. And that is what I believe we should do here with that small minority of men and boys. I have been told in this position as chair of this APPG that I may get some opposition. But I tell you the House, I haven't. Well, not yet anyway. And the reason why I haven't is that if anyone really thinks about this, they will see that I am trying to help society as a whole. So who would a men's minister speak to? Well, hopefully lots of men and lots of women too. But in this place, I expect them to speak to the Minister for Education, Housing, Health, DWP, DCMS, Defence, BAYS. The list goes on. But we need someone to see all the problems that men face, collate it all, and then speak to the Home Office and say, this is what's going wrong. It has to happen. We have to ask these questions, and we have to find the answers. I have a wife, a daughter, and a son. I want them all to go about their business safe and happy. We all want that. So let us use our heads with this. Yes, swift justice where required. Yes, long sentences where required. But let us try and prevent the crime happening in the first place. Let's see what's gone wrong with a small minority of our men. Why are they in the criminal justice system, or why they may end up being so? And then when we know, we need a concerted effort to fix the problem at source. We need to fix the faulty cars before they head for the road. I know that the House will agree with me that we will find it hard to manage without cars. Well, we will find it much harder to manage without men. Thank you.
Yeah. Conor McGinn. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I don't often get the chance to speak in the House. I think being the Shadow Minister without portfolio means you're the Shadow Minister with a lot to do, but often without the opportunity to say very much. But I'm delighted to be able to respond to the debate today. The Home Secretary's just leaving the chamber, but in her absence,
I want to say, and I think it won't do either her or I very much good, and I may even get chased from this place by my own colleagues, but I like the Home Secretary. And I also like the Police Minister. And one of the things that I admire about the Home Secretary, even though I profoundly disagree with her, is that she believes, that definitely won't do me any good, the honourable gentleman from a sedentary position, but one of the things I admire about the Home Secretary is that she, although I profoundly disagree, she believes in things. But despite the virtuoso performance today at the dispatch box, I don't think she believes some of the accusations that she levelled at the opposition. I don't think for a second that the government thinks that an opposition led by a former director of public prosecutions, who prosecuted and made sure terrorists were put in prison, and the worst sort of criminals and offenders, are any sort of threat to national security. So we can argue about policy and about records and around delivery, but let's not kid ourselves or the British public, because frankly they don't believe it either. But I want to, before I come on to my main remarks about the loyal address itself, I do want to use the opportunity, given the topic of today's debate, to place on record my thanks and my admiration for Merseyside Police, led by our Chief Constable, Serena Kennedy. We have been blessed with good leadership in Merseyside, using all of the tools to provide a robust policing response to things that matter to people in St Helens and across Merseyside, crime and antisocial behaviour, tackling them at the root cause and giving no quarter to those criminals who would terrorise our communities. And I stand squarely behind our police force, the men and women of Merseyside Police, who day and daily put themselves in harm's way to keep us and our communities safe. Turning to the wider aspects of the programme, or lack thereof, that the government set out, I think there was a chance here, a gilt-edged chance actually, for the government to grab this cost of living crisis by the scruff of the neck. And I think more than that, actually, it was a chance to lay the groundwork after the pandemic for prosperity and renewal across our communities, to set a pathway to a securer future, one that I think has never felt further away from many of our citizens, but is so badly needed. And I somewhat regret, I mean, the House won't be surprised to hear this, but I regret to say that I think the government missed the opportunity to do that. Now, it matters because it's not just about the theatre of the state opening. It matters because it's a profoundly worrying juncture, I think, for our country. Inflation is soaring and predicted to rise further to some 10%. Fuel and food prices are skyrocketing, and the tax rises imposed by this government, 15 of them, are hitting working people particularly, to introduce a national insurance hike. A tax on working people is the wrong tax at the wrong time on the wrong people. And it's clear from when I speak to residents, my neighbours in St Helens, their families, pensioners, businesses and many other local community groups, this crisis is really affecting people, and they are really worrying about how they will cope. And that was the stark reality, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I heard from community groups in St Helens recently at a meeting that I convened with some of those working with our community and residents who are affected by this. Now, they tell me, and statistics that have been borne out and provided by very reputable sources, that 9 in 10 have already seen a rise in the cost of living, are already experiencing more expensive energy bills, and are seeing more costly groceries on their weekly shop. Nearly a quarter of adults finding it difficult to pay their usual household bills, and worryingly, food bank usage in St Helens North has risen by nearly 900 users over the last year, including 300 children in the United Kingdom in the 21st century in a town like St Helens. And our food banks are also, it's not often cited, but they're wrestling with a 30% reduction in donations, because people who previously gave to the food bank have to look after themselves now because they can't afford to do that anymore. And of course, our transport costs are rising and making it harder to get to work, to see family and friends and be connected. Now, this will have a huge impact on inequality, because even before the crisis, 1/6 of households in my constituency were in fuel poverty, which is why I was very pleased that a central plank of the Labour Party's offer to the people in the local election campaign was about putting up to £600 back in their pocket now by levying a windfall tax on the excess profits of the oil and gas company, who are printing money to all intents and purposes because of the increase in costs. Now, at a time, I think, when the government should be using every policy lever it can to deliver security, it had no answer this week. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've said this before, our communities are resilient. We've been through a lot these last 2 years, in fact over the last 20 or 30 years, but people came together to meet the challenges, particularly under the banner of St Helens, together with a spirit of generosity, kindness and solidarity. Now, contrary to what some commentators wish to believe, communities in the north of England are not homogenous. We're not all the same. The challenges we face are nuanced, but our sense of place is important, and that's the case in St Helens. We're proud of that, and we remain steadfast in our ambitions for a better and secure future. And that's why, and it's a point that I've consistently made, it's not just about me criticising the government. Part of that, part of my job as an opposition MP is, of course, to do that, but it's not enough, because I have agency. I'm a member of Parliament, I'm a political leader too, and so just attacking the government or what it's failing to do, it just doesn't wash for people in St Helens or my constituents, because they want to see action. And that's why, in taking responsibility, we as political, business and community leaders are addressing the big challenges facing our towns, villages and the Liverpool city region. Now, whether that's regenerating our town centres through a historic, innovative £200 million partnership with the English Cities Fund, or the £25 million of innovative projects secured from the Towns Fund, investing record amounts in children's services and focusing on educational attainment, the next generation, creating decent jobs, secure jobs, skilled jobs, training and opportunities through world-leading initiatives like Glass Futures, our regeneration of former colliery sites like Parkside. They're not just a monument, you know, to those who worked there, proud as we are of that heritage. They're not just a monument. They are places that are going to create new employment opportunities for a whole new generation of people across our coalfields. We are revolutionising public transport, taking steps to bring buses back into public ownership, and our bid to bring rail home to where it originated with the Rainhill trials, to St Helens, with our bid to host the headquarters of Great British Railways in our borough. Now, that approach was endorsed again last week, where Labour in St Helens increased its vote share, stood for election on its record in an ambitious manifesto, and is now back forming a new administration in our council with a strong mandate to continue. So I close by saying, disappointed as I am, expectedly of course, with what the government has, or indeed hasn't, come forward with in its legislative programme, it's not an excuse for me or anyone else to abdicate responsibility. I know that I have a job to do for my community, and we are taking responsibility because we're proud of our past, we're ambitious for our future. But I would stress to the Treasury bench, people are worried, and there are huge fears around the cost of living and what it means for their families, and it does cloud the present, and it makes it more difficult to be optimistic about the future. I wish the government would do more to help me in St Helens, my constituents, but also help people across the country. I wish it would do more. I wish it would give us help to get through this cost of living crisis, but also push on with our plans to build a better and brighter future. But as always, you know, in St Helens, if they don't, we'll just do it ourselves, Mr Deputy Speaker.
James Sunderland.
Mr Deputy Speaker, it's a great pleasure to be called in this debate. Law and order is a subject that's close to all of our hearts, and judging by the passionate contributions so far in this debate, I think it certainly is. I'm not going to talk for long today, but what I want to do is to do two things. First of all, I want to provide a constituency perspective, a local perspective, which I think is relevant. But also what I want to do is outline the reasons why I feel that the measures outlined yesterday in the Queen's speech for law and order and the prevention of crime are really important. Bracknell, which is my constituency, is the safest major town in Berkshire, and it's the 21st safest town in the UK. It's a great accolade, and these are stats that are taken from the crimerate.co.uk website, and I would urge everyone to look at them. The overall crime rate in Bracknell was 60 crimes per 1,000 people in 2021, and this compares favourably to Berkshire's overall crime rate, coming in 25% lower than the rate of 75 per 1,000. That's really good. East Berkshire's a pretty good place to live. The offer's excellent. Good schools, we've got good roads, we've got near full employment, and I'm very proud to represent people who live in Bracknell constituency. In Crowthorne, which is deemed to be a small town on the analysis, it's probably a village, but it's 43 crimes per 1,000 people, coming in 76% lower than the Berkshire overall crime rate. At Sandhurst, the overall rate is 45 crimes per 1,000 people, coming in 69% lower than the Berkshire rate. And lastly, Finch Hampstead, certainly a village, categorised as one of the top 5 safest small towns or areas in the whole of Berkshire, and has a rate of 36 crimes per 1,000 people. The most common crime recorded in my constituency is violence against the person, and also, sadly, sexual violence. So we have work to do, and therefore I welcome a number of the measures that have been announced in the Queen's speech. I don't want to wax too lyrical about what we've already heard, and the Home Secretary has covered all of the detail, but we've got the Public Order Bill, we've got the Economic Crime and Transparency Bill, we've got the Modern Slavery Bill, the National Security Bill, we've got the Draft Protect Duty Bill and the Online Safety Bill. But what I want to do briefly is just focus on 3 of them. Firstly, the Draft Victims Bill, in my view, will set out to restore victims' confidence that their voices will be properly heard and that perpetrators will be brought to justice. That's really important for my constituents. The Online Safety Bill, which creates a new regulatory framework that improves the user safety online, that will safeguard freedom of expression, making the UK one of the safest places to be in the world to be online. And lastly, the Bill of Rights. Real relevance locally. It will ensure that there is a proper balance between the rights of individuals, our vital national security and effective government, therefore strengthening freedom of speech, our common law traditions and reducing reliance on Strasbourg case law post-Brexit, and rightly so. In addition, some other areas to focus on. Firstly, 13,500 new police officers in this Parliament so far as part of that manifesto commitment to put 20,000 extra police officers on the streets. We're getting there. In Thames Valley alone, so far, an additional 368 police officers, with a further 233 projected outflow this year. This is great news for Bracknell, it's great news for Berkshire, and it's great news for Thames Valley. Drug strategy in county lines. The commitment to introduce a new drug strategy is really important. We need to break up county lines, break up criminal gangs. We need to help those struggling who are the victims of crime. But we've seen so far the closure of 1,500 county lines, 600 operations against organised crime groups, and more than 220,000 drug seizures. These are really impressive figures, and we can go further. I welcome all of these bills, therefore, on their inherent merits, and because they will make a difference. Crime prevention, 200 million offered for a 10-year youth endowment fund. The Public Order Bill, we've discussed it, but it's so important that people can go about their daily business, can get to work, that ambulances can get to hospital. Nobody has the right to impede how anybody else lives their life. And those who chain themselves to railings and glue themselves to the road, they need to be in jail. Fact. I just want to finish with 3 key points that are very important to me locally and to my constituents. Firstly, antisocial behaviour needs stronger powers. We have a lot of it in Bracknell and across the wider constituency, right across the UK. I think we need a bit more in terms of dealing with antisocial behaviour, in terms of police response, in terms of arrest at the scene. Antisocial driving is another feature locally. On Saturday evening, at Birchill Sainsbury's in Bracknell, we had a big car meet. Fine, I love cars, a motorsports fan, I chair the motorsports APPG, but activity like that needs to be managed and controlled. We had people spinning cars, donuts, tyre smoke, huge noise. It got to the point where residents were being assaulted. This cannot happen. I would urge, first of all, Sainsbury's to lock their car parks at night if the shops aren't open. What an easy way of dealing with it. But also, I would urge Bracknell Forest Council, the Thames Valley Police and Crime Commissioner, Thames Valley Police, to deal more responsibly with these incidents, because they just cause misery for all those concerned. We've got to cut down on speed, we've got to cut down on antisocial driving, we've got to cut down on noise nuisance. It's really, really important. 2 further points before I finish. Luke Ings, a constituent of mine, was jailed at the age of 18 for a fray. He's now 37 years old. He's still in Durham prison. He's done his time in my view. He is what's known as an IPP prisoner, an imprisonment for public protection prisoner. He has an indeterminate sentence. I think we need to review, if I may, Minister, IPP prisoners to make sure that we're not locking people up beyond the point at which they have to be. He's done his time. Let's please release him. And my last point, young Stacey Queripel, aged 7 years old. She was found dead, murdered in woods in Bracknell 29 years ago. I therefore think we need to focus a bit more on cold cases and cold case reviews. I want to see more police resources given to that particular crime and all those like it. Nobody has been brought to justice in 29 years and the family still resides in Bracknell. I think we can do a bit more in terms of cold case reviews. To conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very happy with the announcements made yesterday. I'm very supportive of the government. I think the bills will make a difference, but I also think we can go further. Thank you.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I appreciate being called early in this debate. Can I say that the Queen's speech, I think, was being looked forward to by many people, not just in this House, but those who have been affected by the huge problems which have arisen as a result of coming out of the pandemic, the hospital waiting lists, the impact on the economy, and now, of course, the cost of living increase, as well as events internationally and in the world, whether that's in Eastern Europe or further afield. And we wish the government well in seeking to address those problems. We will be critical of many of the measures, but we believe that it is important that the government has highlighted the right priorities to deal with. The cost of living crisis, I believe, needs to be addressed very, very quickly, because so many people are now struggling to face the ordinary day-to-day expenses which they face, not for luxuries but for basic necessities. And in my view, the government does need to act quickly through putting money back in people's pockets. I believe that individuals are best placed to decide how they spend their money. And whilst I understand the problem which the Prime Minister and the Chancellor has outlined about huge debt and the debt and having to pay that debt back, nevertheless, the inflationary pressures which have occurred over the last number of months have given the government a windfall. It has given the government finance which is available for tax cuts, and against the background of having imposed the heaviest tax burden on the people of this country since the 1950s, I think that one of the ways of dealing with this issue is to make immediate tax cuts. There's a benefit in doing that. It puts money in people's pockets immediately. And secondly, by not having complicated schemes, it then ensures that the benefits and that people obtain are seen to be come directly from the Westminster Parliament. One of my concerns about the Union is that very often things which occur and benefits which occur because of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland being part of the 5th biggest economy in the world are hidden, because the money is devolved down to the regions, we get complicated schemes, and then of course the benefits are seen not to come from being part of the United Kingdom, but from the actions of devolved administrations. And I think that the government should consider how can you quickly address this issue, and secondly, how can you ensure that people understand that the benefits have come because they're part of the United Kingdom. And as a unionist, I would advocate that that's a stance that the government should take. We welcome many of the initiatives, which the law and order and justice issues which are in this the bill. I think that it's right that we address the issue of slavery, and I hope that that does delve into the supply chains, where many of us obtain cheap goods because firms are careless as to where they source those goods. I don't want to get cheap clothes because somebody has been exploited in a third world country and the suppliers or the people who sell those goods haven't looked in to where the supplies come from. I also welcome the initiatives on economic crime. And I hope that the government will recognise that it's not just those who engage in economic crime, but those who assist them in engaging in economic crime have to be dealt with in the legislation. And as far as disruptive protests, I'm not averse to protests, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Indeed, I have involved myself in many protests over the years of my political involvement. But I think that we have to get the balance between giving people the right to have their say about issues which concern them, while at the same time ensuring that they do not deliberately and callously and selfishly deny others the ability to go about their business. I witnessed at first hand the good people of Canning Town, where I stay when I'm in London, who, in their frustration at being denied the ability to go to work, as one guy said to me, and I'll not repeat exactly his words because I don't think it would be parliamentary, I don't think you would have me, but as one guy said to me as we stood on a packed platform in Canning Town, he pointed out, he says, if I don't get to work today, I don't get any wages. And yet those people sitting on top of the tube think that it doesn't matter. Their concerns are more important than my ability to go to my work. And I think it is right that the government does take action to ensure that those who engage in this selfish behaviour, those who smugly think that their cause is more important than anybody else's welfare, should be dealt with. Of course, not all of these measures will apply to Northern Ireland, because many of these things are devolved to the Northern Ireland administration. But there are many other measures in this bill which will not apply to Northern Ireland because Northern Ireland is not treated as the same as the United Kingdom. And I look at some of the things which the Prime Minister said yesterday. We were going to have, for example, to encourage economic growth. We're going to have a bonfire of regulations, European regulations. Well, there'll be no bonfire, there'll not even be a matchstick in Northern Ireland when it comes to European regulations, because of course we will stay within, and do stay within, the single market of the European Union. It would be illegal for these regulations and this bonfire of regulations to apply to Northern Ireland. And yet, that is one of the key ways in which the government says it intends to level up economic activity within the United Kingdom. And yet Northern Ireland will be exempt. Dealing with fuel bills, the energy legislation which will be put through this House cannot apply to Northern Ireland, because Northern Ireland is part of the single electricity market. Any attempt to give the support to putting in an energy infrastructure would fall foul of the rules when it comes to state aid, which apply to Northern Ireland. And when it comes to the issue of support, many of the support mechanisms, indeed, we've had the example in this House where the Chancellor couldn't even fulfil the manifesto promise of the party opposite, that when we left the EU, the government would be free to reduce VAT on fuel bills. It couldn't do it. Why? Because that reduction in VAT could not apply to Northern Ireland. And yet, we're told that this protocol, and I heard the former Prime Minister yesterday say that we couldn't possibly do anything to disrupt the protocol. The protocol was put in place in a debate on crime and on threats of crime. I think it is important to remember that Northern Ireland's different position in the United Kingdom, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was due to the threats that were made by the Irish Prime Minister, by certain political parties in Northern Ireland, some of which sit here, some of which don't sit here, and indeed by some members of this House, that if we did not have separate arrangements for Northern Ireland, then we would face violence in Northern Ireland. The protocol is the baby of threats of crime and threats of Northern Ireland in the United Kingdom.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Would he agree with me? He's just mentioned the former Prime Minister, the right honourable member for Maidenhead, and that she made an unfortunate reference yesterday which was inaccurate, in that she seemed to allude to the fact that we could have avoided this if we had backed her proposals, when in fact we would have been in exactly the same position had GB diverted from the EU regulations, and that was very unfortunate, and it gives us an opportunity now to rectify that error.
Yeah. And in fact, under the former Prime Minister's proposals, not only would Northern Ireland be subject to single market rules, it would be subject to custom union rules, which have meant we couldn't even have benefited from the 80 trade deals which the government has now done across the world. And thankfully that is not the case, and we still do have access to those trade deals, and firms in Northern Ireland are benefiting from it. And indeed I can think of one in my honourable friend's constituency in South Antrim, where a firm has set up exclusively to export machinery which it will produce to the Australian market as a result of the deal which we have now with Australia. So there are benefits. Huge benefits of being separate from the EU. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think it is important that we highlight that many of the issues and many of the measures which the government intends to introduce for the rest of the United Kingdom cannot apply to Northern Ireland as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol. One of the reasons why, as my honourable friend, the member for Lagan Valley, said yesterday, that until this issue is addressed, then the Northern Ireland Assembly cannot possibly function. We are told that Northern Ireland, without the protocol, could become a hive of economic crime, which has been dealt with in this bill, because people would bring goods into Northern Ireland, smuggle them through Northern Ireland, across the Irish border, and contaminate the EU market. Of course, very little trade actually goes through Northern Ireland into the Irish Republic. Indeed, supermarkets which don't even have shops in the Irish Republic are subject to these trades. What economic crime they're going to involve themselves in, I don't know. But nevertheless, that's the rationale which is attached to the protocol. And the only leverage which we have, and indeed for the sake of good governance in Northern Ireland, this issue must be addressed, because we will not, no unionist in Northern Ireland will accept the divisiveness of the protocol and the economic damage. That means that when it comes to the workings of the Assembly, you'll not get consensus. If you don't get consensus, then you'll have all kinds of divisions, and so the Assembly can't possibly work. And therefore it is important that this issue be addressed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, let me say this, that if justice is to be done to the people in Northern Ireland, and if we are not to give in to the threats of criminal behaviour by those who are opposed to getting rid of the Northern Ireland Protocol, then the government must take action. I'm disappointed that there was no action highlighted in the Queen's speech. But I would say to honourable members in this House This is not solely a Northern Ireland issue. I've already highlighted VAT on fuel bills was introduced because of it. There's another bill which is absent in this, in the Queen's speech. We were promised, and I believe that there's almost universal support for improvements in animal welfare. I don't think that most people in the United Kingdom want to see the continued import of trophies as a result of hunting across the world. I don't think, whether they're Conservative or Labour, I don't think that most people want to see the import of foie gras, where animals are birds are cruelly treated in order to produce that. I don't think that most people want to see the importing of furs. And yet, those bills have those measures are not in the Queen's speech, even though they were the government indicated that would be doing it. Why? Because Northern Ireland, being part of the single market, you can't ban them in that part of the United Kingdom. It would become the back door, and therefore many of the animal welfare measures, which are not in this bill, are not in this bill because of the Northern Ireland Protocol. And we haven't even tested the state aid rules in the rest of the United Kingdom. So this issue needs to be dealt with. And I would implore the government, do not delay on this. There may be divisions in the Cabinet. There may be divisions even with some of the Conservative Party. And there may be some on this side of the House who really don't care that it's impacting on the Good Friday Agreement, the stability in Northern Ireland, and the ability of people in Northern Ireland to share the same benefits as the rest of the United Kingdom. But I can assure you that this party, my party, will be doing everything we can on a weekly basis to raise this in the House of Commons, to raise this with ministers, and to use whatever leverage we have back home to ensure that the political institutions are not contaminated by the Northern Ireland Protocol.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now then, nobody should feel unsafe in their streets or in their homes, which is why I think preventing crime is probably the most important part of this Queen's speech. And each time we have a debate on this subject in this place, it always seems that the Labour Party seem to side with the criminals. And I'm not sure yet why that is, but it always seems to happen every single time. And the Queen's speech, it serves as a bit of a reminder to everyone here that we are the only party who's serious about law and order in the UK. Now, it's true. Now, the vast majority of decent, hard-working people in this country will welcome the new Public Order Bill, because we see these mindless people almost on a weekly basis now. They've got nothing better to do than wreak havoc on our streets, on motorways, at petrol stations, and quite frankly, the hard-working people of this country are fed up to the back teeth of these people disrupting their very ways of life and destroying our property time and time again. And I've seen them myself when I've been out and about. They've been gluing themselves to property, digging up lawns, throwing paint around, performing zombie-like dances in the middle of the road with no regards for decent, hard-working people in this country. Yes, zombie dancers, a bit like Strangers Bar at night time with the honourable member for Stoke-on-Trent, North talking kids go from wherever he is. But they've got no regards for decent, hard-working people in this country, and their guerrilla-type tactics, they're disrupting emergency workers and putting people's lives at risk, and the public have had enough. Now, we're pretty good at handing out fines during the pandemic, during lockdown. We were dishing out big fines. I think some were justified, and some not. But I would hope the government would look at handing out some bigger fines to these public nuisances who think it's a good idea to damage petrol stations. I suggest a £10,000 fine going upwards to about 20 grand. That'll teach them, I think. When they go back to mum and dad with these 10 grand fines, that might be the deterrent that they actually need. But let's just remind ourselves what we've been up to as a party in government. We're recruiting 20,000 new police officers, and I think we're already over 13,000 new police officers on our streets, making our streets safer. We've enshrined the Police Crime and Sentencing Courts Act into law, giving police extra powers to prevent crimes and keep dangerous criminals off our streets. And this Act, it stops the automatic early release of dangerous, violent and sexual offenders and widens the scope for police powers such as stop and search, and places a legal duty on local authorities to actually work together with the Fire and Rescue Service, the police and criminal justice agencies. And Labour voted against this. And I tell you what else they voted against. Well, they voted against everything in the Police and Crime Bill. But in Ashfield, we're really benefiting from a Conservative government. We've just had £550,000 through the Safer Streets Fund. And this is going to put CCTV up in some real dodgy areas I've got in my town. This is going to make women and young girls feel safe. There's going to be safe hotspots where they can reach out for help. And it's wonderful news for one of the most deprived areas of my constituency. We're putting up new security gates from the fund, which will secure alleyways. These are, again, ASP hotspots. These are making people, residents, feel safe in their own homes. This is real action. And on top of that, we've got new police officers with the Operation Reacher teams in Eastwood and in Ashfield. These are going out and these are taking the most undesirable people off our streets and locking them up. But the police have always been a little bit frustrated that the sentencing has not been enough for these criminals. But we've sorted that through this new bill. You know, people can get locked up for longer. You know what? And I say, so they should be. It makes people feel safer in Ashfield and Eastwood. It makes me feel safer, and it makes my family feel safer. And it's only right that when these criminals are arrested and taken to the police station and taken through the court system, they should be put away for as long as possible and make us all feel safe. But Labour have also got no idea about the illegal crossings, the dinghies, the boats coming over the channel. They seem to be confused, Mr Deputy Speaker. They don't know the difference between an economic migrant and a genuine asylum seeker. It's a shame, really. You know, you can come and have a chat with me and my constituents in Ashfield. They'll put you right. Come up to my Witherspoons in Kirkby and they'll tell you the difference, and they're pretty good at it. I'll gladly give way.
The member is saying that people on this side of the House don't know the difference between economic migrants and genuine, as he calls them, asylum seekers. Then the Home Office doesn't either, because the Home Office has concluded that the vast majority of those people in those boats are refugees and should be recognised as such. So what's he got to say to the Home Secretary?
I'll thank Honourable Lady for the intervention. I think that's a fault of the old failing asylum system, where people, when they get here, they know how to fill the forms out. They've got these lefty lawyers that say, put this, this and this and this. They fill the forms out, and hey, presto, about 80% get asylum status. And it's wrong. It's absolute wrong. It's a burden on the taxpayer. They're abusing the system. It's a bit like some benefit cheats. They do it, don't they? They abuse. They say they're disabled and they're not. Yes, they do. They do. So, come on, let's be right about it. But make no mistake about it, Mr Deputy Speaker. If that lot got in power, cherish the thought. Well, not cherish it, perish the thought. If that lot got in cherish the thought. If that lot got in power, this Rwanda plan would be scrapped within 5 minutes. They want to see open borders. They want to let anybody in.
You confirmed it now.
I'll gladly give way to the member for Stoke-on-Trent.
You confirmed it now.
But make no mistake, the Rwanda plan would be scrapped. Would be scrapped within 5 minutes of that lot getting in power. But I welcome the comments made by the member for St Helens North, who's not in his place right now, but he made some sensible comments on food bank use, Mr Deputy Speaker. But I'd welcome anybody on the opposite benches to come and visit Ashfield, to my food bank, which I help out on a regular basis. And we've got a great project in place at the moment where I'd gladly give way.
Mr Speaker, thank you. My honourable friend from Ashfield would know that there are two elements to most sentences. Rehabilitation, which is really important because we can rehabilitate criminals in prisons and put them back on the streets, hopefully reformed characters, but also deterrence. Does he agree with me that deterrence is an important function of any sentence, and that actually longer sentences may well have the deterrent effect of saying to people, think twice, please, before you commit that crime?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention. He makes a good point. Not only is it a great deterrent, but the longer they're locked up in prison, then that's the longer amount of time they cannot commit these horrible crimes. So he makes a perfect point. But I go back to my point made about the honourable member of St Helens North, who made some great comments about food banks. But my invitation is to everybody on that side of the house. Come to Ashfield and work with me for a day in my food bank and see that the brilliant scheme we've got in place, where when people come now for a food parcel, they have to register for a budgeting course and a cooking course. And what we do at the food bank, we show them how to cook cheap and nutritious meals on a budget. We can make a meal for about 30 pence a day, and this is cooking from scratch. We're glad to give way.
The honourable member for giving way. Can you answer me a simple question? Should it be necessary to have
food banks in 21st century Britain?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention. He makes a great point, and this is exactly my point. So I invite you personally to come to Ashfield, look at our food bank, how it works, and I think you'll see firsthand that there's not this massive use for food banks in this country. We've got generation after generation who cannot cook properly, they can't cook a meal from scratch, they cannot budget. The challenge is there. Come, I'll offer anybody. You sat there with glazed expressions on your faces, looking at me like I've landed from a different planet. Come to Ashfield, come next week, come the week after, come to a real food bank that's making a real difference to people's lives. And I'm going to end now, Mr Deputy Speaker, because they're not listening. These are a generation of MPs that never listen. But the good news is, well, it's bad news actually, because this Labour Party, they're out of control, they're out of touch, and thankfully they're out of power. That's me done, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Joanna Check.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, what I will say to the previous speaker is that all of us have food banks in our constituency. We don't really need to visit his because we're perfectly well aware of the requirement for them. But the requirement for them is not because people don't know how to cook. It's because we have poverty in this country at a scale that should shame his government. Now, before I address the substance of today's debate, Mr Deputy Speaker, and in particular the government's plans for a British Bill of Rights, like others, I'd like to refer to the results of the local elections last week, because in Scotland they were a very important reminder that this British government has no mandate in Scotland and no mandate for any of the policies it's seeking to impose on Scotland in the programme for government. And it's really no surprise, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the Conservatives lost so many votes and have been reduced to third place in Scotland. When I was campaigning on the doorsteps of Edinburgh South West, I heard over and over again the contempt in which this UK government is held. And it's not just the endemic law-breaking, it's the rank lack of respect for the frequently expressed views of the Scottish electorate for a different way of doing things and for a second independence referendum, given the broken promises of the first. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm particularly proud that in my own constituency of Edinburgh South West, in the Pentlands Hill ward, my colleague and friend Fiona Glasgow displaced a Tory councillor to win yet another seat for the SNP on the City of Edinburgh Council. And I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate her for the fantastic campaign that she ran. It's always good, Mr Deputy Speaker, to see women of independent mind elected to public office. Now, it was suggested by the leader of Her Majesty's opposition yesterday that this Queen's speech has no guiding principle. And he's right, insofar as it abjectly fails to make meaningful proposals for reversing the cost of living crisis. And that cost of living crisis is really hammering my constituents as well as constituents across the United Kingdom. There's nothing in this speech about cutting VAT on fuel bills. There's nothing about taxing big companies, not just the energy companies, but other companies with excess profits. There's nothing to increase benefits, and there's nothing to reinstate the £20 that was cut from universal credit. Instead, I heard on the radio this morning that the Cabinet met yesterday to chuck around ideas to deal with the cost of living crisis, but didn't come to any conclusions. Mr Deputy Speaker, the lack of urgency and the lack of focus of this government is as insulting to my constituents as it is callous. Nor does this Queen's speech contain any measures to compensate my constituents for the serial incompetence of the Home Office, not just in respect of the handling of immigration and asylum cases, but also now the issuing of passports. Lots of working class families in my constituency have lost out on hard-worked-for holidays, and it's an absolute disgrace, and I'd like to know if the government's going to compensate them. Mr Speaker, I might not agree with everything the Leader of Her Majesty's opposition says. We disagree on the right of Scotland to self-determination, and I'd like to see him do more to stick up for women's sex-based rights and the rights of same-sex attracted people. But I do consider the Leader of the opposition to be a man of integrity. And I don't want to live in a state, Mr Deputy Speaker, where the government, with the assistance of their little helpers in the right-wing press, are able to influence the police to reopen a closed investigation into their political enemies. It stinks. And most of my constituents can see the difference between what seems to have been a working meal and the endless parade of parties with suitcases of booze and karaoke that took place at Number 10 during lockdown. People are not stupid. Yesterday, we were told in the Queen's speech that this government is going to ensure the Constitution is upheld. I have to say, Mr Deputy Speaker, I had to struggle to stop myself from laughing out loud. This Prime Minister can't even uphold the ordinary laws of the land. And in 2019, he rode roughshod over the Constitution when he unlawfully prorogued Parliament. And that was just the start of it. In 2020, his government introduced legislation designed to go back on an agreement they themselves had signed with the European Union. And now they're still at it with the Northern Ireland Protocol. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think there is a guiding principle of this Queen's speech, and I think it's this. It's to diminish the ability of this Parliament and the courts to hold this government to account. And we see it in the Bill of Rights, we see it in the Public Order Bill, and we also see it in the Brexit Freedoms Bill, which is going to expand executive power to amend, appeal or replace EU retained law by way of secondary legislation. So this House can't scrutinise it properly. So much for taking back control. Now, on the Bill of Rights, Mr Deputy Speaker, as has already been said by my honourable friend, the government's independent review on the Human Rights Act and the Cross-Party Joint Committee of Human Rights, of which I'm a member, have found that the case for replacing the Human Rights Act with the British Bill of Rights has not been made out. The independent review suggested only very minor changes to the Human Rights Act, noting that the vast majority of submissions to that review spoke strongly in support of our Human Rights Act. But this government didn't even bother to address the findings of their own independent review and instead published their own consultation on the same day that the independent review reported. It's really quite extraordinary. And yesterday, the Right Honourable Member for Halton, Price and Howden, who's not in his place and for whom I have a great deal of respect, but I disagree with him on this issue, he tried to suggest that the main reason for modifying the Human Rights Act is that it will give the government the ability to deport foreign criminals who've been released from prison. Well, in our recent and very thorough report on human rights reform dated 13th April, the Joint Committee of Human Rights examined that claim in some detail, and we found it to be unsubstantiated by the data produced by the government. And for anyone who's interested, those arguments are set out at paragraphs 223 to 234 of our report. We also found that the government's case that human rights legislation is in serious need of reform is not proven. This is not evidence-based policy making. And we concluded that the government's purporting to solve non-existent problems and offering solutions that will only cause confusion and detriment to those who need their rights protected. We said that if the government really wanted to strengthen human rights, they would improve how they are respected in general and improve education so that everyone knows their rights and improve access to the courts for those needing to enforce them. Improving awareness and understanding of human rights and access to the courts would have a far more beneficial impact than the government's current proposals. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, that's a cross-party report and it was unanimous, so the government should listen to it. And they should also listen to the conclusions of the independent review that they themselves commissioned. Now, of course, there's a particular Scottish angle to reform of the Human Rights Act, and this has been highlighted in a previous report of the Joint Committee of Human Rights, where we recommended that any proposals to reform the Human Rights Act should not be pursued without the consent of the Scottish Parliament. Again, that was the recommendation of a cross-party committee, and it's in tune with the position of the Scottish Government. Now, the Human Rights Act itself is a reserved matter, but human rights per se in Scotland are not reserved. And we have our own Scottish Human Rights Commission, A-listed by the United Nations, which is very concerned about the government's plans to replace the Human Rights Act with the Bill of Rights. And indeed, the Joint Committee of Human Rights is taking further evidence about that this afternoon. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Human Rights Act, which we already have in this country, is in fact a Bill of Rights. And there's two characteristics of a Bill of Rights. First of all, that they're universal. The rights apply to everyone, not just the people who the government find it convenient to give rights to. And secondly, that it's a higher law And that's why we have the Section 3 interpretive obligation in the Human Rights Act as it stands. And if you take these things out, as the government's proposing to do, then it's not, in fact, actually a Bill of Rights. Now, everyone knows that the Tories, or some of them at least, have been wanting to get us out of the European Convention of Human Rights for some years. But the reality is, those same Tories, they're cheering now, but your leader, their leader, Mr Deputy Speaker, signed an agreement with the European Union when we left, which means we can't leave the ECHR. So actually, this British Bill of Rights idea is just a sneaky little way to try and diminish people's ability to enforce their rights under the ECHR. Now, nobody else so far this afternoon has mentioned the plans for a ban on LGB conversion therapy, and I'd like to say that I support that ban, although I do think the evidence for how much it's a contemporary problem is questionable, but it was certainly a very serious problem in the past. I'm just going to develop my argument before I give way. However, I'm concerned that honourable members are coming under pressure to support a ban on what's described as trans conversion therapy, which ignores the interim report of the CAS review and the testimonies of Tavistock Clinic whistleblowers and detransitioners. Now, there's an exponential rise in the number of girls seeking to transition, Mr Deputy Speaker, and many of these girls will be same-sex attracted, and it's important that this possibility and other explanations for gender dysphoria, such as autism, are able to be explored in a respectful way with a qualified therapist before young women embark on a road to medicalisation. Experiencing gender dysphoria in childhood or puberty doesn't necessarily mean that you are trans. Thousands of adult lesbians and gay men like myself will know this to be true. And I think it's really important that honourable members understand that trans-inclusive means assuming all children who say that they are the opposite sex are transgender, and it also means insisting they don't need psychotherapy if they say they don't want it. And Hilary Cass, former president of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health, has been commissioned to report on NHS gender identity services for children. And her interim report, published a couple of months ago, has provided worrying information about the lack of normal clinical standards being applied to children with gender distress. More work needs to be done, but the interim results show a high proportion of cared-for children, those with autism or experience of abuse, and children who would be likely to grow up as lesbian or gay, presenting for gender services. So I'm advocating for evidence-based policy making. Let's wait for the outcome of the CAS report, and let's not be influenced by those who want to criminalise therapists who simply want to do their job and act in their patients' best interests. We urgently need proper informed debate in public and in Parliament, and this must centre on the well-being of children and young people. Now, we can only have those sort of debates in this place and beyond if we have free speech. The Tories say they believe in free speech and they want to better protect it as a right. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, actions speak louder than words. The Police Act passed in the last session, the Public Order Bill and the Online Safety Bill all contain potential threats to freedom of expression. And one of the problems with the Online Safety Bill is the introduction of a legal but harmful category for the removal of content. And this will create a situation in which people will be prevented from saying things that are legal but prohibited. And there's a really significant danger that the bill as drafted will lead to censorship of legal speech by online platforms, and that it will give the government unacceptable controls over what we can and cannot say online. Now, as a former sex crimes prosecutor, I completely applaud the desire to protect children online, which underlines the Online Safety Bill. But I'm very worried that this category of legal but harmful will enable vexatious complainants to exploit that lack of definitional clarity to try and shut down lawful speech on topics of public concern that are harmful and should be subject to censorship. I don't know, the honourable gentleman over there wanted to intervene earlier. I'll give way. Yeah.
It's my lucky day, Mr Deputy Speaker. The honourable member is making a most interesting speech. Does she share my concern that the weight between primary and secondary legislation when it comes to the bill she refers to is worrying, because some of the definitions are so fundamental, such as freedom of speech, that they should be laid before this House rather than nodded through by some instrument or another, whether negative or positive procedure.
I do share that. I don't think it's safe to leave setting out definitions which will impact upon free speech to a government minister in secondary legislation, particularly not a government minister in this government. But really what I'm most worried about is the online platforms, because I don't think the online platforms can be trusted to police speech in a way that's properly cognizant of the law. Not just the law on freedom of speech, but also the law on freedom of belief and domestic anti-discrimination law. Now, I'm coming to a close very shortly, but I just want to take Twitter as an example, because this is really important. Twitter's hateful conduct policy does not include the protected characteristic of sex. And so Twitter routinely censors perfectly legitimate contributions to the public debate on women's sex-based rights, while routinely ignoring threats of violence, and worse, to women participating in the debate. And in October 2019, the Joint Committee on Human Rights published a report on democracy, freedom of expression and freedom of association, in which we noted that Twitter has omitted sex from the list of protected characteristics in its hateful conduct policy. We recommended that they should remedy this, and in May 2019, a Twitter executive promised us she would look into the issue. But nearly 3 years later, nothing has been done. And this is a very real concern for the Online Safety Bill, because when women have challenged Twitter's unfair and discriminatory moderation policies, Twitter have replied that they do not consider themselves bound by the Equality Act in relation to the services they provide in the United Kingdom. And their argument is that because they're a company established in Ireland as opposed to the UK, they're therefore exempt under paragraph 2 of Schedule 25 to the Equality Act. Now, I'm not sure that that's right, but it's a loophole that could be closed in the Online Safety Bill, and I've already had some informal discussions with ministers about closing that loophole. So, to conclude, there's no point in saying that we need a Bill of Rights to protect free speech and then handing over the policing of speech to private companies such as Twitter, whose record shows that they can't be trusted. So on free speech, this government needs to put its money where its mouth is.
Thank
you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it gives me great pleasure to speak in this debate, as it always does, to speak on behalf of the great people of Peterborough. Whether I have this is the best job I'm ever going to have, and whether I have it for 2 more years or for 22 years, it's always a pleasure to talk about the issues that concern the great people of Peterborough. And one of the great concerns they have is around crime and disorder, and they would fully expect me to come to this place and talk about some of those issues. And we're very pleased their values or their concerns. So do us all a favour on this side of the House, vote against the Public Order Bill, and give us an opportunity to demonstrate once again how out of touch they are. The second thing I wanted to talk about was the Bill of Rights, a British Bill of Rights. And I'd like to remind members opposite, this in fact was a manifesto commitment to introduce this, a manifesto commitment by which I was elected on, and this Conservative government was elected with an 80-seat majority. We have to do this. We promised the British people we would, and that's, I'm thrilled to say, that's what we're going to do. It will rip up Labour's Human Rights Act, which enshrined the European Court of Human Rights into British law. It will stop criminals dodging deportation by vexatious and continuing legal challenges. It will stop judges from Strasbourg overriding British judges, and it will protect free speech and press freedom. But more importantly, what it will also do, as someone who understands that human rights are important, what it will also do, it will also restore public confidence in the law and in human rights. And that's why it's so welcome to be part of the Queen's speech. The last thing I want to talk about is the draft Victims' Bill. I feel sometimes that the criminal justice system doesn't resemble, and it certainly isn't on the side of the victims of crime. This principle, the fact that we are looking to legislate on this, shows that this government is on the side of victims. We want criminals to be scared of the law. We don't want the law-abiding majority to be scared of criminals. And the Victims' Code, putting that on a statutory footing, will ensure that victims' voices are heard. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I recall a story of a constituent who came to see me in one of my advice surgeries. I was told by this local mum about her son, how this young man was beaten up very, very badly in a bar in Peterborough, and she described the experience of the criminal justice system as almost re-traumatising. You know, she was pushed from pillar to post, and the very structures and the very resources that she thought were in place to support her and her son, they were found wanting. And this really did kind of stay with me. She felt let down, and they felt that they didn't have enough support when it really mattered. And that in some exchanges, they were made to feel almost like the criminal themselves, rather than the victims of the crime. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, we really must do better. And the draft bill, Victims' Bill, is designed specifically to do just that. So it's got to be hugely welcomed. Mr. Deputy Speaker, people in Peterborough, as I said at the start of my speech, want to be tough on criminals. They want to make sure that we protect the British public, and they want to see natural justice to be done. We had that in part in the last session with the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Act. As I say, one of the most popular pieces of legislation in my constituency and in Peterborough. I know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from the measures announced in the Queen's speech, that once again, members on this side of the House and this government have showed themselves to be in touch with the people of Peterborough and in touch with the British public.
Kerry McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The member for Peterborough that's just spoken, it was actually very revealing what he said, because he actually put on the record that this is very much, this whole package of legislation, most of it is about party political advantage and posturing and setting up straw men and trying to create divisions that don't really exist, rather than actually trying to address the real issues facing this country at the moment, in particular the cost of living crisis, and I don't think he referred to that in his speech. What we have is the government wasting parliamentary time, bringing back with the Public Order Bill the culture wars nonsense that we saw with the worst parts of the Policing, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill. At that point, it was about a tax on statues, which was obviously very much based on the what happened in Bristol. And it's interesting, he talks about public opinion, but a jury trial actually then acquitted some of the protesters by the Colston statue. And yeah, that was very much an attack on the whole Black Lives Matters movement. And although I didn't agree with the fact that the statue was removed in the way that it was, it didn't need a piece of legislation increasing the maximum sentence for damaging statues to 10 years. It was just about party political point scoring, as I said. And now we've got the measures on climate change activists. And again, that's trying to create a false divide. Most people, if you ask them, want to see greater action on climate change and support the right to peaceful protest, while thinking that the tactics used by some protesters are ill-judged, inconsiderate and counterproductive. And people who are very much involved in the environmental movement will share my opinion that some of the things that we've seen do not help the cause at all. But I'm not convinced there needs to be legislation on this, rather than the government working with infrastructure providers to obtain injunctions. Again, I think that the reason this is being brought forward is very much about those headlines and trying to stir up antipathy. And it's also interesting that the people that try to do that don't even manage to pay lip service to the need to address climate change when they do. The levelling up...
The Honourable Lady, but I'm a little confused. Is she saying that she's content for protesters to be brought before the court in injunction and punished either with an imprisonment or a fine through an injunction process, a civil process, but wouldn't support the same through a criminal process?
No, I didn't say that at all. What I'm saying is I think the reason why the government is bringing forward this legislation is suspect, and I'm not convinced that the police are actually need these powers. If the government can prove, as the bill goes through, that the police are calling for these powers, because they weren't calling for the increased powers that were brought in under the policing bill, they said that they didn't feel those measures were necessary. So, you know, the government, it's now down to the government to actually prove that the injunction system doesn't work. But as I said, I think that that some of the protests are ill-judged and inconsiderate to people going about their daily lives, and I think would all speak as one on that point. The Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill, again, looks at first sight like a lot of it is more about spin than substance. If it does genuinely give more powers to local communities rather than developers, that's a good thing. Although the government's past action on this front doesn't really inspire confidence. I do hope that as we look at that piece of legislation, we can look at what's happened. I have a particular case in my constituency where originally land, Brislington Meadows, was designated for housing by a previous administration. We've had real delays with updating the local plan, partly because of the West of England haven't updated their planning strategy, and I think the government rejected it. So we now, even though we have a one city ecology strategy that says we want to protect 30% of the land as green space, we can't oppose the planning application on those grounds because the previous local plan is still in place. And I think the Minister may have some experience of this sort of issue in previous roles. But I hope that when we get a chance to discuss this bill, we can talk about how we can make sure that planning rules do take into account cities' desire to address the ecological crisis. I would quite like to have a conversation with the Secretary of State about architecture. And again, this is just, he was quoted at the weekend talking about Poundbury, which was the village that the Prince of Wales has set up. I happen to think on aesthetics grounds, I don't like Poundbury. I don't think that it's brilliant architecture. So I disagree with the Prince of Wales and the Secretary of State on that. But in his comments, the Secretary of State just set up this completely artificial argument. He was saying that opposition to new housing development comes from, quote, a few modernist architects who sneer at what the rest of us actually like, and people who dislike anything that seems small c conservative. And that just isn't the case. So the opposition to new housing development is about people wanting to protect green spaces, thinking that there's not infrastructure available, worried about the impact that it will have on the road systems, on local facilities. So it's not about people saying we would accept this new housing if only the architecture was more modern or that. It's just as I said, it's just made up, and it doesn't do for good political debate if people are constructing these straw men arguments around these things. Privatisation of Channel 4, I think, is an unnecessary and indeed a spiteful move. Channel 4 is not broken and doesn't need the government to fix it. Public ownership is not a straitjacket, as the government is trying to say it is. The channel invests more in independent production companies outside London, including in Bristol, where it has one of its regional hubs, than any other broadcaster. Privatising Channel 4 could mean £1 billion in investment lost from the UK's nations and regions, with over 60 independent production companies at risk of going under. Happy to give away.
Thank you very much. Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. She's making a very, very important point. In my previous career, I worked in an organisation which worked with Channel 4 to encourage independent production companies across this country and to help them into the international market. And watching Sunday's BAFTA Awards, it was clear that Channel 4 is an integral part of our culture in this country. So would the Honourable Member agree with me that everything we can do to protect it rather than try and change it is what the government should be doing?
I entirely agree. Channel 4 is doing a brilliant job and it's financially viable and there's absolutely no reason to seek to privatise it. The long overdue online safety bill has had its second reading of course in the last session. It's good to see that fraud is included. Many of us will have had constituents who've fallen prey to scammers. It's disappointing, however, that with so much of a delay in bringing forward this bill and with it having gone through the pre-legislative scrutiny as well, there's still so much room for improvement. The government needs to focus on how harmful content can be amplified and spread, including breadcrumbing, which leads to smaller sites, which often contain the worst content. As the bill stands, these sites may well slip through the net because the focus is all on the larger providers. I'm also concerned that in the bill, the definition of what is harmful to children will be left to secondary legislation rather than set out on the face of the bill, that the government hasn't accepted the Laws Commission's recommendations on self-harm, that misogyny isn't a priority, that state disinformation from countries like Russia will still be allowed to thrive, and much more. I hope that we can significantly improve the bill during committee and report stage. I welcome the Renters Reform Bill and the scrapping of no-fault evictions, but again, there's been such an inexcusable delay. The legislation was promised 3 years ago, and in that time, the number of people evicted in Bristol from private rented property through no fault of their own has more than doubled. If I can speak now briefly about the Mental Health Act Reform Bill. It's another measure that's been long promised, but it's still only being published in draft. There's been some terrible stories about people with autism and learning difficulties being detained long-term without their consent, and also a disproportionate use of sectioning for people from the black community. But this is a piecemeal measure. It only addresses one part of the problem. We know that mental health services are not fit for purpose, that far too many people are waiting far too long for diagnosis and treatment or not getting help at all. We know that when children need residential services, they often face being sent hundreds of miles away from home as beds aren't available, and that far too many people resort to turning up at A&E in mental health crisis. There is a balance to be struck between giving mental health patients control over their treatment, but making sure that people who would be helped by stay in hospital get the help they need. Very recently it's been reported that FOI requests from 22 NHS trusts reveal that over half of the 5,403 prisoners assessed by prison-based psychiatrists as requiring hospitalisation were not transferred from hospital to prison between 2016 to 21. And that's an 81% increase in the number of prisoners denied a transfer in the previous 5 years. And there's a very high threshold for that transfer request being met. It's prisoners with major psychotic illnesses or chronic personality disorders. They're being kept in prison rather than actually getting the help that they need, which is not just, I suspect that the honourable members over there will think that I'm being a wet liberal on this, but this is as much about preventing reoffending and as supporting the prisoners themselves. Finally, there are quite a few measures missing from this bill that I'd have hoped would be included, including the Animals Abroad bill. Given that we've long accepted, and trophy hunting as well, of course, given that we long ago accepted that the production of foie gras and fur in this country was inhumane and should be prohibited, there is no excuse now that we have left the EU for not acting to ban imports too. It just shows the warped priorities of this out-of-touch government that would rather give in to the demands of the pro-hunting lobby on its backbenches, and actually some in the cabinet as well, than enact one of the few genuinely popular promises it has made. And trophy hunting is just an example where very senior figures on the Conservative Party have spoken out about it, got lots of good publicity on this time and time again, but where is the legislation?
Except that regardless of whether people are supporters of the Labour Party, Conservative Party, Liberal Democrats or whatever, there's a huge majority of people in the United Kingdom who actually want to see these animal welfare issues addressed. But does she also accept that one of the reasons why it would be difficult to implement any such legislation is that Northern Ireland cannot be covered by this and will become the back door into the United Kingdom for any of these things that would be banned by legislation here?
Okay, I agree with I'm thankful for the honourable member's support for the animal welfare measures. Given that I've already been speaking for rather longer than I intended to, I don't think I can unpick the Northern Ireland Protocol today, but I hope that as we get on to... Well, actually, there's not many Tories here, so maybe I can speak for another half an hour, but I hope that that is something, as we come to talking about the future of Northern Ireland, that we can look at the impact it would have and whether we can still proceed with this ban on imports without completely upsetting the balance of politics there. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, what is also missing from the Queen's speech was any action to address the cost of living crisis. According to the Food Foundation, 1 in 7 adults now live in homes where people have skipped meals, eaten less or gone hungry. Energy bills are skyrocketing, rising inflation is starting to bite. We've heard about the 15 Tory tax rises. And it is the government's responsibility to mitigate this suffering, whether it's through measures in the Queen's speech or through introducing an emergency budget, which is much needed. What we are seeing in operation now is an active choice by the Chancellor, by the Prime Minister, by the government to allow this pressure, this financial pressure on households to continue. A windfall tax on BP and Shell would hardly dent their enormous recent profits of £12 billion. But while my constituents remove items from their shopping baskets, spend their days on buses to keep warm, stress over bank balances in the red, the government has refused to act. Even Tesco has come out in support of a windfall tax, and I think the boss of BP said that it wouldn't stop them from investing. Labour has been clear that the best solution to the cost of living crisis is a green one, yet this speech promised nothing to help insulate homes, which would lower bills and emissions, nor did it promise to rectify this government's nonsensical ban on new onshore wind. To conclude, Mr Speaker, I look forward to debating some of these 38 bills in the Queen's speech. I think it's a massive missed opportunity. I hope that we see an emergency budget soon and that the government wakes up to the real crisis facing it.
Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was going to confine my speeches to the Public Order Bill, but I'd like to follow on a few comments that the Honourable Member for East Antrim made, because the more I listen to him, the more I think he speaks a good deal of common sense. And I would like him to know that I, for one, and a number of my colleagues agree with a lot of, if not everything, of what he says, and we have a steely resolve to make sure that we are one united kingdom, because that's what we voted for when we voted for Brexit. Mr Deputy Speaker, my daughters, for some unfathomable reason, can sometimes describe me as a grumpy old man. I really don't know why. I really don't know why. But there are a few things that can make me a little bit miserable. But one of the things that has really grated on me in recent years has been about the minority of protesters who have pretty much used guerrilla warfare to disrupt the everyday lives of the vast majority of our constituents. Not just my own constituents, but everybody's. The good people of Dudley North are ordinary folk working hard to make a living that is increasingly harder to make in the current climate. So I cannot fathom how the privileged and entitled few think it is acceptable to stop our carers, our nurses from being able to get to work to care for our sick and elderly. They think it is acceptable to block a fire appliance from getting to a serious fire, burning a local business to the ground, or, more tragically, perhaps stopping people from inside the burning building from being saved. But of course, this applies to any blue light service. This isn't just about the fire service. So this minority of criminals, Mr Deputy Speaker, do truly disgust me. They have no concept of the real world out there. They have no concept of the misery they bring to those less fortunate than themselves. Furthermore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm hoping that yourself and the front benches will join me in making working here more bearable for our own staff and some of myself and my colleagues. I'm not going to dignify his existence by tarnishing Hansard with his name, but there is a noisy man outside who dresses up as a clown that harasses and chases Member of Parliament and our staff from his little camp on the crossing island on Parliament Street. He's someone who serves no public benefit whatsoever.
On that point, would you give way?
Yes, I will give way.
I thank the honourable member for Dudley North for giving way. I know the character that he alludes to, and I've been witness to some ferocious verbal attacks on my colleague here from this character who just patrol Whitehall like a public nuisance. But what I would suggest is, could you please suggest to him that if he is interested in changing things in this country, that he comes to Dudley North and stands against you at the next general election.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In fact, that invitation has already been made. I'm actually going to print off a set of nomination papers, but I just wondered about the 10 people he might need. The 10 people he might need to get the form actually valid. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I mean this when I say that my staff cannot hear distressed constituents on the phone through the awful racket he causes. All of our staff, who have offices in 1 Parliament Street, are caused considerable stress and anxiety by the disruption he causes, theirs and our work. And I have no doubt that staff in DCMS and HMRC, buildings opposite, would say anything different. Is someone wanting to intervene? I don't know. I heard some noises. It's like a Hoover, so it's like an irritating thing in the background. I don't know what it is.
They support him.
Well. So anyway, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he needs his loudspeaker system confiscating and needs to be moved on. Personally, I'd like to see him locked up in the tower with a loudspeaker playing Land of Hope and Glory on repeat at maximum volume. The Met Police really should deal with him. He's causing misery to hundreds of staff and he intimidates many. I think someone wants to intervene, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And he intimidates many, passing by going about our business, representing our constituents. Would you like to intervene, sir?
The honourable member clearly doesn't know how Parliament works, but we do often make sounds across the chamber when we disagree with him. I disagree with him. I'm happy to swap offices, and I'll take his office, he can have my office, and then there will be no problem, and you don't need to shut down free speech either. Win-win.
I'm actually very comfortable with the honourable member to come to Dudley North and make these very arguments because he will be out of office completely. Please do come and make those very arguments. And I'm not going to allow someone outside who is a public nuisance forcing this kind of behaviour and for us to have to make changes for him. Mr. Deputy Speaker, our police, whether in Dudley, the Met or elsewhere, need to have the tools they need to better manage and tackle the dangerous and highly disruptive tactics used by a small minority of selfish protesters to wreak havoc on people going about their daily lives. Our police have already enough to be doing without the unnecessary burden of a privileged few who seek to rinse taxpayers' money. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I won't come as any surprise that I wholeheartedly support the Public Order Bill. If this disruptive minority want to glue themselves to anything, maybe the bill should make it easy for them to have their backsides glued to a tiny cell at Her Majesty's pleasure. They would be most welcome. Thank you.
Catherine McKenna.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's custom to say it's an honour to follow the speech of the member for Dudley North, and not being personal in any way, but it's incredibly frustrating when we are facing a catastrophic rise in the cost of living, a war in Europe, an economy that is just starting to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, and yet this is a Queen's speech that we are dealing with today. It should have been full of ambition and vision for our country, but instead we have cynicism, half measures, a total lack of vision. We have an eclectic mix of bills that's more about stoking division, setting up dividing lines. It doesn't come close to tackling the issues that the public care most about, the catastrophic fall in their incomes and the cost of living soaring as a recession looms. The very beginning of the Queen's speech talked about supporting the police to make our streets safer. And we know the government has no shortage of hardline rhetoric on crime. We heard it from the Home Secretary earlier. Browse the headlines on any given day and there's a good chance you'll see something about how harshly criminals will be punished if they get caught. But it's the if they get caught bit that is really crucial. And after 12 years of Conservative cuts, the police and the justice system often do not have the resources to investigate even the most relatively straightforward crimes. The impact of this has been devastating. The antisocial behaviour that blights significant parts of our country and my constituency has effectively been decriminalised, as cuts to frontline policing and the criminal justice system have caused a proportion of reported crimes ending in prosecution to plummet. If the Minister wishes to disagree with the very obvious statistics on this, then he's welcome to. We'd love to hear it.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. Just to let her know that obviously antisocial behaviour is an important issue across the whole of the country, and we definitely recognise that. And certainly in my own county of Hampshire, the Police and Crime Commissioner has established an antisocial behaviour task force using the resources, the extra resources which the government has now provided for the third consecutive year. Has she had the same conversation with her own Labour Police and Crime Commissioner to establish exactly the same kind of assertive response in Newcastle upon Tyne?
I appreciate that the government states his commitment to the issue, but we have seen an accumulation over the last 12 years of the impact of public service cuts right across the board, whether it be education, youth services, and to our police, that have sent the message to constituents across my constituency and elsewhere that people are getting away with it, and there is very little that people can do. The relatively small increases in police numbers aren't going to change it either. The Northumbria Police have lost 1,100 officers, and we still need 632 more to get back to 2010 levels. But replacing police officers isn't going to take us all the way either. Ministers have shown very little interest in replacing lost backroom staff as well, who are essential to releasing that police resource onto the streets. The Minister seems to think it's solved, but residents in my area would disagree, and right across the country. We need to put community safety as a priority, and it means more police out there tackling crime, out there tackling antisocial behaviour, out there tackling dangerous driving. His own backbenchers have been calling for it repeatedly today. The things that the police came into the force to do, and it means tackling the backlog in the judicial system, something that the government has simply ignored and continues to ignore. And we know the distressing impact that antisocial behaviour can have on victims, destroying their mental health and impacting every part of their lives. And in worst cases, it can be life-ending. And when I speak to people in my constituency, in Leamington, New Biggin Hall, Kingston Park, West Denton, Gosforth and Fordham, they're very clear that what they want is greater support and protection from antisocial behaviour and crime, and they want greater strength and legal protection as victims. Yet victims are too often treated as an afterthought. The community trigger, which is supposedly the main instrument to support antisocial behaviour victims, it's largely unused. Meanwhile, support for victims remains a postcode lottery due to the lack of dedicated government funding. It's also disappointing that the long-promised Victims Bill is still not enacted, after being promised in no less than 4 Queen's speeches and 3 manifestos. Putting the Victims Code on a statutory footing, it is so overdue, and I urge the government to take up the Victim Commissioner's recommendation to include victims of antisocial behaviour in it. We must give them the same rights as victims of crime, We must end the postcode lottery in support for victims with proper, dedicated funding. But taking on crime is also vital to rebalancing our economy, or levelling up, as the government likes to call it. Not only does it leave people fearful in our own communities, but it also damages the prospects of attracting people and businesses to areas that quite often badly need the investment. But the levelling up agenda itself seems up in the air, with little sense of the government's priorities. The modest changes expected in the Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill simply aren't enough, especially if the government has already passed up the chance to transform northern economies by delivering on the long-promised eastern leg of HS2. In the Levelling Up White Paper, the government identifies 12 missions to drive and measure change. I don't have time to go into them all, but take the mission of 90% of children to meet the expected standard in reading, writing and maths by the end of primary school by 2030. I'd love to see it happen. We'd all love to see it happen. But is it possible to achieve this when the highest performing areas currently don't reach 90%? It's really hard to see how a government that's presiding over 500,000 more children sinking into absolute poverty can possibly achieve that goal, given all that we know about the impact of poverty on achievement at school. Promises are one thing, delivery is another. And indeed, there is no mention of child poverty at all in the Queen's speech or in the Levelling Up White Paper, even though we know it accounts for much of the difference in attainment at school across the country and impacts on so many areas of life, from health, wealth and happiness. It's become a reality that must not be named, but in failing to do so, the government is failing our children. I want to just touch on transport, because the transport bill will include long-awaited and much-needed measures to roll out charging points for electric vehicles. Making the shift to low-carbon vehicles will save drivers money, increase energy independence and will clean our air. And on buses, we know the nearly 40,000 vehicles on Britain's roads need to be replaced, both as part of the switch to zero-emission vehicles and to encourage people to switch from private to public transport with a new modernised fleet. So the DfE's target is to fund 4,000 zero-carbon buses in this Parliament, but there are 40,000 that need replaced. The DfT's approach of funding zero-emission buses through this ad hoc, centrally administered funding pot, forcing local authorities to spend precious time and money writing bids, feels like an outdated and half-hearted solution, if I'm honest, to the urgent problem of decarbonising our transport system. I often imagine my communities with full electrification of cars and buses. How quiet, how clean the air would be. It's within our grasp. We just need more urgency, and we need to streamline the process of returning bus networks to public control so green buses can become an integrated and efficient and accountable, like they are in major cities in London, and the same we want for Newcastle. Fundamentally, we need to remove fossil fuels from transport, we need to make electric vehicles affordable for everyone and ensure that every community has the infrastructure to charge them. We need the right regulation and funding for a clean, efficient bus network, and we need investment in cycle and walk paths to allow people to travel safely. That's how we create safe and healthy communities. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, crippling energy bills and runaway inflation are hitting families hard, and the catastrophic fall in disposable income alongside the crisis in Ukraine will define our politics for the foreseeable future. The very first line of the Queen's speech should have acknowledged that we are living in a cost of living crisis and make a commitment to bringing forward a budget to support households. Yet it's not what we got yesterday, and we're left with grudging half measures previously announced by the Chancellor. It's scant comfort to constituents facing another increase in the energy cap in the autumn, when energy bills are expected to reach a staggering £2,500 to £3,000 on average. It's just not good enough. 2.5 years into his premiership, it's not at all clear what the Prime Minister's guiding mission in office is, other than staying there at all costs. It's a remarkably thin policy programme from a government with an 80-seat majority that tells us it's going to level up our country. It shows a government seriously lacking in ambition, far more interested in stoking culture wars that it thinks it will benefit from in the next election than supporting the British people and British businesses through the multiple domestic and international crises we face. I will work with Labour colleagues to try and improve these bills, to try and improve the government's programme, but quite frankly, after 12 years, it's time for a Labour government.
Sir Mark Hendrick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow my friend, the member for Newcastle-upon-Tyne North, who spoke passionately about the cost of living crisis and the problems we face that haven't really been addressed by this government's bill. I would like, first of all, to talk in the new session of Parliament about the Platinum Jubilee. It comes weeks before this year's celebration, this address, marking 70 years since Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth became the monarch of the United Kingdom, as well as other territories and countries where she's head of state. It's particularly poignant for myself, who was fortunate enough 20 years ago at the Golden Jubilee, as a result of efforts of people in Preston, the council, other stakeholders and myself, found Preston to receive city status as a result of the Golden Jubilee competition, where 40 towns from across England competed for that status. I don't know which town is going to be chosen this year, but good luck to whichever town and whichever Member of Parliament is representing that town. Because I do know that we've seen considerable investment in Preston as a result of the raising of the profile due to city status. Despite this joyous occasion celebrating the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, the people of Preston and this country cannot help but be distracted by the real-time tragedy of this cost of living crisis, when it comes on the heels of two plus years of hardship and sacrifice caused by the global pandemic. In the Queen's speech, the government has made clear it is not interested in easing the pain of people suffering right now and in the many months to come. Between last month's spring statement by the Chancellor and last year's Queen's speech, no tangible action, I should say, to address the cost of living crisis has really been brought forward. The country is in a state of emergency and on the brink of a potential recession. People need help now, and I echo the calls that the government will have heard from this side of the House for an emergency budget to try and address this situation. At a time when high inflation is outstripping wage and benefit increases, happening in conjunction with recent tax increases, this Queen's speech is a missed opportunity to address the issues that matter most to people, their livelihoods and future. Today's debate is focused on crime and justice. The party opposite fancies itself as tough on crime, yet has a PM and a Chancellor who've been issued fixed notice penalties for breaking laws that they wrote. Crime is up while criminal enforcement is down, with thousands of criminals getting off without being charged or held accountable. The same is true for fraud and computer misuse, with online fraud soaring during the pandemic and well before, yet very few fraudsters are being arrested. The figures that I have and have been reported are 416,000 cases of fraud have been reported in the last year. £35 million have been stolen as a result of that fraud. Only 156 fraudsters have been arrested. And you would conclude from that crime indeed does pay. And I've had many cases of... Yeah, sure.
I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman would want to acknowledge that while he is right that fraud and computer misuse has been rising and has been included in the overall crime numbers just in the last few years, that quite a lot of those offences are committed by people who are operating internationally and online, and therefore particularly difficult to bring to justice when they're in other jurisdictions.
Well, I'd certainly agree with that point. And in fact, the Minister will know there's been a big shift away from things like car theft and telephone theft, and many people are finding now their identity is being stolen, and fraud taking place as a result of computer crime. And computer crime is a big problem. I think certainly we see the problems in cyberspace in terms of defence, and I'm very pleased that the Cyber Security Centre is coming to Lancashire, and will hope to be doing a great deal in that area. But I am still quite bemused at the resources being committed to police forces up and down the country to tackle this sort of thing, and the lack of wherewithal from Companies House to actually try and tackle this thing in terms of fraud with businesses. As I say, I have a number of cases in my own constituency which I've written to the government about when it comes to online cases of fraud. The Online Safety Bill, which was carried over into this session, and what we've seen there is delay has allowed disinformation to spread like wildfire online, and we've seen that particularly during Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, which obviously speaks to the point I've just made about cybercrime and cybersecurity. And what we want to see is more effort regarding scams to be included in the scope of this legislation, which I know our side of the House, the Labour Party, is committed to. There is also a data reform bill which will reform the way data is handled in the UK after Brexit. And the government said that the changes would help increase the competitiveness of UK businesses and boost the economy. But just reinventing the wheel by finding an alternative to GDPR just for the government to claim freedom from EU so-called red tape, I think is just a waste of time, and it's a posture really, and isn't really going to solve any problems by just creating new standards of data security. And on the question of security itself, with the current state of affairs internationally, I think the government needs to be reminded how critical national security is. We welcome the National Security Bill, and we want to see limiting state threats activity in the UK. As has been witnessed with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and state-backed interference here in the UK before that, there are changing threats to the UK, and foreign interference and legislation must keep pace with the reality on the ground. So we do want better security, and we support a national security bill, but we want to see that transformed quickly, and the cyber centre that I spoke about obviously built, constructed, and have the experts in there as soon as possible. On the question of the public order bill, this really should be about tackling injustice, but it's not about tackling injustice. It's about restricting further rights to protest in a legitimate way. Now, there are extreme cases. We've seen it here in this chamber when people were gluing themselves to the glass on the balcony, on the gallery that overlooks this building. I mean, that sort of thing, law exists at the moment to deal with that sort of thing. But normal activity around demonstrations is something that, as a free country, we've come to expect. And I think if the government is too heavy-handed on this, then the public order bill will, I think, do a great deal more to cause problems than it will in allowing people to protest freely. There's talk as well about an energy security bill, talking about building on the success of last year's COP26 Environment Summit in Glasgow, with a pledge to build up to 8 nuclear power stations and increase wind and solar energy production in the UK. Again, I, as a Labour member, and my party will support an energy security bill. Particularly, I think the increase of the provision of nuclear power, to me, is a no-brainer. What we've seen too much of, I think, in this country over the last 20 years, and I do stress the last 20 years, I would include the Labour government as well, is a lot of talk about nuclear, but not as much being done as should be done. And I certainly welcome the considerations given on nuclear power to small modular reactors, which I think will provide very efficient nuclear power from engines that were originally designed to power nuclear submarines rather than provide power to the public. And I think there's great developments and potential, not only in this country to see us move towards a carbon-free future, but I think also for exports abroad. And in the area of my constituency, we have Springfields, which was formerly British Nuclear Fuels and is now part of the Westinghouse Corporation, which is a world leader in producing nuclear fuels. And I think the 1,000+ people that work at Springfields can look forward to extra work if this government and any future Labour government is committed to delivering on the ground instead of just the talk that we've had over the last 20 years. Yeah, sure.
Would you recognise that the government has actually invested some £220 million at Rolls-Royce exactly on this very point for small modular reactors? So it's not just talk, as he asserts.
Yes, and a good friend of mine, Mike Tynan, has been very involved in looking at, particularly through the Advanced Manufacturing Centre in Sheffield. He still lives near Preston. He's formerly of Westinghouse. He's done a great deal of work in that area, and I'm glad that this government, after 12 years, finally sees the benefits of this for the future. But it's taken the instability of the wholesale energy market to bring that about. And I would have liked to have seen this much earlier in this government's tenure, as well as within our own tenure. At the time, it shouldn't take a war for us to move in this direction. One of the things I am concerned about, though, on the question of energy security, is the whole question of restarting the debate about fracking. Now, in Lancashire, we've had experimentation, an experimental phase of fracking, which I was originally quite agnostic about. And when the coalition was in government and the Lib Dems and the current Lib Dem leader was energy minister at the time, I was quite agnostic about fracking. I'm not now, because I've seen that having moved from an experimental phase towards the production, what we've seen in Lancashire is tremors of 7 and 8 on the Richter scale. Now, we were assured at the time that any tremors above 2 or 3 on the Richter scale would be dangerous, and the government would actually look at whether or not they should continue with that. Now, what we've seen now is the Secretary of State start to look again at fracking. Now, his argument was, well, the wholesale energy market has brought this on. Well, in fact, it was nothing to do with the wholesale energy market when the decision to put a moratorium on fracking was decided. It was to do with safety, about production, but this idea about lifting that moratorium because of energy prices was never a consideration. I think it's a desperate attempt to try and to bring that dangerous sort of business to certain communities, particularly in the north of England, when it's not warranted on safety grounds, or for that matter, energy grounds, when nuclear can provide that extra energy that we do need. So I support the government in what it's trying to do on nuclear, but I think it's making a mistake if it thinks that it can revisit the area of fracking. We welcome steps for a low carbon economy and the commitment to nuclear, as I've already said, and the impact it will have on our energy independence. Now, this debate today is also about justice. And when discussing the delivery of justice, we would be remiss not to mention food injustice, because that's what we're seeing in this country at the moment. Justice isn't just about what's happening in the courts, it's about what's happening in society and fairness in society. And as a Labour and Cooperative MP, one of the founding principles of the cooperative movement is tackling hunger and food insecurity, which is so critical in the face of a cost of living crisis. In one of the richest countries on earth, no one should go hungry. And what we're seeing is 2 million people affected by the cost of living, and 2 million people, mainly UK adults, have had a day when they went entirely without eating food, Madam Deputy Speaker. And in this day and age, that should not be a situation that we accept. What we want to see is a Fair Food Act which enshrines a commitment to zero hunger by 2030, and that is a sustainable development goal that should be put into UK law. And what we want to see is a comprehensive national food strategy, which were not included in the Queen's speech. Now, as I say, if we were really concerned about justice, I think justice about people being able to eat is a priority which this government has not really considered and should have been in that Queen's speech. We also are aware that as many as 16 million people may be in poverty by 2023, which is only less than a year away. And 1.3 million are currently suffering in this country in extreme poverty, and that comes from the Resolution Foundation. Now, whilst not specifically mentioned in the Queen's speech, it's no secret that the government is preparing new draft legislation to unilaterally scrap key parts of the Northern Ireland Protocol, including chucking away checks on goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, stripping away powers of the European Court of Justice, and eliminating all requirement for Northern Irish businesses to follow EU regulations. Now, this all comes from a government and Prime Minister who negotiated and agreed to this protocol. In September 2020, this government was prepared to break international law in, quote, in a very specific and limited way. Now, when it comes to the protocol, before backing down, yet here we are again as global Britain, issuing thinly veiled threats to Brussels under the guise of protecting peace and stability in Northern Ireland, all the while jeopardising relationships with Dublin, Brussels and Washington, and any credibility we would otherwise have with international trade partners. The government at the moment is trumpeting the Australia and New Zealand trade deal, which is looking to bring through this House, as mentioned in the Queen's speech, when the degree to trade that we've lost as a result of the shenanigans over Brexit and what's happening with Northern Ireland at the moment is phenomenal. And no amount of trade deals that we're likely to do over the next 5 years will replace that loss of trade, which wasn't what Brexit should have been about, according to its own government's own declarations in the run-up to the referendum. Now, the Prime Minister said the Brexit Freedoms Bill introduced yesterday would allow the UK to get on with growing our economy by making the most of our Brexit freedoms, quote, by liberating the economy in the wake of the UK's departure from the EU. Yet by overturning the protocol, the UK is risking the possibility of trade retaliation during a cost of living crisis, which is a perfect storm in terms of the livelihoods of people in this country and the businesses that tend to support those livelihoods. We are just now beginning to see the fallout of Brexit. We would have seen the fallout earlier but for COVID, and now the effects of COVID are being masked by obviously increases in energy prices as a result of the Ukraine war. But the cost of living crisis is factored by several things, which I've just mentioned, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government is returning to the 2019 playbook of using the EU as a bogeyman following last week's dismal election results. But people know the ruse and are tired of being taken for fools when it comes to Brexit and the so-called benefits. Madam Deputy Speaker, the country cannot continue like this, with a cost of living crisis, with the government sleepwalking into a threadbare Queen's speech which will do little or nothing to increase the livelihoods and the living standards of the people in this country. Thank you.
Order. We're not under huge time constraints today, which is unusual, and so I'm not going to put a time limit on, but we'll leave it up to people to judge for themselves how long they should speak. But I should just give an indication that 10 minutes is usually the maximum for a backbench speech, for all sorts of reasons which I don't need to explain to anyone who feels the atmosphere of this chamber. Roundabout 10 minutes. We don't normally have heckling on this one. It's all right, but the honourable gentlemen on both sides are forgiven. It's nice and lively. Alex Cunningham.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure, probably an unusual pleasure for me to follow my honourable friend, the member for Preston. Perhaps that's because the government haven't been able to muster enough MPs to actually speak in support of their legislative programme and defend it, perhaps because it's impossible to defend. The problems that our constituents face are grave and numerous. A snowballing cost of living crisis, stagnated growth, energy bills soaring by 54%, inflation at a 30-year high, the tax burden at a 50-year high, record-length NHS waiting lists, criminal prosecutions at an all-time low. The logbook of Tory failures grows more comprehensive by the day. Our inboxes are full of correspondence from people who are struggling to make ends meet. School children who have to go hungry in the holidays, pensioners who are forced to choose between heating and eating. The same pensioners who suffered yet another of the government's broken promises when they ditched the pledge to maintain the triple lock on pensions. More than 2 million adults across the UK have gone without food for a whole day over the past month because they simply cannot afford to eat. It's a national scandal that brings shame on the government. Professor Sir Michael Marmot, a public health expert at University College London, said it best. If 1 household in 7 is food insecure, society is failing in a fundamental way. These figures on food insecurity are all the more chilling because the problem is soluble, but far from being solved, it is getting worse. In a Queen's speech with 38 bills, there was nothing that would help address the worsening cost of living crisis. In the face of obvious need for ambitious reform and support, the government has offered nothing in response. No wonder our regional newspaper, the Northern Echo, run the headline today, "Have they run out of ideas?" And the answer is an overwhelming yes, they have. And the people of Hartlepool, they actually agree with that. Last week they cast 8,316 votes for the Labour Party and 6,487 for the government's party. The government have even dropped plans for the employment bill that was promised in the last Queen's speech. That means that at a time when everyone is straining to make their pay packet go further and they need their wages protected, the government have rolled over at the feet of the likes of P&O Ferries and others who fire and rehire at will, screwing down wages and treating loyal workers like dirt. And of course there's nothing on slave labour in the bills either. The Queen's speech lacked any real substance needed to address the challenges the UK faces. Sadly, we know that this deficiency of leadership in government will hit low-income families the hardest. And it's in regions like mine, where income levels are the lowest in the country and poverty rates are amongst the highest, that will bear the brunt of the crisis. Now, the Secretary of State for Levelling Up, that's he of the funny voices on television this morning, himself even admitted in the media over the weekend that the government-created cost of living crisis is going to further entrench the existing inequalities we see across our regions. In some ways, it is no surprise. We know from past experience that inequalities widen when the Conservatives are in power, and now, by their own admission, that economic mismanagement has made it more difficult to achieve their flagship policy of levelling up. As we've long suspected, the government's apparent commitment to supporting growth in our regions is nothing more than bluster and electioneering, and it completely lacks the ambition and will to do so. The Levelling Up and Regeneration Bill in this Queen's speech is inexplicably thin. With so much inequality ripe to be addressed, it's ridiculous that getting the funding needed is a lottery for local authorities. In the place of bold reforms, we have a centralised pot of money controlled by Whitehall, where overworked councils who are trying to provide services to the communities that this government left behind have to bid against each other for scraps. And even when they have a demonstrable need, they may still fail, as Billingham in my constituency did, and all the while leafy suburbs nearby were somehow successful in their bids. Perhaps the Queen's speech should have had a bill compelling the government to be fair to all our communities. The Secretary of State said that the government would be employing levelling up directors to help councils write their bids. So the government is actually going to use taxpayer money to employ people to help places that the government has disproportionately cut funding from bid for pots of money that the government controls. Why does the government insist on making areas that have been left behind by their failed policies jump through ridiculous hoops just to access basic pots of funding? But it is the scandal of growing poverty that's really on my mind. I agree completely with the Director of the North East Child Poverty Commission, Amanda Bailey, who yesterday said,
We all want a North East in which every child can thrive and fulfil their potential, including through education. But they cannot do that whilst already high levels of hardship continue to grow. Through their failure to take decisive action, the government is removing opportunities from children and young people in my constituency. As the Child Poverty Action Group have said, this is the legislative agenda that risks leaving increased levels of child poverty, currently at almost 4 million and expected to rise further, as its only real legacy. The failure to deliver on levelling up is also seen in our struggling town centres. While I would be interested to see the detail of the government's non-domestic rating bill, from little information available, I'm concerned it's not going to provide the overhaul that is really needed. I would urge the government instead to look at Labour's ambitious plans that would scrap and replace the outdated system of business rates and that disincentivise investment and holds back growth. These benches would also immediately cut tax for small business by raising the threshold for small business rates relief, supporting cash flow and investment this year. It's time we made the Amazons of this world pay their fair share too. Huge online companies have thrived throughout the pandemic, and it's important their tax burden appropriately reflects that. It's not fair that high street businesses are taxed more heavily than online giants, and it's high time the government levelled this playing field and bring business taxation into the 21st century. Central to the current rise in the cost of living is the increased cost in energy prices, affected by domestic consumers all over the country. But of course it's also felt tremendously by industries, and in particular energy-intensive industries like those in my constituency. There is nothing in the Queen's speech to support them, despite many months of dire warnings to the government that some of them will simply no longer be able to competitively produce their materials in the UK. The job market in constituencies like mine rely on the sector, and once again it is my constituents who will be the hardest hit if the government do not get a hold on this issue. Production lines across the country are dependent on the industry's continued functioning, as was dramatically shown in the CO2 crisis of last year. If the government was serious about keeping down prices for consumer groups for our constituents who are struggling with rising prices, then it would have provided comprehensive support for these industries. Another area in which the Queen's speech is completely lacking is health. The pandemic brutally exposed the existing cracks in our healthcare system, but the government have done nothing to fix them, instead allowing them to yawn even wider to gaping holes in provision. A record 6 million people are waiting for NHS treatment, and they're waiting longer than ever before, often in serious pain and discomfort, which limits their ability to carry out their lives as normal. I've said it in every Queen's speech and budget debate since I was elected 12 years ago, and I will call for it again. My constituents need a new hospital. And let me make it clear, I mean a proper, whole new hospital, which will help my community address the health inequalities that blight it. Not a refurbishment or single new wing added to an existing hospital, which is now the government are currently holding up to count amongst their hospital bills. They just try to fudge the numbers all the time. What this Queen's speech shows is that Tory ministers simply do not understand the enormity of the cost of living crisis that is being faced by people on Teesside and across the country. Instead of measures to deal with rocketing food and energy costs, the government is choosing to forge ahead with a tranche of half-baked and recycled ideas from previous Queen's speeches that they failed to previously implement, and worse again, the number of unnecessary ideological bills that will do nothing to help the people of this country. Why is the government ploughing ahead with a media bill that will see Channel 4, a unique institution that is owned by the British public but costs them nothing, sold to a foreign bidder? All it demonstrates that it is not serious about supporting British-made programming and our homegrown creative industries across the UK. There's another broken promise over action on conversion therapy. After promising a comprehensive ban, why won't a ban cover trans people or consenting adults? It's now time to end this cruel practice for all, no exceptions. The Transport Bill is yet more evidence of a government out of touch with the country. Under the Tories, rail passengers are paying more but getting less in return. Fares have risen twice as fast as wages, but services have been slashed and our constituents are being priced out of rail travel. And constituencies like mine don't even have proper infrastructure to support improved rail services for my constituents. So how do they stand to benefit from this bill? Similarly, there was nothing to improve our dire bus services, and at the same time, the Tory mayor has poured tens of millions of pounds into Teesside Airport, which continues to lose money, and that may increase after Logan Air ended their flights to Heathrow and Southampton, an announcement made yesterday. The Mayor has blamed Heathrow charges, but I met with Heathrow Airport this morning, and I suspect this is more to do with Logan Air's arrangements with the Mayor and extremely low usage rates, so I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. Another bill to suggest to the Government, perhaps legislation, to ensure there is full transparency where public money is being used. I think it would be a very good idea. We needed a Queen's speech that would tackle that cost of living crisis with an emergency budget, including a windfall tax, to get money off people's energy bills. Instead, we got the last scrapings of the barrel from a government that's run out of ideas and is unable to tackle the challenges our country is facing. They should make way for one that will do so.
Leila Moran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats exist to build and safeguard a free, fair and open society in which we seek to balance the fundamental values of liberty, equality and community, and in which no one is enslaved by poverty, ignorance and conformity. Poverty, given that we have had a set of council elections where if there was one message the country sent this government was that they were struggling, that they needed help at this time of a cost of living crisis. And then you compare that to what was in Her Majesty's gracious speech. It speaks to a government who is not listening to what the people of this country are asking it to do. It's a government that is more interested in stoking culture wars and in replaying past sores in this country rather than looking forward to a future that we can all agree on. You just have to look at the way that they are attacking our human rights. Promoting human rights is right at the heart of what Liberal Democrats believe. It's in the DNA of our mission. But in this Queen's speech, what we have seen is a replacement of the Human Rights Act with a so-called Bill of Rights. A Bill of Rights that weakens and limits, undermining our current human rights protections. That is not, I don't think, what people across this country have asked for, and it certainly isn't their priority right now. But let's put aside what is in the speech, which is underwhelming, and then let's look at what has been missed completely. We've got no law to make misogyny a hate crime, no reform of the criminal justice system that has failed women and girls in particular for far too long. There's been nothing for the 4.1 million victims of fraud. And I should say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've had personal experience of this recently. My official Twitter account was hacked. I found myself looking at my online self trying to flog PlayStation 5s to my unwitting Twitter followers. Luckily, none of them took it on, and no one was inconvenienced, but it took an age to get control of that account back. When we then reported it to Action Fraud, I got a phone call eventually from a lovely gentleman, I must say, who told me that in his team of five people, and that was the whole of that support network, 3 were off with COVID and the other one was on holiday. And I'm pretty sure I got the call because I was an MP and we'd reported it because we were worried about security concerns. I think that says a lot about the emphasis that this government puts on online crime, worth 27 billion a year, and the provision in the Online Harms Bill we don't believe is enough, which is why the Liberal Democrats are calling for the creation of an online crime agency to effectively tackle illegal content and activity online. But this government, I'm afraid, is not listening. And it's not just the legislation that is missing. I would like to put on record, I really hope that there are some loose ends going to be tied off in this session from the last one. And in particular, I want to talk about the Vagrancy Act. We finally, and there was much celebration across all sides of the House when we consigned that to history, or at least in theory, because actually in reality it has not yet been scrapped. The government has put out a review that closed last week, that public consultation, and I just want to, Madam Deputy Speaker, put it on the record. I sincerely hope that this Christmas we will not have the Vagrancy Act in force, and we will no longer be a country that criminalises people simply for being homeless. And I look forward to truly celebrating when that happens. Now, that campaign was brought to me by Oxford students who, when they were turfed out of clubs at the late hour, would have a conversation with homeless people on the streets of Oxford, and that was how they found out that this was one of the things that the police used in order to move them on. And there is another campaign that those students, different students, those ones have now graduated, but new students, that I think is really, really troublesome, and I wanted to raise in my speech today, and I sincerely hope will find its way into one of the 38 bills. And that is a campaign to stop the use of gagging clauses for university students, and in particular young women, because it's mainly young women who are the victims of this, from being encouraged to not speak out about their experiences of sexual assault in university. Now, the prevalence of sexual violence among young women and girls is well known, and there are doughty campaigners on this across all sides of this House. The group Make It Happen, It Happens Here supports survivors of sexual violence at the University of Oxford, and they urged one survivor, and I'm going to call her Lucy, and she's given me permission to tell her story today, to show just how widespread this issue is. Now, she was assaulted in her college dorm room by her ex-partner, who lives in the same college, and with support from Oxford Sexual Abuse and Rape Crisis Centre, she reported the assault to the police during the Easter holidays. On return to the university, she was terrified her assaulter would find out that she'd reported him to the police and therefore try and hurt her again. And so, on advice to by the Crisis Centre, she spoke to the principal of her college about putting in place measures to protect her. Months went by, months. And eventually, the college set up what is known as a no-contact agreement. Now, this banned both students from entering each other's accommodations and set out separate times to enter the dining hall, which sounds perfectly sensible. Except that the agreement was conditional, and by the way, the condition was expulsion if they broke this. It was conditional on neither party making any information about the assault, the police case, or indeed the college available in any way publicly. That's shameful. Yes. What it did, and this is Lucy's own words, she says, and I quote, "I signed it feeling terrified that if I didn't agree to it, he would be able to enter my accommodation without consequence. But I was incredibly upset about the effective gag clause. I was terrified of telling absolutely anyone anything, because what if college interpreted that as publicly available? I felt I couldn't talk to anyone, my friends, or my mental health support, or my GP. I felt very alone." And the thing is, Madam Deputy Speaker, this isn't an isolated case. It Happens Here, which is a group supporting victims like Lucy, has received testimonies from survivors across several different colleges under similar gagging orders. I am aware of young women who are my constituents who are scared to talk to me directly about it because they are fearful that that would then invoke this gagging clause and they would be expelled. And so they fear they have to choose between their voice and their future. The irony of this, of course, is that in cases of sexual violence, it is that discrepancy of power that is at the core. It's not just about sex, it's also about power. And so these young women have gone from a situation where they were robbed of their power into another situation where that power is taken away, this time by the college. Now, I want to congratulate those survivors for having the courage to come forwards to either It Happens Here or indeed to Lucy for coming to me, and I would urge others to do the same, to Oxford Student Union and especially Fionn Samuels, who have been brilliant at bringing these cases forwards. And I'm pleased to report, Madam Deputy Speaker, that Lady Margaret Hall, the college that Lucy attended, has now taken an important first step, and they've signed a pledge committing to never use these types of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual misconduct, harassment or bullying. And for this they should be applauded. But you know what's shameful is that they are the only Oxbridge College who have signed this. The only one, not a single other. There are other universities that have done it, but actually this is rife across the country in many other universities. I am grateful to the university's minister who has called on all colleges to sign this, and also to the Home Secretary who earlier today condemned such use of gagging clauses and agreed to meet with me so that I can relay more stories of these victims. But for these survivors of sexual violence, delivering justice begins, surely, with allowing them to tell their story. We should be helping those victims reclaim their power. These gagging clauses in the cases of sexual misconduct do nothing to help this. In fact, they do the exact opposite. They are immoral, they have no place in modern society, and I simply urge the Minister, please can we find a way to address this in this Parliament?
Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we meet at a time of a cost of living emergency, and that's why I'm so taken aback by the fact we've seen too many Tory MPs in this debate, even though there are far too few here. Too many Tory MPs in this debate, instead of calling for action and support that millions of people across our country need, have instead resorted to Alf Garnett cosplay, ranting about so-called benefit cheats, ranting about asylum seekers, and fixating on a single protester outside Parliament and how he annoys them. At the time of this debate, millions of people are having to choose between heating and eating. Pensioners are riding buses in order to keep warm. Parents are going a whole day without eating to keep the kids fed. It's a cost of living emergency, and if we recognise it as an emergency, that means that this Queen's speech should be used to implement emergency measures to help people now. Yet in the Queen's speech, the Tories have offered nothing. The government is sitting on its hands and refusing to act. The government is standing idly by whilst others suffer. Why? Because actually it hasn't been a bad crisis for everyone. The Tory party exists, and I understand that not all Tory MPs will realise this, exists to ensure wealth in society is sucked from the many into the hands of a few. Like Robin Hood in reverse, they rob from the poor and give to the rich. British billionaires have increased their wealth during this crisis hugely. Increased their wealth by £290 million per day in the first year of the pandemic. We've seen billions of pounds handed out in crony COVID government contracts. We've seen multi-billion pounds worth of tax cuts for bankers, even as banks are recording record profits. So some are doing very well at the moment. So given all that wealth, given with the fifth biggest economy on earth, it's clearer than ever before that poverty is a political choice, always and at this time of the cost of living emergency. And the Conservatives are choosing to push people into poverty through this cost of living crisis so that more and more of the wealth in our society goes to the wealthy. Take energy, for example. Bills are rocketing. The Tories scoff, but the reality faced by millions of people in this country is that they won't take kindly to having explained to them by a Conservative MP early in this debate that actually food banks exist because people don't have the cooking skills to feed themselves. Actually, food banks exist because people don't know how to budget. It's completely out of touch, despite the Alf Garnett theatrics, and it's completely contemptuous of the reality faced by millions of people in our society. The End Fuel Poverty Coalition are warning that the energy crisis could leave over 8 million households unable to heat their home. 8 million households in one of the richest countries on earth. And at this time, gas and oil giants are making £900 £1 profit every single second. Yesterday, with the Queen's speech, should have been the moment to make our energy system work for people and not for profit. That should have included a windfall tax to raise billions to lower the bills of millions. But not just that. We should have seen the introduction of price caps, as we've seen in France. In France, they've only allowed bills to rise by 4%, not 54%, as has been the case here. And we should have seen action to bring the energy system back into public ownership. As I say, to get an energy system that works for people and not for profit. But the Prime Minister and his government are willing to accept millions of people being forced into fuel poverty because that, to them, is more acceptable than the alternative of reducing the profits of the oil and gas giants. We often hear discussions about wage restraint. Sometimes we should be having discussions about profit restraint as well during a cost of living emergency. But the government is on the side of the oil and gas giants, not on the side of the vast majority of people in our society. So we need an emergency plan to tackle this social emergency, to tackle this cost of living emergency. Instead of doing nothing, the government should be doing everything it can to immediately get money into the pockets of the millions of people hit hard by this cost of living crisis. And that's why I put down an amendment to this Queen's speech to call on the government to deliver a wealth tax bill. That bill would introduce the best ways of raising taxes on the very wealthiest in our society. We could use the tens of billions of pounds this would raise to create a huge emergency fund to support people through the cost of living emergency. That's the job of government. That's the job of government. People need security in their standard of living. People need security in terms of being able to pay their bills and having a roof over their head. People need to ensure, and the government needs to ensure, that people get enough to eat, have enough to eat their homes, and have enough to be treated with the respect that they deserve. But how obscene that we're having this discussion in one of the richest countries on earth, and how obscene that the government has deliberately squandered this chance to take the action needed to support people in this country facing a cost of living emergency that never in their lives they've experienced before. It's at times like this that people look to the government to do the right thing and to support them through the toughest times. This government, true to its political ideology, has chosen not to do that and has chosen to stand by and leave people to it. I think that's unforgivable, and I think that a wealth tax should just be the very start of taking action to support people, the many in our society.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Leeds East and his passionate calls for action. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I have become accustomed to feeling disappointment, dismay, despair, and at times disgust in response to government pronouncements. But this Queen's speech is a new low. The people of Newcastle Central deserve better than this low-growth, high-tax and increasingly high inflation government. Under Labour, we had growth on average of 2% each year. Under the Tories, it's averaging 1.5% and forecast to go negative. The cost of living crisis brought about by this government has my constituents flocking to food banks. The choice between eating and heating is real in Newcastle Central. Child poverty rates in the North East rose by more than a third to 37% from 2015 to 2019, and 61% of children in Elsick, in my constituency, are growing up in poverty in 2022. And what is the government's response? The Queen's speech is remarkable for what is not in it, not what is. No emergency budget with a windfall tax to get money off people's bills, as Labour has called for. No employment bill that the government itself promised. We needed a real plan for growth to get our economy firing on all cylinders with a climate investment pledge and a commitment to buy, make and sell more in Britain. Instead, they hike national insurance, cut universal credit, have real terms pay cuts for public sector workers, freeze the rate of local housing allowance, freeze the cap on childcare costs universal credit claimants are entitled to. Each of these decisions makes it even harder for my constituents to deal with rising costs. The problem, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that this government does not believe that government can make a positive difference to people's lives. And that leaves my constituents with stagnating wages, that leaves the North East regional economy without the investment it needs, that leaves hard-working Geordies facing massive technological and economic change without the skills they need. It leaves the Tyne Bridge peeling and our buses infrequent and overpriced. And it doesn't have to be this way, Madam Deputy Speaker, because government can be a force for good. It can look ahead and plan. Not this government, obviously, but I want to show how it can be different by looking at one bill which actually is mentioned in the Queen's speech and which really highlights this, and also where the government is actually creating growth. That is to say, growth in online crime. Online, the Conservatives are the party of no law and total disorder, and the Home Secretary did not even bother to defend her government's record on this when I challenged her earlier. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm an engineer and a passionate advocate for technology and innovation, and it has truly distressed me to see technology go from being boring but useful to exciting but exploitative. Our constituents fear tech is managing them, tracking, monitoring and analysing their every move and then serving them up to be trolled, exploited, scammed, groomed or just bombarded with advertising and misinformation. Online harms are not some future threat. They are an established current reality about which successive Conservative and Liberal Democrat governments have done absolutely nothing, because they believed, indeed promoted, the Silicon Valley libertarian lie that governments could do nothing about the internet, therefore allowing monopolistic platforms to acquire more money and power than many governments. This power is used to deny workers' rights in Silicon Valley and delay and minimise regulation here. Successive Conservative and Liberal Democrat governments chose to leave it to the market, blinded by their belief that the state was too slow or too stupid to regulate to keep people safe and secure online, and that doing that while actively cutting the parts of the state whose job it is to protect people, such as the police and trading standards. And we see the same dogmatic approach now in their attitude to the cost of living crisis, refusing to take action, like a windfall tax, and instead cutting programmes which could help, like the Green Home Scheme Act just 6 months after it was announced. And yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is possible for governments to take action. The last Labour government saw the fast-evolving communications landscape of the late 90s, consulted widely and put in place forward-looking regulation in the form of the Communications Act 2003, which set out a regulatory landscape fit for the next decade. Come 2013, and the Conservative Liberal Democrat government chose to ignore the many calls from me and many others to do something similar. And it's no surprise, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Liberal Democrat Deputy Prime Minister is now Facebook's President of Global Affairs, justifying the online harms that deliver billions of pounds of revenue to that company. The online safety bill in this Queen's speech won't be in place before 2023. So Conservatives have left my constituents unprotected and insecure online for over a decade. And this much delayed bill still fails in so many ways. It fails to strengthen child protection across the entire internet. It fails to properly address the harmful impact social media can have on young people's mental health. It fails to ensure a voice to victims of abuse and harm online. The bill needs to tackle disinformation online. It needs to close the loophole, which means people are not properly protected from online fraud, by ensuring that all platforms have to take a proactive approach to preventing scams. And the data reform bill, also in the Queen's speech, seems to be more about taking away protections than actually giving new digital rights, and the Digital Markets Bill has no proper enforcer. This government is constructing a piecemeal, ad hoc and at times knee-jerk online legislative framework when what we need is a comprehensive, cross-departmental, evidence-based, forward-looking review of digital rights and responsibilities so that we can have a regulatory framework that is fit for the future. This is the security and the respect the British public deserve in the digital age. And it's also, Madam Deputy Speaker, mind-numbingly depressing that the government is repeating its mistakes of a decade ago, ignoring emerging harms, algorithms, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, bossware, data dominance. There's nothing in the bill which addresses the decentralisation inherent in Web 3.0, reflected in the use of blockchain as part of the future architecture of the web. And whilst distributed ledger technology has many strengths, there is also a libertarian dogmatic view that the blockchain can replace regulation in government. This is a lie, and the government needs to show that it understands that, and I see that it clearly does not. And so we also need more emphasis on people's rights, on access to algorithms and their regulation. The metaverse poses significant risks to children, with virtual reality chat rooms allowing children to mix freely with adults. Labour has long campaigned for stronger protections for children and the public online to keep people safe, protect their prosperity from scams and online fraud, secure our democracy, and ensure everyone is treated with decency and respect. Governments can act. This one refuses to do so. Madam Deputy Speaker, to be competitive in the global age, we need to empower everyone to be confident digital citizens. That's an economic imperative, an investment now which will bear fruit for decades to come. The government has failed to rise to the challenge of the digital age. Just as it failed to rise to the cost of living crisis, just as it failed to rise to the challenge of COVID, of climate change, of child poverty. They look at our northern cities and see problems to hide from, not opportunities for investment. Whether it is short-term or long-term planning, this government is failing. Britain deserves better, and I look forward to a Labour government which is on the people's side.
Lloyd Russell-Moyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What a set of divisive straw man bills that have fluff and no substance. And where they do have substance, they're nasty and they're miserable. Or they're in complete reverse from what was suggested only in the last session. Planning, one example of that. One moment it was to give a developers charter. A rebellion on the Tory backbenches meant that suddenly is reversed, and now we have a NIMBYs charter. Suddenly your neighbours will be able to vote on whether you can have that loft extension. Don't upset the Joneses, otherwise you won't be getting that extra room for your child. What a kind of world are we living in? Absolute tosh. And then, of course, we have a bill that will make sure MPs can sit in their offices in silence so they don't have a noisy protester outside. Really? Is that the extent of the government's ambition? And a borders bill that sums up just the failure of the Home Office, unable to process refugees and applications properly, where they're waiting years to get proper and decent outcomes, unable to create safe and legal routes for refugees, of which there are none at the moment for the vast majority of people in the world. There are none, in fact, for anyone outside of Afghanistan and Ukraine. There are no safe and legal routes. The only legal route to claim asylum is to make an illegal crossing. Isn't that stupid? You would have thought the government would fix that tautology. No, instead what they do is they offshore the problem. They let Rwanda fix it because they can't get their own house in order. And of course we see that because it's not just people who are applying for asylum that are suffering from the hands of the mismanagement of the office. Ordinary people can't even get their passports from the Home Office. So is the incompetency in that department. And in conversion therapy, we have a bill that is completely useless. Yes, it will protect under 18-year-olds, but every over 18-year-old that goes, of which are the majority that attend conversion therapies, of course will sign a waiver because they will be told if they want to stay in their church, in their community, in their friends and family, they will have to go on to it. And they will still have to go through conversion therapy. Now, there is a good argument, I think, about including trans people in a ban on conversion therapy. That's not about saying that trans people shouldn't have psychotherapy and be able to discuss their options as they go forward, and that there is presented to them the different options to go forward and things are slowed down rather than rushed up. But conversion therapy is when you enter therapy with the idea that the therapist is trying to force you into one direction. That is wholly unethical in whatever form it is, for trans people, for gay people, for any form of therapy, actually. If the therapist is forcing you into a direction, the government's failure to ban trans conversion therapy, the government's failure to ban conversion therapy full stop for over 18-year-olds is a real missed opportunity. My partner twice suffered going through conversion therapies in his long process of coming out, comes from an evangelical Christian background, and it has caused huge amounts of pain and agony. I don't want other people to go through that pain and agony, and the loophole there that the government have given, I'm afraid, is just not worth than the rest of the bill, the paper it will be written on. And I'm deeply, deeply saddened by that. And I hope the government will come forward with such... Go on.
Grateful to the honourable gentleman. I'm interested in his view. Is he proposing that there should be an absolute ban on conversion therapy at all, even if an adult consents? I understand the problem that he's raising about societal and other group influence. So I'm genuinely interested in how he thinks you would overcome that issue of freedom of association, or indeed freedom of action for an adult.
I don't think any therapies should ever have a prescribed outcome when you are talking about psychotherapy processes. Of course, you can have friends persuading you one way or another, but that is not a therapeutic programme. That's the difference. Anyway, this bill, in my view, is a lock-em-up kind of Queen's speech as well. Lock up the refugees if they manage to get over here because there are no other legal routes for people to come. You know, lock up protesters, lock up, of course, people who may be drug addicts and need treatment and support rather than actually a criminalisation approach, and of course allow corporations to get off the hook with tax dodging like they have continued to do. Allow, of course, corporations and the huge COVID COVID scams that existed under this government to go unpunished. And nothing really on actually clamping down on those corporations that led to the Grenfell tragedy either. No forcing them to pay for the costs of converting all those places up and down the country. But what we could have seen a cap on fuel bills. We could have seen real progress on social care, integrating it into the NHS. We could have seen a saving of the union, which actually involved confederalisation of independent, sovereign states and regions of this country coming together instead of the continued blind approach of just trying to pretend that the union's not in peril and just forcing it further apart, which is what the Conservatives have done. What it does in justice, I'm afraid, all it does is pretend that there is no problem here. It pretends that there is no backlog in the courts. It pretends that all people want is some British Bill of Rights when they have it. It pretends that there is not a crisis in the family courts. It pretends that there is not a crisis in the magistrate system, where they have cut local magistrate courts up and down the country in the last 10 years, where victims and people seeking justice can't access a local court, where often they have to get a bus that takes half a day to get to the local court and a bus back. No access whatsoever and no suggestion of fixing it. And even where they do suggest some positive things, it is too little. The one area where I do welcome some progress is on housing and the renters' rights that they are suggesting will come forward in this Parliament. In fact, I did welcome it in 2019 Queen's Speech as well, and I welcomed it in the 2021 Queen's Speech, and of course I welcome it in this Queen's Speech. I would say, however, this is the third attempt to announce strengthening of tenants' rights, and ministers are planning to produce a white paper, consulting on that, producing a green paper, getting it all through all the stages in this place, all whilst assuming there won't be a new term in Parliament or a new general election, in which will mean that all of that good work is completely wasted. I would implore the government to get on with this process, because every minute delayed is another minute of private renters being turfed out of their homes, and I quite literally mean every few minutes. Research by Shelter shows that every 7 minutes in England, a Section 21 eviction notice is served to households since the government first committed to ending no-fault evictions. That equals 230,000 private renters who have been evicted from their households for no fault of their own. Every one of these renters has their own stories, but just last week I had one, a private tenant for 13 years in her current home, has 5 children, 18 to 7 years old, but their landlady has informed them that they have to leave with a Section 21 notice. The council will not help them until they get a county court judgment, by the way, which is another scandal, because once they have the county court judgment against them, they've got a black mark on their name, and they can't actually rent from the private rented sector. So in this Kafkaesque world, this parent is petrified about even being able to put a house over her children's head. She has the money to pay the rent, but will any landlord or the council help her? She says she is terrified. She has never had rent arrears. She's got 2 children with autism. One of them has hypermobility problems, and both attend special educational needs in the city. She's worried she will have to move out of the city with the rest of her family. And there is no legal redress for compensation that they've been kicked out due no fault of their own after 13 years of calling it a home. I'm the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Renters Reform, and I should mention we're meeting next week for those others who want to join, and our group have had time and heard time and time again that the lives of renters are really being harmed. So it is positive, these moves, and they have agreed to put a private rented property portal. I hope the lessons have been learnt from the rogue landlords register, in which the government predicted that there would be 10,000 entries, but after 2 years of operation, there are just 21 names on that register. It's completely useless. If they're going to make the next register work, all landlords must be on it. Every single landlord in this country, everyone in here who is a landlord, everyone out there who is a landlord, everyone, no exception, needs to be on that register, and there needs to be a scorecard against them. And if there is not, it will not work for people. Finally, and most pleasingly, out of the housing section, there is a new landlord's ombudsperson, a housing ombudsperson. This is music to my ears. But what is the detail going to provide? Take the deposit scheme, where there is already a system of redress. The deposit scheme doesn't allow for precedent to be set from one judgment to the next in terms of deposit disputes. So if you win an argument about that level of mould was the landlord's fault and not the tenant's fault, in the house 2 doors down with the same landlord who holds the deposit back and refuses to give it, you have to go through all the arguments again. And with a different ombudsperson, you can have a different outcome. You cannot have justice like this, Minister. So an ombudsperson in housing must have precedent for all other cases that it then sees, unless, of course, the precedent is overturned through legal argument, and it must have open justice where you can see the results of previous outcomes. It must look at rent, because we know if you abolish Section 21, all landlords will do is whack up the rent and kick tenants out. And the government saying that they will make it easier for landlords to kick people out for rent arrears not going through the courts actually is a worry in itself. So the system needs to not penalise tenants if they seek to use the system, which currently happens in the county court system. The county court system that can take months and months and months, and almost a year in some cases, to even get a hearing. There is a real problem in a backlog of our courts. The government have called the bill on housing and renters radical, and a radical approach is needed. I hope we'll see it. Thank you.
Jonathan Gullis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I say thank you to you and to Mr Deputy Speaker for being so understanding regarding my needing to be absent from the chamber for a period of time and being allowed me to come back in to speak. It's very gracious of you. And it's always an honour to funnel the gentleman from Brighton, Kemp Down. He has a flair for the theatrics, absolutely, and he's a gentleman I certainly enjoy conversing with, and I'm sure that his audition there for the panto in Christmas in Brighton is certainly going to get him many phone ringing. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk, were delighted with this Queen's speech. And they're delighted with it because it is talking about the very places that they're proud to call home, about the very issues that when I was out knocking doors in the recent local elections were being raised with me on those very doorsteps. And obviously the theme for today, and the thing I will start with regarding safer streets, is clearly one of those. And they were delighted that it's this government pushing forward with the Police Crime Sentencing Courts Bill, which is going to see child killers receiving a whole life sentence, killer drivers being given longer sentences, an end to the automatic early release of violence and sexual offenders, but also adopting a desecration and war memorials bill, which I brought to this House after the shameful acts of vandalism upon our Union flag at the Cenotaph over a year ago now in London, and actually was something that when I looked into and noticed was happening not just in London but across our country, and sadly even in Tunstall, where we had a war memorial to our glorious dead, was graffitied, and thanks to 2 fantastic young girls who went along to clean it, really brought to attention the importance of making sure war memorials, and the government added war graves rightly, are having that special protection, because whilst the monetary value would require 10+ war graves, for example, to be damaged for any offence to go to a magistrate's court, now we have that offence to understand that the emotional damage done for a community, because these war memorials and war graves are in every village, every town, every city of our United Kingdom, and our glorious dead should always have the respect that they rightfully deserve. And it was just a shame that when I brought this to the House, I had members opposite ridicule this very piece of legislation as somehow a protection on statues, rather than what it was quite clearly about were war memorials and war graves to our glorious dead. And I hope that jumping on the Twitter bandwagon, which I know the opposition do like to do quite frequently, is a lesson learned, and actually that they will now come out and say it was absolutely right to make sure that they have those full protections. I'm also delighted to know that we'll be having the draft victims bills, because those rights to victims are so important. I think it's so easy in the criminal justice system for us to focus on those who are the offender, and sometimes can quite easily forget those who are the victims. And it's vital that we make sure the victims not just have their day in court, but have that extra support and welfare after any sentence is given, so they can rightly feel recompensed for the crime taken against them. And the Nationalities and Borders Bill is exactly what the people of Stoke-on-Trent North, Kidsgrove and Talk voted for when they voted for 73% to leave the European Union back in 2016, because they wanted us to take back control of our borders, and they wanted to send a very clear message that whilst they have absolutely no issue with people coming to this country legally, whilst they have absolutely no issue with people, for example, coming from Afghanistan, Syria, Ukraine, who are fleeing persecution, and they're seeing that, they do have an issue with people choosing to come across as illegal economic migrants from safe mainland European countries like France, putting tens of thousands of pounds into the hands of people smuggling gangs, fueling an industry that's taking on the misery, turning the English Channel into a watery grave, meaning that 70%, let's not forget, of whom are men, making this very journey, that they are therefore seeing this jumping of the queue, and they do not feel that sits right with them. That's not because they're not compassionate. Stoke-on-Trent is the 5th largest contributor to the asylum dispersal scheme. So therefore, they are happy to do all they can to support those who are most vulnerable and most in need. What they want is fairness. And if someone is coming from Ukraine, someone's coming from Syria, Hong Kong, or Afghanistan, that is fairness. People choosing to make that journey unnecessarily is simply not right. It is jumping the queue, and the British public were delighted when I was out in Stoke-on-Trent, North Kidsgrove and Talk, to hear that we were taking action. They are just now waiting to see that first flight take off and to make sure that policy comes into fruition. And then we go on to the Public Order Bill, another fantastic piece of legislation. I think my friend, the Honourable Member for Ashfield, was absolutely correct in saying that the crusty woke warriors who are busy gluing themselves to pavements or into roads, who are busy standing atop of trains, meaning people can't take off, people who are preventing others from going to earn their money, it is simply not correct that that action is allowed to go without the full force of the law being felt against them. There are plenty of ways you can demonstrate your feelings about wanting to solve the climate change crisis without having to go to those extremities where you damage people's lives, particularly when we are suffering with rising inflation, the cost of living, and you're asking people potentially to lose out on a day's pay. That is simply not right. Those people need to be held to account, especially when, and the policing minister has said this from the dispatch box, they are taking extremely dangerous action on motorways, risking the lives of men, women and children, as well as themselves. It is simply not appropriate, and it is therefore correct that we do this. And then we have the government's fantastic ambition of 20,000 extra police officers, of which over 13,500 have been so far recruited, and over 201 now in Staffordshire alone. But what's important, I know the policing minister gets this, is that we don't just have these numbers, that they are seeing that transferred onto the streets. And we are very lucky in Stoke-on-Trent and Staffordshire to have got rid of the absolutely pathetic former Chief Constable, who had absolutely no ambition, no drive, no understanding of what the people wanted or expected. We've now brought in the new Chief Constable, Chris Noble, a fantastic Chief Constable who's already completely drawn a new plan for neighbourhood policing in our local area. That means Newcastle under Lyme will have a new policing hub base there with dedicated officers for the Kidsgrove and Talk area, as well as a look at how the Stoke-on-Trent North policing area, which I also cover, is going to work as well, which will be extremely well received. Bobby's on the beat. Bobby's engaging with local businesses, schools and communities, but also making sure that those response times are undertaken. This is all the type of things that people want to see. And then finally, the Safer Streets Fund, which is something that I'm a full supporter of. And in Stoke-on-Trent, we've had a whopping over £2 million from 4 successful bids. My only gripe, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that none of that money's been in Stoke-on-Trent North. It's all gone to my friends in Stoke-on-Trent Central and Stoke-on-Trent South. So I'm greedy. I want my own pot of money for places like Cobridge, for Tunstall, for Smallthorne, who rightly want alley gates, they want more CCTV, new back doors and front doors, because the blight of antisocial behaviour, the blight of fly tipping, is something that I know that members across this House will experience in their constituencies, and we need to make sure that all the measures that can be taken are taken to prevent that as best as possible. And therefore I look forward to lobbying the Minister, lobbying Stoke-on-Trent City Council and Staffordshire Police Fire and Crime Commissioner Ben Adams to make sure that those bids go into the right place. But we also need to look at the consequences for those who undertake antisocial behaviour. It is easy to blame the government, and it is easy for the public sometimes to moan at the police. But actually, Personal actions are someone's personal responsibility, and those personal individuals should be held accountable for their poor choices. But if it's in the case of someone under the age of 18 who is constantly having the police knocking on that door, speaking to those parents, and those parents or carers are taking no action to back the police, back the school, or back a social worker in saying that you need to have stricter controls on the young person that you're in charge of, then perhaps we should look at making sure that we don't just have high-vis chain gangs for those who commit ASB, but perhaps the household themselves are made to go out and tidy up the community and clean up the streets, because if they're having to suffer the consequences of that delinquent's poor actions, that feral youth who's acting in such a poor way, then perhaps the whole household will take much more seriously the need to understand that they need to back our police, back our teachers, back our social workers, back our care system, which is saying that you, as a parent, as a carer, have your responsibility to play to bring up your child or young person in care in a responsible way. It's about holding people accountable. Boundaries are important. I know that because I spent 8.5 years before being here as a teacher, and as a head of year, I was in charge of attendance and behaviour, as well as, I'm sure the party opposite will be shocked, a trade union representative on the shop floor, proud to represent in the NASUWT for all that time. But in terms of other things, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this bill, and I will be quick because I appreciate I don't want to be cheeky with time, the Mental Health Act Reform Bill is something that's really personal to me. I shared my story in the Daily Telegraph about my own struggles with mental health, and I'm really proud to be part of a campaign called No Time to Wait, led by my friend and a former government advisor, James Starkey, which is calling upon the government to make sure that we have a mental health nurse in every single GP surgery across this country, helping to triage, because we now know that 40% of GP cases are specifically for mental health, and therefore we need to have action on this. And I'm delighted to have the support of members from the Labour Party, like the Honourable Lady from Canterbury, who appreciates not in her place, as well as members of the Liberal Democrats and the Royal College of Nursing and the Daily Telegraph and Mind, a very important charity. And I was delighted that the Chancellor hosted us at number 11 Downing Street yesterday for a reception to obviously share the campaign aims, raise the awareness of it, and I hope that this is something that the government will take up. And I see one of the ministers from the Department for Health and Social Care on the Treasury bench, so now I'm delighted that he's had that chance to hear that, and look forward to meeting with him and the Secretary of State to have those discussions further. It is simply something that we have to come to terms with and deal with quickly. In terms of the online safety bill, I'm delighted this legislation is also coming forward. We need to tackle those vile online sites that coerce and advise people on how to take their own lives. And in Stoke-on-Trent, there was a young man called Brett Stevens who was sadly the victim of this type of crime. And his mother, Angela, brought this to my attention, and we've been engaging with the Department for Culture, Digital Culture, Media and Sport, and it's absolutely vital that that legislation creates that new offence of anyone who is encouraging or assisting self-harm is held accountable by the law, as the Law Commission itself has recommended, because it's not right that websites like that are able to do such things. And then we have our places and levelling up and regeneration bill. Well, this government was elected on. This is what Stoke-on-Trent has been long overdue and waiting for, after having 70 years of Labour neglect and forgetting where it is, because the assumption was it would just automatically vote for them at every single general election. It took them to lose Stoke-on-Trent to finally find where it is, although it has taken a little bit of a journey. Stoke Newington's where they thought it was first. They have finally made their way to Stoke-on-Trent on a couple of occasions, and every time they've come, the Conservative gains have been ever so increasing in local elections and by-elections. So thank you very much for all the campaigning that the opposition are helping us to do with. And what I want to see is, with the planning reforms that are being undertaken, is that the government goes further than just compelling landlords on the high street to fill their shops after a year. It's actually enforcing strengthening planning enforcement to make sure that if that landlord's window is broken or dirty, or if there's poo muck, as there is sadly out some of my shop fronts, if the signs are half hanging off, the landlord is held responsible and tidies it up. It is not appropriate a private landlord allows the high street to become neglected and ruined. It is not, and therefore the state should give the power to the local councils to hold those responsible to account. But I also want the government to adopt my 10-minute rule bill that I introduced over 2 years ago and reintroduced into every new session since, and I'll be doing it again this time, which is to Section 215 of the Town and Country Planning Act, which is to increase the current fine of a maximum of £1,000 on a rogue or absent landlord, as we have at Price in Kensington, to unlimited, to allow a judge to determine the seriousness of that fine, but also to increase the daily fine after that from £100 to £500, so these rogue landlords can actually be held accountable and responsible for their actions. We also then have education, Madam Deputy Speaker. We have the post-16 and skills bill, which has been absolutely brilliant because it's about time that we have that focus on technical education and apprenticeships, but we need to make sure apprenticeships work. That's why we need to reform the apprenticeship levy, because I think members from across this House will agree the apprenticeship levy is not working in the interest of business and it's not enticing those businesses to take on apprentices. So we need to make sure that a lot of money sitting in a pot somewhere, not doing anything, is actually doing what it should be doing, helping those young people or adults who are looking to reskill, retrain. And I'm delighted to have Jess in my office, an apprentice from Talkpits, who's doing a fantastic job, and we're soon to be advertising our new apprentice with Stoke-on-Trent College soon, because I want to make sure that I'm leading the way. If I'm going to be calling businesses to do it, I need to set the example. But also the £4 billion into those skills with a lifetime skills guarantee is superb, and the higher education bill with a lifelong loan entitlement is already reaping benefits and giving those people who need to reskill, retrain or want to have that change is becoming very exciting as well. And the schools bill, which is banishing the lazy culture of low expectations and poor aspiration, is important as well, with especially the increase in literacy and numeracy up to 90% in those young primary school students. But there is two things, Madam Deputy Speaker. We're going for full academisation. Good, we're going for full academisation by 2030. It's about time that we do this. But the system, there are some rotten multi-academy trusts in our system. I know that as when I was a trade union rep in my time. And what we want is a bill to make sure that the Board of Trustees of a multi-academy trust face an Ofsted inspection to look at their governance structures, to look at their accounts, and to look at their how they're applying their policies across the board. Because if we want to make, I want these to work, and if they don't work, the party opposite are going to say these are just more unaccountable and less transparent local education authorities. And I don't want the party opposite to be right. So that's why I want to make sure that we get this policy right. And I hope, therefore, the government will adopt my 10-minute rule bill. I will be relaying it in this session. I will be seeking the cross-party support as I got on the previous parliamentary session for it, because it's about time that the Board of Trustees are held to the same standards as the teachers who work within their profession. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I also wrote not long ago about grammar schools as well. And I know that there'll be people on my benches who will say you're just dragging up an old-age Tory argument, and the parties opposite will be going, oh, here we go, a bit of blue on blue maybe. Well, I think grammar schools are fantastic, and I believe they're fantastic because I saw with my own mother, who was the beneficiary of one, my own brother, who's the beneficiary of one, and those who I've met within Stoke-on-Trent who were able to attend one, said it transformed their lives for the better. And I think it's so important that we remember that whilst grammar schools, 60% of them are situated in 11 out of 150 local education authority areas, which is simply not right, and that a child in Teesside or a child in North East doesn't have access to a single one. That is not appropriate, and that is why I hope that this government will be working with myself to see how we can lift the ban on grammar schools and give parents that choice, so a kid in Stoke-on-Trent has the same choice as a parent in Kent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Jill Furness.
Thank you, Mrs Deputy Speaker. After 12 years of a Conservative government, they now promise that this will be the Queen's speech to fix regional inequalities. Forgive me if I do not take the government words at face value. We have heard all this before, and just like before, this government is all talk and no action. First, it was the long-term economic plan. Remember that? The party opposite cynically used that phrase time and time again to justify slashing services for those who needed them most. Then it was the Northern Powerhouse. Let's check in on how that's going. Major infrastructure projects scrapped, living standards down, and inequality up. And when I say inequality, that's quite a word that you can sort of, knock about with a bit, isn't it? But it means people and families and children living in abject poverty and having no way out of it. Let us be clear about that. And let us remind everyone again whose fault that is. This government has been in power for 12 years, and some of the rhetoric I have heard today, you would imagine it was only invented, this government, 2 years ago. When these honourable members talk about resetting things and getting on with things, what they're actually doing is admitting that they've got it wrong for the last few years, because if they'd have got it right, we wouldn't be seeing them coming in with such policies now. So I don't think that's actually anything to celebrate or talk about. And I want to move on now and say, Madam Deputy Speaker, the latest buzzword now is levelling up. But just like all those other times before, the government is hoping that a catchy slogan will be enough to distract us from their chronic inaction. It is yet another piece of empty rhetoric which we have come to expect from the party opposite, but their record speaks for itself. In my constituency of Sheffield, Brightside and Hillsborough, we have borne the full brunt of more than a decade of Tory cuts. The spending power of Sheffield City Council has been slashed by almost a third since 2010. Communities like mine don't need catchphrases, they need investment. Turning to a particular area very close to my heart, further education has a huge role to play if we truly are to level up. We are sadly seeing worrying trends in skills and in education. In a recent survey, a third of British businesses said their workforce is lacking basic literacy and numeracy skills. Our further education institutions go above and beyond to upscale their students. Having worked in colleges for most of my life, I know that education is one of the most powerful tools in lifting people out of poverty. I have seen this in action in my own constituency. Sheffield College and Longley Sixth Form College do fantastic work to ensure that their students leave with the skills they need to succeed. But this commitment is not being matched by the support they need from government. The Prime Minister speaks about the importance of getting people into high-paid jobs, but refuses to take the action needed to get them there. More investment in further education and post-16 education and careers is needed, and it is needed now. The government's further education and post-16 reforms risk leaving students who need the most help at risk of being left behind completely. T-levels are an important addition to our education system. However, they should not come at the expense of existing qualifications which have proven to be successful. BTECs are taken by almost a third of 16 to 18-year-old students. They help to ensure that young people enter adulthood with a level 3 qualification, which is vitally important when entering the workforce. Rolling them back will undermine this work. It cuts back on student choice and degrades the variety of qualifications employers can look for. It could mean that students who do not qualify for T-levels end up falling through the cracks and will miss out completely in any levelling up exercise should it even exist. I'm happy to give way.
I thank the Honourable Member very much for giving way. I agree that I think things like apprenticeships and technical education hasn't been promoted enough. But does the Honourable Member agree with me that it wasn't helped by the previous Labour Prime Minister, but one, obsession with a 50% university target? And many people actually went to university would have been better served by doing an apprenticeship.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, but I would say to you, your government has been in power for 12 years, and if you didn't like it, why didn't you do something before? So.
The lady knows she mustn't address the honourable gentleman directly.
I apologise, Madam Deputy Speaker. This flies directly in the face of levelling up. Instead of cutting BTECs, the government should be championing them alongside T-levels. This is just one example of the government's actions failing to meet their rhetoric. Already, ministers are making excuses on levelling up. The Levelling Up Secretary himself has spent the last week trying to cover up his own failures and that of the government. He is trying to lead us to believe that deepening inequality is purely a result of external events like COVID and the war in Ukraine. But we know the truth. We know that responsibility for the entrenched inequalities in our society falls at the door of this Conservative government and their policies. Pensioners are having to ride buses all day to keep warm, and families are struggling to afford the basic essentials. But instead of stepping in, this government is stepping aside. They are too busy trying to cover their own shortfalls to provide the support people are crying out for. We all know why they're doing this, because just like the long-term economic plan and the Northern Powerhouse, levelling up will one day be retired as a political slogan with nothing to show for it. Just deeper inequality and worsening living standards. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has once again showed that it is all talk and no action. This Queen's speech is yet another missed opportunity which fails to fix the deep-rooted inequalities caused by 12 years of this Conservative government. They are out of ideas and out of touch. And hopefully, following the dire local election results on Friday, will soon be out of office. Britain deserves so much better than this.
Colleen Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The first duty of any government is to keep its citizens safe. We heard that earlier. It was her opening remark as well when she stood up to start this debate. But the government, I believe, has failed in that duty over the last 12 years. On the Conservatives' watch, we have seen police officers disappearing from our streets, a criminal justice system in chaos, and people feeling much less safe in their own communities. The government's record on crime and justice is utterly woeful. Total crime is up, charge rates are down, and victims appear to be being abandoned. The Queen's speech was an opportunity for the government to finally get tough on crime and the causes of crime, rebuild our broken criminal justice system and make our communities safer. Yet again, they have failed completely to grasp that opportunity. Once more, the government is chasing the wrong priorities while ignoring the criminality that people face daily. While there are vague promises in the Queen's speech to make our streets safer, there is little detail on how this will tackle the real concerns that people in Coventry North East have, such as local neighbourhood crime and persistent antisocial behaviour that has such a serious impact on both individuals and communities in my constituency. Over recent years, we have seen significant issues with antisocial behaviour on our streets, from problems of noise nuisance and neighbour disputes to vandalism and the illegal use of off-road motorbikes. More and more residents are now contacting me to tell me that these incidents are leaving them feeling intimidated, threatened and fearful for their safety. Sadly, the government's record shows they simply do not seem to understand or worse still care how persistent antisocial behaviour like this can destroy communities and blight the quality of life for residents. This probably explains why the government has failed to put in place a coordinated national plan on antisocial behaviour for a decade. This has left communities in Coventry North East feeling abandoned by this government, while my local force, West Midlands Police, has been badly let down and hamstrung by a lack of resources, with both officer numbers and budgets having been cut to the bone by successive Tory governments for more than a decade. The police in my constituency do a wonderful job, and I'm always grateful for the updates they bring me, and they're very regular. However, what is really apparent is that they cannot do more with less money and fewer resources. Worst of all, we now have what seems like a postcode lottery on policing resources. For example, how is it Warwickshire Police can have a dedicated off-road bike team when the West Midlands does not and cannot? This lack of resources means there is an absence of visible community policing on our streets, with fewer officers to reassure residents, deter criminality, investigate crimes and support victims. Indeed, all too often, residents tell me they rarely see bobbies on the beat anymore, while the officers I have spoken to tell me there are simply insufficient resources to investigate every crime. I give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to the honourable lady for giving way, and she rightly talked about the plight of things like such as off-road bikes, which is an issue in Stoke-on-Trent, North Case Government talk. We have obviously the Section 171 notices, which I just don't think are working as a deterrent. Does the honourable lady agree with that, and does she think that perhaps cross-party we can try and find a way to toughen the law in this area?
Look, I think off-road motorbikes and in my constituency are being used in a very, very intimidating way where they're almost escorting cars around and then not doing any actual harm to them, but intimidating people. So much so that you know, a person in my constituency had to stop at the side of the road to gather himself to be able to drive on, and that is something that's being said to me time and time again through email, through visits in the community. I visited the police. I had a meeting with our Police and Crime Commissioner only 2 weeks ago, a summit meeting with the leader of the council and other people, where I spoke about off-road motorbikes. I mean, what I think it would be useful if we could do something. What the police are telling me, what the Police and Crime Commissioner is telling me, is that there are not enough resources, and they have to put the resources where they need to. And there are pots of money, aren't there? There's the Safer Streets Fund, you know. But is that really the way to tackle these problems? I think it must be done far broader than it is now. And I think out of all of the antisocial behaviour, the most I have is on off-road motorbikes. And I know that this is something that goes on across the whole of the West Midlands. It isn't something that only happens in mine, which is why I think we should look at what we're giving to police forces and saying this is a problem up and down the country. You know, we need to tackle this. I'd work with anybody to try to tackle that, to be honest. So in a tacit admission of the damage they have inflicted on policing, the government introduced the police uplift programme. And while any uplift in officer numbers is welcome, let's be clear, this will still not take West Midlands Police Force back to pre-austerity levels of policing. We lost 2,221 officers in the West Midlands during the austerity years. And while the force is due to get back through the uplift programme, over 1,200, that still leaves a shortfall in the West Midlands of more than 1,000 officers compared to 2,000 levels. I've nearly finished now, so I have given way already. When launching the uplift programme in 2019, the Prime Minister said, "I have been clear from day one, I will give the police the resources they need." If his rhetoric is to match reality, and if he is to meet his own pledge to level up, the Prime Minister must return the 1,000 police officers to the West Midlands. Sadly, there was no commitment in the Queen's speech to either resource the police properly or to tackle the antisocial behaviour problems on our streets effectively. I fear that once more, on crime and justice, this government has failed West Midlands Police and failed the people of Coventry North East.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to address this really from the position of justice. And justice is a light and shade issue. It's not all black and white. And I think what has been really disappointing, I mean, I'm not surprised, I have to say, by this lacklustre Queen's speech and government programme. I've not been surprised by the policies